I turned my everyday skills into divine powers. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Human Emperor, Wei Yi. The human emperor's projection vanished, and the countless stars in the sky began to converge, eventually transforming into a massive stone tablet. The starlight condensed into the inscriptions on the tablet, remarkably names. Wei Yi knew what these names represented. Although the tablet was merely a series of words, to him, they were familiar figures. These people were heroes of this world. Some were warriors, some were cultivators, and some were simply ordinary people. But all had accomplished great deeds, heroes of both virtue and talent. The tablet was, more accurately, the monument of heroes. Upon death, all human heroes were automatically included in the monument, ranked according to their identities, deeds, and achievements in life, and assigned to various priestly positions. Of course, some of these heroes had already been reincarnated. Therefore, shortly after the monument was formed, most of the names on it changed to a white background with a gold border. If they had achieved great feats in this life, their achievements in both lives would be recalculated after death, and their rankings and divisions would be redefined. The remaining individuals could all be ordained as priests. Wei Yi could simply use the Ordination token and the Human Emperor seal to summon those on the monument directly from the underworld. If they agreed to accept the Ordination, they could be appointed city god, along with the various priests under him, as well as mountain gods, river gods, and land gods. After becoming priests, they could continue their cultivation, accumulating merit and the power of incense, increasing their strength. They might even have the opportunity to be directly recruited into the immortal court as officials in the future. Of course, after serving for 1,000 years, they could choose to resign and reincarnate. As priests, they could choose their own destinations for reincarnation. Wei Yi didn't rush to ordain the priests. He put away the monument and immediately returned to the Human Emperor Hall from the inheritance space. The overall layout and structure of the hall seemed similar to the throne rooms of many dynasties, only more magnificent and extraordinary. A golden plaque hovered within the hall. Listed on the list were all the cultivators who had entered the Human Emperor Palace over countless years to pass the test. Some were dead, some were still alive, but all were on the list. Wei Yi even saw the names of Kang Songzi and Yun Yizi. The list was automatically ranked, based on each person's test pass, and there were already over 100 people on the list. These individuals could all be directly appointed as priests of the Human Emperor Palace, Wei Yi's right-hand men and women, and directly subordinate to the priests. They would assist Wei Yi in ruling this world, managing the gods, and handling all matters, big and small. Moreover, even if those on the list were dead, their spirits were still within the Human Emperor Palace. Wei Yi could summon them all with a single thought, and confer them with the title. Of course, becoming the Human Emperor not only conferred priests and governed this world, but also served as a bridge between the immortal world and the underworld. The Human Emperor Palace collaborated with the underworld's Yinsi to control reincarnation, to govern ghosts and demons. They could even directly invite the Yinsi priests to enter this world to hunt ghosts. However, without the Human Emperor Palace, it would be difficult for the priests of the underworld to enter this world, let alone cross over to hunt ghosts. Therefore, after the Human Emperor Palace's disappearance, the deceased in this world would have to rely on the natural cycle of reincarnation under the heavenly law. As a result, it's easy for some ghosts to exploit opportunities to evade reincarnation and transform into ghosts and monsters, wreaking havoc on the human world. This is one of the main reasons for the prevalence of ghosts and monsters. It's like a region with high crime rates due to disorder. If the Human Emperor Palace existed, under the supervision of the priests of the various mountain gods and city gods, those demons and monsters would have nowhere to hide. Even if some ghosts and evil spirits appeared, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If discovered, they would be surrounded and suppressed by the priests, or even directly captured by the underworld. In addition to cooperating with the underworld to manage ghosts and evil spirits, the Human Emperor Palace also serves as a bridge to the immortal realm. Since the establishment of order in the immortal realm, cultivators ascending from the lower realms have first entered the central realm. It's a world situated between the immortal realm and the many lower realms, governed by immortals sent by the immortal court. Immortals ascending from the lower realms must pass through the central city of the central realm to truly enter the immortal realm and become immortal citizens. However, to pass through the central city, they must possess official documents bearing the seal of the human emperor of the lower realm. Otherwise, they are forced to remain in the central realm, waiting for a leading immortal sect leader to recruit them as disciples, with the opportunity to follow them into the immortal realm. The rest can only continue their cultivation in the central realm or work in the central city, hoping for a chance to enter the immortal realm and become celestial soldiers. Therefore, without the human emperor, the lower realm is like a nation without sovereignty. Its citizens have no status or human rights in the central realm, making entry difficult. However, these secrets are unknown to cultivators from the lower realm before their ascension. These are rules known only to the human emperor. Therefore, during the countless years without the human emperor, most ascenders from this world were likely stranded in the central realm, unable to enter the immortal realm. Perhaps a few lucky ones were taken to the immortal gate. The rest might still be working in the central city. Furthermore, once ascended to the central realm, without the human emperor's help, they couldn't return to the lower realm. It was a quandary. Wei Yi even suspected that the immortal realm's complete closure of this world's ascension pathway might be due to the human emperor palace's long absence. Of course, as the human emperor of the lower realm, Wei Yi had the right to freely enter the central realm and the immortal realm. He could even directly meet with the Jade Emperor of the immortal court. Re-establishing diplomatic ties with the immortal court would allow the cultivators of this world to regain the ascension pathway, gaining entry into the immortal realm and becoming immortal citizens. It's important to note that, while the Jade Emperor of the immortal court holds a far higher status than the human emperor of the lower realm, they are not subordinate to each other. The human emperor is more like a vassal king, possessing fiefdoms and exercising self-governance. In many respects, he is completely independent. Furthermore, the immortal realm isn't entirely controlled by the Jade Emperor. The immortal court is merely a power structure, part of the Shinto practice. Within the immortal realm, there are numerous other immortal sects, and their practices are truly immortal. They shared an equal relationship with the immortal court, their status determined entirely by the overall strength of their sect. Some sects' ancestors possessed immense power, even surpassing the Jade Emperor of the immortal court. Even the immortal court had to yield to such sects, and the Jade Emperor treated them with courtesy. They sat on equal terms, jointly governing and overseeing the affairs of the immortal realm. This was similar to the relationship between the imperial courts of many dynasties and the powerful sects within their borders. With so much information at his disposal, Wei Yi felt a renewed understanding of this world. As expected, as one's status rose, their horizons broadened, and they gained a deeper understanding of the world's true nature, mastering secrets and rules untraceable to ordinary people. It was like his journey from understanding that this world consisted of continents like Zuanayaoshao, Huaxia Daoshao, and Zixio continent, to his own gradual rise to the pinnacle of the world. Now, having inherited the throne of the human emperor, his vision had suddenly expanded from this world to encompass the immortal realm, the central realm, and the netherworld. In the future, he would encounter the various gods and mighty beings of the immortal realm and the underworld priests of the netherworld. The once vast Zuanayao province, Huaxia Dao province, Xingxiao continent, and Chaos Star Sea now seemed to him like the Zuanhu realm. In the future, all of these would be his domains, and all races would submit to him. The moment Wei Yi sat down on the dragon throne in the human emperor hall, the entire hall trembled. All the doors automatically opened, and a radiant glow filled the air. Outside, auspicious clouds gathered in the sky, a dazzling display of colors. The phantoms of auspicious beasts swirled within the sea of clouds. The priest's seats on either side of the hall lit up. Wei Yi felt a connection with the entire human emperor hall, and even with the entire Zuanhu realm. It was as if the entire world had become his domain, and everything was under his control. Almost simultaneously, the 8 palaces below shook, and golden light flooded into each palace. Duan Changqing and Dao Chunzi, in the 3rd palace, gazed in astonishment at the golden glow that enveloped them. Immediately, the gate at the rear of the hall opened. "What's this? Have we made it? Let's go and see." The two men, excited and nervous, walked towards the gate and, as expected, exited the hall. However, the moment they exited, the palaces behind and in front of them vanished, leaving only a long staircase leading to the human emperor palace atop the sea of clouds. What's going on? Duan Changqing wondered. Dao Chenzi, standing nearby, seemed to have a sudden realization and asked in shock, could someone have inherited the throne of the human emperor? Could it be that Wei Yi we met? It's only been a few days, it can't be that soon. Duan Changqing said incredulously. It could be someone else. Dao Chenzi said, also finding it hard to believe that Wei Yi had passed through all the palaces so quickly. Kang Zongzi, who had just emerged from the 7th palace, also witnessed this scene. He was deeply shaken, unable to calm down for a long time. He knew for sure that Wei Yi had truly inherited the throne of the human emperor. It seemed his suspicions were correct. He was truly the chosen one. Perhaps he truly was the reincarnation of the human emperor, thus escaping all these trials and inheriting the throne directly. Kang Zongzi gave a wry smile. He finally didn't have to struggle anymore. Now that everything was settled, he could finally let go of his hopes. The throne wasn't his, and he would eventually return to dust, returning to where he came from. But just then, a beam of golden light enveloped Kang Zongzi, and he soared, carried by the light towards the human emperor palace at the top. Almost simultaneously, Dao Chenzi and Duan Changqing were also carried by the golden light towards the palace. The three of them gazed at the palace, which resembled a celestial palace, filled with auspicious clouds and rosy clouds, and countless auspicious beasts roaming within the sea of clouds. They felt an inexplicable excitement and thrill. This was the other side they had longed to reach. They had never expected to arrive in such a way today. The golden light enveloped them, carrying them directly through the gates into the palace. Almost simultaneously, the three men's gazes converged on the figure seated on the dragon throne. Was it none other than Wei Yi, whom they had met earlier? This Wei Yi had actually inherited the throne of the human emperor. Duan Changqing and Dao Chenzi were shocked. However, this Wei Yi was completely different from what they had seen before. The majestic aura he exuded made them afraid to look directly at him, and even filled them with awe. It was as if he held some invisible pressure and imposing presence, filling them with awe and trepidation. Seniors, we meet again. Wei Yi's smile remained humble, but the aura and authority bestowed upon him by the power of the human emperor was something he himself could not perceive. Greetings to the human emperor. Kang Zongzi was the first to kneel and kowtow. Duan Changqing and Dao Chenzi, regaining their composure, followed suit. Greetings to the human emperor. They felt as if they were in a dream. They had only just met Wei Yi a few days ago, and now he was the human emperor. No need for formalities. Wei Yi said, and the three men rose. As you can see, I have inherited the throne of the human emperor, and you are indeed the chosen ones of the human emperor palace. Wei Yi's words brought a flicker of joy to the three men's faces. They had thought all their efforts would be in vain after today, but Wei Yi's words suggested there might be more surprises. Wei Yi didn't explain further, but instead summoned the golden list and waved his hand. Beams of golden light emanated from the list. The souls of cultivators once chosen by the human emperor palace, but who had expired at the end of their lifespans emerged from the golden light. At the same time, Yun Yizi, far away in the Zixio Dao sect and Tai Dao sect, was also enveloped by a beam of golden light. Yun Yizi was stunned, unsure of what was happening. But then, a divine thought emerged from the golden light. Come to the human emperor palace. Hearing that thought, Yun Yizi felt a surge of surprise. Full of anticipation, his body was swept away by the golden light and vanished from the spot. When Yun Yizi regained consciousness, he found himself in an extraordinary palace. The hall was filled with numerous figures, most of whom appeared to be ethereal manifestations of divine spirits. Furthermore, some of them were familiar to Yun Yi, powerful figures from his youth, who had stood at the pinnacle of this world. Above the hall, a majestic figure sat upon the dragon throne. The moment Yun Yizi laid eyes on it, his eyes widened. Although he had previously learned that Wei Yi was a Confucian and Taoist sage, he had been somewhat excited about his visit to the human emperor palace. He had never expected Wei Yi to actually inherit the throne. Yun Yizi was deeply shocked, but also delighted for Wei Yi. Although they had only met once, He admired Wei Yi greatly. Later, after hearing so much about his deeds, he was completely convinced of his position as the human emperor. Greetings to the human emperor. Yun Yizi knelt and kowtowed, his heart filled with indescribable excitement. No need for formalities. Wei Yi said loudly, his voice filled with authority. Although everyone present was excited and filled with questions, no one spoke, waiting for Wei Yi to speak. Alright, everyone's here. Wei Yi continued. You were all chosen by the human emperor palace. Perhaps you regretted not passing the assessment in all the palaces and inheriting the throne of the human emperor. But these 8 palaces weren't established to select the heir to the throne, but to select the priests of the human emperor palace. Each palace represents the rank of priest you might hold in the future. Those who pass the first palace and stop at the second become 7th rank priests. Those who pass the second palace and stop at the third become 6th rank priests. And so on. Those who pass the 7th palace and enter the 8th become 1st rank priests. Wei Yi's words brought a hint of joy to the faces of the crowd below. They had thought they had failed, their lifespans exhausted, and their fate over, but unexpectedly, they had the opportunity to become priests of the human emperor palace. Wei Yi's mind shifted, and he immediately transmitted a message, informing everyone of the duties and powers of the priests. Chapter 250 To the Emperor Reigns. Alright, I think you all understand the details. Those who wish to remain and serve as priests in the human emperor palace should stand in the main hall. The rest of you may leave, or enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn. Wei Yi said sternly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gathered to his right, and no one left. After all, they had all overcome obstacles and attained enlightenment here, but ultimately, they had never truly ascended to the immortal realm. Therefore, achieving immortality was initially out of their reach. Although they didn't achieve the title of human emperor, becoming a priest was a promising path forward. Entering the cycle of reincarnation meant having to live a new life, and there might not be the same opportunities as now. No one would give up the immediate benefits for an uncertain future. Becoming a priest offered nearly infinite lifespan, not much different from becoming an immortal. Furthermore, one could continue cultivating the power of incense, offering the opportunity to enter the immortal realm in the future. Seeing that everyone had chosen to stay, Wei Yi didn't elaborate further and directly used the human emperor's seal box to confer various priestly positions upon those present. Suddenly, those who were left with only their spirits began to condense into physical bodies. They received the inheritance bestowed upon them by the human emperor palace, including magical powers, spells, and magical artifacts. Official priest uniforms also spontaneously condensed upon their bodies. Their appearances transformed into those of middle-aged men, shrouded in a golden glow. Infused with the power of heaven and earth, they exuded an extraordinary aura. Each person automatically appeared at their corresponding divine seat within the hall. Yun Yi's body also reshaped, and he suddenly appeared decades younger. Feeling the changes in his body and the inherited magical powers he had gained, Yun Yi was filled with excitement. He had thought his lifespan was drawing to a close. His life would soon be over. Unexpectedly, a remarkable turn of events had given him a new life, instantly making him a 3rd-rank priest of the human emperor palace. From now on, all water systems on the Purple Sky continent would be under his control. Your Majesty. The priests knelt in unison, bowing in homage. Looking down at the priests below, Wei Yi felt a surge of emotion. He had never expected to experience the feeling of being an emperor in this way, and to actually sit directly on the highest throne in this world. Almost simultaneously, the skies across the Xuanhu realm suddenly filled with auspicious clouds, shimmering with rosy clouds and a purple aura. It felt like golden petals fluttered in the sky. Cranes flew in formations, and countless auspicious beasts appeared, wailing long and loudly at the heavens. This extraordinary spectacle captured everyone's attention. They gazed at the sky, stunned, wondering what had happened. But everyone could see that this was an auspicious sign. At that moment, a magnificent palace loomed above the auspicious clouds. Brilliantly golden, surrounded by a purple aura, it looked as if a celestial palace had descended, a mirage both real and illusory. 3 characters were clearly visible on the palace's massive plaque, Human Emperor Palace. Atop the main peak of the Zixio Dao sect, Xianzi, Yeha, and other elders soared in midair, gazing at the palace in the sky with astonishment. "Master, what's going on?" an elder asked. "The appearance of the human emperor palace? Perhaps a new human emperor has been born." Xianzi's face was filled with delight. He had only read about the human emperor palace from ancient texts, as if it were a mere legend. Legend has it that in ancient times, the human emperor ruled the world, governing all races. He appointed numerous earthly immortals and priests, and together with the major Taoist sects, they governed the world. But then, due to unknown circumstances, the era of the human emperor's rule came to an end. Seeing the human emperor's palace appear today, he speculated that a new human emperor had likely been born. Perhaps the future would once again be ruled by the human emperor. These were truly turbulent times, with the rise of Confucianism and Taoism, and now the appearance of the human emperor's palace. Suddenly, a large door appeared in the sky. Immediately, a remarkable figure emerged from the doorway. Dressed in official robes, and shrouded in golden light, he resembled a deity. Looking down, the figure announced, "Master Xian, the human emperor invites you." As soon as his words uttered, the entire Zixio Taoist sect erupted in excitement, everyone gasping in astonishment. Elders like Master Yi were also filled with astonishment, their gazes fixed on Master Xian. "It seems my suspicions were correct. The human emperor has truly appeared," Xianzi said with a smile. Without further ado, he immediately soared into the air, following the priest through the gate and disappearing. A similar scene unfolded above the other 9 major sects of Zixio continent. The heads of each sect were summoned to the human emperor palace. When Xianzi, Huayu Zenren, and other leading Taoist leaders arrived at the human emperor palace, they were also struck by its extraordinary splendor and the imposing presence of the priests. Their shock deepened when they saw the face of the human emperor. They all recognized Wei Yi. Though his attire had changed, his features remained recognizable. The human emperor was the Confucian and Taoist sage Wei Yi. Seeing Wei Yi, they were both astonished and somewhat predictable. The shock was because they hadn't initially imagined Wei Yi could be the human emperor. The predictability was because they felt that, besides Wei Yi, no one else in this world was worthy of the title. Xianzi of the Zixio Dao sect, "I pay my respects to His Majesty the human emperor." Xianzi spoke first, bowing. Although he had always considered Wei Yi his teacher, now that Wei Yi had become the human emperor, he naturally had to change his address. Upon hearing Xianzi's words, the other leading Daoist sects came to their senses and bowed. No need for formalities, Wei Yi declared. He then got straight to the point, explaining his succession to the human emperor throne. He also explained that this world would be jointly governed by the human emperor palace and the priests. Many city gods, mountain gods, and river gods would be enthroned. All Daoist sects would also need to cooperate with the human emperor palace to maintain order in this world. After summoning the leading Daoist sects, Wei Yi then summoned the powerful demon kings of the Chaos Star Sea and the 100,000 Mountains. Upon seeing Wei Yi, these demon kings trembled in fear and prostrated themselves on the ground. But Wei Yi didn't intend to kill them. After all, killing one demon king would only breed new ones. Killing only breeds more hatred, and oppression only breeds resistance. Killing them would also undermine his control over the demon race. Instead, these demon kings were kept alive, their obedience to the human emperor palace. They would then manage their own demon tribes, following the palace's lead. Wei Yi then began bestowing titles upon the heroic spirits enshrined in the monument. Each spirit was subsequently appointed as a local city god, mountain god, river god, earth god, and other earthly gods. After receiving their titles, they returned to their respective jurisdictions to take up their posts and begin their respective duties. With the emergence of the human emperor palace and the arrival of its various priests, the demons and evil spirits immediately began to vanish. Some of the ghosts and monsters that had wreaked havoc on the region were driven away or eliminated. Of course, the more important function of these priests was to deter demons and evil spirits from acting recklessly, harming sentient beings, and wreaking havoc on the region. After conferring titles upon all the priests, Wei Yi prepared to journey to the underworld to pay his respects to the Yama Palace of the Netherworld. After all, the Yama Palace and the Human Emperor Palace would be needed to jointly manage the cycle of life and death in the Xuanhu realm. He also collaborated with the various city gods and mountain deities to capture and eliminate evil spirits and demons. The underworld was ruled by the Fengdu Emperor, who oversaw the 5 Ghost Emperors' palaces and the 10 hells. The Xuanhu realm was originally ruled by King Yama of the 5th Hall, so it was this King Yama that Wei Yi would visit this time. Having inherited the abilities of the Human Emperor, Wei Yi naturally knew how to reach the underworld. He grasped the Human Emperor seal and chanted several spells. Suddenly, a spatial tunnel leading to the underworld opened before him. With a flash of his body, he flew directly into it, passing through the barrier of the realm and the Gangfeng realm, and arrived in the underworld. It was a grey hazy world, seemingly boundless. He had no idea how vast it was. Looking around, the entire world was grey. The sky was sunless, perpetually shrouded in grey clouds, within which flickered purple lightning and dark red light. Everywhere, peaks resembling volcanoes erupted, constantly belching out lava and thick smoke. But there were also plants resembling trees. It simply looked like a pile of bones, its colors primarily white, grey, black, and crimson. Wei Yi gazed into the distance and saw a river shimmering with a faint blue halo. That was the Styx. According to the inherited memories he had obtained, following the Styx upstream would lead to the Hall of Hell. But just as Wei Yi was about to fly towards the Styx, he was stopped by several underworld monsters. These creatures were so bizarre and hideous, he was at a loss for words. Creatures from the mortal realm. Such a rich vitality. Eating them will greatly increase your magical power, they exclaimed. Though their talk was nonsense, Wei Yi understood. Without further ado, Wei Yi unleashed a few blasts of sun-true fire, incinerating the monsters to ash. The other underworld monsters watching nearby scattered in terror. As expected, this was true in every world. Without strength, nothing could be achieved. These underworld monsters feared beings of the purest yang, and their sun-true fire specifically countered them. Wei Yi continued to fly toward the river Styx. Once near it, he flew upstream along the river. But just then, the water suddenly bulged upward, and a massive tentacle emerged from the water, entwining itself around Wei Yi. Wei Yi immediately enveloped his entire body in sun-true fire, while simultaneously enveloping himself in the ink and wash artistic realm. He wasn't sure if the ink and wash artistic realm would still work in the underworld, so he used the sun-true fire to protect himself from the monster. After all, the monsters of the true underworld differed from those of the living world, their methods potentially even more treacherous and unpredictable. Some devoured vital yang energy, while others attacked the soul. In short, he had to be wary. As the ink and wash artistic realm was activated, the surroundings instantly transformed into Wei Yi's domain, encompassing the giant tentacle. Even the body hiding beneath the river Styx was enveloped by the ink and wash artistic realm, instantly imprisoned by Wei Yi's domain, unable to move. This ink and wash artistic realm works here too, Wei Yi thought to himself. This meant that all his Confucian and Taoist magical powers would still be effective here. Although Wen Wuxing's power didn't extend here, the forest of ink within his body still existed. With a wave of his hand, Wei Yi instantly obliterated the monster, dissolving into thin air. He sheathed his ink and wash state of mind, and continued his flight forward, encountering another fleeting array of blind monsters from the underworld. Each one seemed more formidable than the last. However, even the most formidable were easily slain by Wei Yi's ink and wash state of mind, and the true fire of the sun. Inside Yama's palace, King Yama gazed at a bronze mirror before him, revealing Wei Yi's figure. I didn't expect the Xuanhu realm's newly crowned human emperor to be so powerful, King Yama remarked, stroking his beard. In fact, King Yama had noticed Wei Yi the moment he entered the underworld. After all, it was his territory, and he would be the first to notice the entrance of a powerful outsider, especially not a powerful being like Wei Yi. Furthermore, he could tell by the man's attire, the condensed merit, luck, and the Dharma image of all living beings. He judged the other party to be a human emperor. After careful investigation, he confirmed that it was the newly ascended human emperor of the Xuanhu realm. He presumably came to visit and re-establish cooperation with their underworld. Therefore, he deliberately ordered some underworld monsters to test this fellow's strength. If he was weak, he would naturally slaughter and exploit him, and extract more benefits from him. However, it was clear that this fellow was not to be trifled with. All the powerful monsters he had arranged were easily eliminated by this fellow. This fellow's strength was probably comparable to his own. Naturally, he would show some courtesy to such a powerful human emperor and establish a good relationship. Putting away the ancient mirror, King Yama immediately led his men out of Yama Palace to greet Wei Yi. Wei Yi happened to encounter another blind fellow. This fellow had 3 bull heads, 6 arms, and a body burning with dark blue flames. Wei Yi was about to use his ink painting technique to destroy this fellow when a huge golden club fell from the sky. With a bang, the monster was slammed directly into the ground. At the same time, several figures flew over, led by none other than King Yama. With a wave of his hand, King Yama's golden club shrank, gripping it in his hand. He then looked down at the monster struggling to emerge from the ground and shouted, "Get out of here, you ignorant creature." Yes, King Yama, forgive me. The monster bowed in fear and quickly fled. I'm Wei Yi, the human emperor of the Xuanhu realm. Honored to meet you, King Yama. Wei Yi said with a bow. Haha, so you are the new human emperor of the Xuanhu realm. Nice to meet you. Come, please enter the hall. King Yama said with a smile, and immediately led Wei Yi to the Yama hall. Emperor Wei, please take a seat. Thank you. Wei Yi sat down on the chair. King Yama immediately ordered his subordinates to serve tea. I wonder if Emperor Wei Yi can handle my tea. King Yama said with a smile. Wei Yi took a sip. It tasted rather bitter, with a hint of blood. But it was drinkable, and the tea also held a spiritual essence. Not bad. King Yama likes tea. Next time you come, I'll bring you some tea from our Xuanhu realm. Wei Yi said with a smile. He suspected the tea he was drinking was also a gift from a human emperor from another mortal realm. Okay, but I'd prefer fine wine to tea. I wonder if your Xuanhu realm has any good wine. King Yama said. Haha, what a coincidence. My Xuanhu realm does produce fine wine, and I'm quite skilled at brewing it. If King Yama likes it, I'll bring it to you next time. Wei Yi said with a smile. He hadn't expected King Yama to be a wine lover. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, King Yama raised an eyebrow, his face filled with surprise. Haha, then what are we waiting for? I'll accompany you to the Xuanhu realm later. Okay, it's an honor for our Xuanhu realm. Wei Yi said with a smile. By the way, human Emperor Wei is visiting. What brings you here? King Yama asked. Chapter 253, Expelled from the Immortal Court. Wei Yi discussed the matter of jointly governing the Xuanhu realm with King Yama, who readily agreed. He then asked Wei Yi to provide a list of all the city gods. These city gods could then request assistance from the Yama Palace, and send their underworld messengers to assist. Wei Yi then invited King Yama to the human emperor palace in the Xuanhu realm. He then presented King Yama with his brew jade dew. King Yama, a wine lover, was instantly captivated by Wei Yi's jade dew. This wine rivals the finest wines from the celestial court. Human Emperor Wei, your winner making skills are truly exceptional. King Yama exclaimed with satisfaction. While the fine wines from the celestial court were also delicious, they weren't something he could easily enjoy. This jade dew was different. Wei Yi promised him that, if he liked it, he would have jars delivered to him regularly. He guaranteed he could drink as much as he wanted. Haha, as long as you like it. Come, King Yama, let me offer you another drink. Wei Yi said with a smile, raising his glass. You're welcome. Come, cheers. King Yama drank his wine with a look of enjoyment. From now on, I'll have to trouble you, King Yama, to take good care of the souls of our Xuanhu realm. Of course. The two chatted over their wine, emptying a large jar of fine wine. King Yama was ready to return. After all, it wasn't suitable for him to stay in the mortal world for too long. Before leaving, Wei Yi gifted King Yama with 2 large jars of nectar, telling him to take it home and enjoy it slowly. With King Yama gone, Wei Yi had resolved the afterlife issue for the living beings of this world. Next, it was time to address the ascension issue for the cultivators of this world. Although the spiritual energy was now extremely thin, making the path to cultivation impossible, Wei Yi decided to visit the Immortal Court to re-establish contact with them. This was partly to gain their protection, but also to inquire if they knew the cause of the Xuanhu realm's weakening spiritual energy. Wei Yi also suspected that the Xuanhu realm cultivators who had previously ascended to the immortal realm were likely stranded in the central realm. Since he had inherited the throne of the human emperor, he naturally shouldered the responsibility of ensuring their eligibility to enter the immortal realm. After all, these ascenders were the Xuanhu realm's future support and connections within the immortal realm. Upon entering the immortal realm, they would undoubtedly join various factions, or join the immortal court, establishing new roots within the immortal realm. They were like seeds sown by the Xuanhu realm within the immortal realm. When they blossomed and bore fruit, growing into mighty trees, the Xuanhu realm would also benefit from their influence. Most of these individuals came from major sects, and even after ascending, they would never forget their roots. If the Xuanhu realm were truly in trouble, they would certainly not stand idly by. If they prospered in the immortal realm, they would surely benefit the sects below. Wei Yi was well aware that the Xuanhu realm had been invaded by demons from the netherworld before, and they had nearly succeeded this time. This world would not remain peaceful forever. His own power was limited, and in the future, the Xuanhu realm would need the combined protection of all the powerful ascenders from the immortal realm. Before heading to the immortal realm, Wei Yi returned home. After all, a day in the immortal realm equals a year in the crypt, so this journey could potentially last several years. He needed to spend some quality time with his family and make arrangements before departing. Wei Yi returned to King's House City. Over a month had passed since he had sought opportunities at the Human Emperor Palace. The Great Yan dynasty had already begun war with the Western barbarians. Rumors had it that the Western barbarians were being defeated, with over half of the territory lost. This time, the Great Yan dynasty was led not only by warriors, but also by numerous Confucian and Taoist scholars. Confucianism played a significant role on the battlefield. It was estimated that in a month or two, they might be able to storm the capital and completely destroy the Zilan kingdom. Of course, these matters were no longer of concern to Wei Yi. With his current status and power, he could easily destroy an entire nation. But as the human emperor, a being above all living beings, he naturally would not interfere in wars between nations. Unless there was a crisis threatening King's House City, he would never intervene in worldly conflicts. Wei Yi didn't tell his uncle and aunt about his ascension to the human emperor. He even deliberately concealed his presence. After all, the dramatic change in his status had already left them almost illiterate, and they even felt a bit reserved in his presence. If they knew he'd become the human emperor, they'd probably worship him. However, he didn't hide it from his wives. Wei Yi stayed at home for a month, using his human emperor powers to secretly perform hair removal and marrow cleansing on his uncle and aunt, his sister Wei Yi, and his two wives, giving them even more extraordinary bodies. That day, the army sent to conquer the Western Land Kingdom returned with victory news. They had successfully captured the capital and captured the king and his ministers. The Western Land Kingdom was completely destroyed. This outcome was exactly what Wei Yi had anticipated, but he hadn't expected it to happen so much faster than he'd anticipated. After bidding farewell to his family, Wei Yi left King's House City once again and returned to the Human Emperor Palace, preparing to journey to the immortal realm. Before departing, Wei Yi used his powers to fill the entire abyss of the netherworld. Numerous mountain gods were stationed there. After making all the necessary arrangements, Wei Yi set out for the celestial realm. But even he needed to enter the central realm first, passing through the central city. Using the human emperor seal and his divine powers, Wei Yi opened a spatial passageway into the central realm. He flew for a long time before finally emerging. Once he passed through the ripple-like spatial barrier, he saw several celestial soldiers in silver armor, weapons in hand, gazing at him intently. This was a plaza in the central city. Atop it stood a towering archway, a halo of light swirling above it. The void rippled like water, and a massive Teikai Bagua diagram swirled in the sky. This was the exclusive passageway between the central city and the various human emperor palaces in the lower realms. Stop. Who are you? One of the celestial soldiers demanded. Wei Yi was somewhat surprised, unsure why the celestial soldiers looked so nervous. He clasped his fists and said, "Human Emperor of the Xuanhu realm, Wei Yi. Human Emperor of the Xuanhu realm." Several celestial soldiers exchanged glances. Just when the spatial passage had been opened, they had seen the danger message displayed on the Bagua formation, leading them to believe an enemy attack was approaching, hence their reaction. "What can I do for you?" another celestial soldier asked. Wei Yi frowned, finding the celestial soldiers' reaction strange, as if they were on guard against thieves. Could it be that, because the Xuanhu realm had been without a human emperor for so long, the celestial soldiers of Central City had completely forgotten about the existence of this world? To pay homage to the true lord of Central City, Wei Yi said sternly, "Wait here, I'll report to the true lord," a celestial soldier said, then quickly flew towards the distant hall. Wei Yi said nothing more, patiently waiting for the announcement. After all, the Xuanhu realm had indeed been out of contact with the immortal world for so long, so it was normal for the celestial soldiers to be unaware of the Xuanhu realm. Wei Yi glanced at the celestial soldiers who were still on guard against him. He could tell these individuals were likely at the upper immortal realm. From the memories passed down by the human emperor, he knew that in the immortal realm, the cultivation levels of immortals were categorized as follows: human immortal, upper immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, Dalo golden immortal, and celestial immortal. The human immortal realm was the lowest level in the immortal realm, generally referred to as the immortal citizens. Those who ascended from the lower realms were generally at the human immortal realm. As the human emperor, Wei Yi's power far surpassed that of the human immortal realm, essentially rivaling that of the upper immortal realm. However, Wei Yi believed that, if he employed his Confucian and Taoist magical powers, these celestial soldiers would be no match for him. The administrators of Central City were generally true lords sent by the Immortal Court, and most were at the true immortal or golden immortal realms. Wei Yi couldn't determine who was stronger between himself and a true immortal, as he had no concrete understanding of their power. Perhaps a future encounter would reveal the difference. Of course, even if the true lord of Central City was less powerful than himself, he wouldn't underestimate him, as he had the backing of the Celestial Court. This was like a local magistrate. Even without any cultivation, ordinary warriors wouldn't dare to provoke him. Wei Yi waited for a long time before the heavenly soldier returned. He then approached Wei Yi with a cold face and said, "Go back. Master's engine says your Xuanhu realm has been expelled from the Immortal Court. You cannot enter the Immortal realm through our Central City." Upon hearing the heavenly soldier's words, Wei Yi's brow furrowed, a cold glint in his eyes. Expelled? The Xuanhu realm had actually been expelled from the Immortal Court. No wonder Taoist Master Yipin and his companions couldn't ascend. Could the decline in spiritual energy be related to this? However, even if the Xuanhu realm had never had a human emperor, it shouldn't have been expelled. Moreover, now that he had inherited the human emperor throne, he was eligible to reapply for admission to the Immortal Court. Even if expelled, I, as the human emperor of the Xuanhu realm, can still apply to join the Immortal Court. Please report this to Master's engine. Wei Yi said in a deep voice, his eyes becoming icy cold and his aura undisguised. The celestial soldiers' expressions changed, a touch of fear in their hearts. They feared Wei Yi's impulsiveness would make them their scapegoats. Although the other party was the human emperor of the lower realm, he was still the emperor of a world. The power of heaven and earth and the aura he embodied were beyond the reach of these lesser celestial soldiers. I'll report again, the celestial soldier said after a moment's hesitation, and then went to report again. He quickly arrived at the main hall entrance and requested an audience again. Master Zenjin, the human emperor of the Xuanhu realm, said he wishes to reapply for admission to the Immortal Court. Don't you understand? Tell him to go back to where he came from. The Immortal Court has expelled the Xuanhu realm and no longer wants them to join. Tell him that they no longer meet the criteria for admission. A cold voice echoed from the main hall. Yes. The celestial soldier accepted the order and returned to the square. He looked at Wei Yi with a hint of fear, and after a moment's hesitation, he relayed the true lord's words to Wei Yi. Upon hearing this, Wei Yi's face darkened, and he naturally felt a bit unhappy. The Xuanhu realm didn't meet the criteria for joining the Immortal Court. What did that mean? Was it because the Xuanhu realm's spiritual energy was depleted? Wei Yi hadn't expected this outcome. The Xuanhu realm had been completely abandoned by the Immortal Court. If that was the case, then why not join? He didn't bother to consider their expressions. At worst, the Xuanhu realm could establish its own sect. So what about the Immortal Court? When he first arrived in this world, he'd thought the King's How government office was untouchable and untouchable. But now, he stood at the pinnacle of the world, becoming the human emperor. As long as he kept working hard, one day his power would surpass all the immortals in the immortal realm and trample them all under his feet. His Xuanhu realm would be a separate immortal realm in its own right, and the immortal realm itself would be nothing. With this in mind, Wei Yi didn't bother to waste any more time on them. He simply used the human emperor seal to reopen the spatial passage and return to the Xuanhu realm. After Wei Yi left, the celestial soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect the human emperor of this immortal realm to have such a formidable aura. His rising aura just now made me feel as if I were facing a true lord. Well, what exactly is this Xuanhu realm, and why was it expelled from the Immortal Court? I don't know either. Besides, the hexagrams before that guy came out were very strange. Perhaps there's something in this Xuanhu realm that threatens the Immortal Court. Well, why bother with him? After today, he probably won't be back. Several celestial soldiers muttered. In the main hall of Central City, True Lord Xianao, upon noticing Wei Yi's departure, closed his eyes and continued his meditation. Father, why was this Xuanhu realm expelled from the Immortal Court? A young man with extraordinary bearing sat in a chair to the side of the hall, devouring a bunch of grapes. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The things behind this are beyond our control. We'll do whatever we're told to do. Don't tell anyone about this. Act as if what happened today didn't happen. Is there anything special about this Xuanhu realm? The man asked. I told you, don't mention this anymore. I need to cultivate. You should return immediately. Xianao's engine sternly declared. The man's eyes flickered slightly at his father's words, but he became even more curious about the reason for the Xuanhu realm's expulsion. Alright, I understand. The man replied perfunctorily, then walked out of the hall with the grapes. Wei Yi returned to the human emperor palace. Another month had passed since his trip to the Xuanhu realm. Now, under the governance of the human emperor palace, the entire Xuanhu realm had begun to regain stability from the chaotic decline of spiritual energy. Demons and monsters, deterred by the human emperor palace, had become law-abiding and dared not harm living beings. Confucianism and Taoism had spread from the Zixio continent and Xuanao province to the Huangsha province. Confucian and Taoist academies were flourishing across the Zixio continent. Major sects were transforming from their original cultivation traditions to Confucian and Taoist ones. Perhaps some sects had previously hesitated, still harboring illusions about the path of cultivation. It wasn't until Wei Yi became the human emperor that the major sects finally confirmed that Confucianism and Taoism were the future. As a result, the influence and prestige of Confucianism and Taoism surged once again. Wei Yi returned to King's How City and resumed his life of seeking enlightenment. He wanted to see where this path of enlightenment ultimately ended. He had already, through his own strength, established Confucianism and Taoism in the Xuanhu realm, condensed the Wenhua star, and transformed the world. He also believed that he would have the ability to make the Xuanhu realm even better and more powerful. Perhaps one day, he could show those in the immortal realm the extraordinary power of Confucianism and Taoism. Chapter 254 Wenguxing changes. As time passed, the spiritual energy of the entire Xuanhu realm became so thin that it could no longer sustain cultivation. Only cultivators at the lowest levels of the key refining realm could still rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish their Zen ki. However, any progress in their cultivation became almost impossible. Fortunately, the spread of Confucianism and Taoism gave all cultivators new hope. However, the dwindling spiritual energy had no impact on Su Lingyan's cultivation. Now that she had reached the Mahayana realm, and although she had not yet experienced a heavenly tribulation, it did not seem to hinder her progress. With more and more cultivators converting to Confucianism and Taoism, and with the promotion of Confucianism by major dynasties and sects, the number of Confucian and Taoist practitioners increased dozens of times, and the scale of the forest of Incan calligraphy also expanded by dozens of times. Furthermore, numerous Confucian and Taoist geniuses emerged, directly recognized by Wenguxing, who bestowed upon them a spiritual aura that instantly increased their strength. the number of powerful Confucian and Taoist masters grew, and Wu Shaoling and Chai Lianzi almost simultaneously reached the realm of great Confucian scholars. One day, Wei Yi, while honing his calligraphy skills at home, suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in Wenguxing. With a thought, his consciousness instantly traveled to Wenguxing. As a Confucian and Taoist sage, Wenguxing was like a clone of Wei Yi, perceiving every subtle change. A golden glow surged across Wenguxing like a sea of clouds. Vast literary energy converged. Countless words shimmered like a starry sky, brushstrokes forming a forest, scrolls forming a mountain. But then, a series of paintings unfolded across Wenguxing, their scenes becoming increasingly vivid. Finally, they transformed into the very real world of Wenguxing. Mountains and pine forests, bamboo groves and streams, grotesque peaks and rocks, rivers and lakes, towering peaks, snow-capped mountains, and seas of clouds. The previously lifeless Wenguxing suddenly seemed lush and vibrant, bursting with vibrant colors, with picturesque scenery and picturesque views, resembling a fairyland. Furthermore, countless poems and verses depicting the scenery and landscapes of Wenguxing took on a concrete form, becoming real scenes, becoming part of Wenguxing. But these scenes weren't simply a random patchwork. Instead, they seamlessly connected, blended, and coordinated, ultimately weaving together into a magnificent, dreamlike, and extraordinary painting. Wenguxing seemed to have completely transformed into a world teeming with life. Then, above the sea of clouds, literary energy converged, ultimately transforming into towering palaces. Countless words in the air automatically composed articles and poems, transforming into scrolls and books that flew into these palaces. Wei Yi's mind immediately flooded with information. These palaces were the Wen palaces, manifested by literary energy. Within them, they housed all the world's literary works and the crystallization of all wisdom. In the future, they would continue to automatically collect articles from around the world, even including various Taoist scriptures. Above the Wen Palace, an even more magnificent palace appeared, the Sage Hall. This palace bore some resemblance to the human Emperor Hall, but it was even more extraordinary and transcendent. Wei Yi knew these were not illusions, but real beings. They were extraordinary objects created by the laws of heaven. Just like the human Emperor Palace, it wasn't created by a single individual, nor was it a magical artifact crafted by an immortal. Instead, it was condensed from the laws of heaven, like the sun, moon, and stars. It was a supreme treasure created by heaven, a transcendent being. Seeing the transformation of Wenguxing, Wei Yi felt delighted. He felt that one day, he might truly create a fairyland for Confucianism and Taoism, for scholars and scholars. Perhaps he could call it a sage realm. One day, he would show the entire immortal world the power and might of Confucianism and Taoism. As Wenguxing transformed, the Confucian and Taoist practitioners throughout the Zhuanhe realm felt a rich aurora of literature lingering around them. It felt as if they were bathed in sunshine and a spring breeze, their minds clear and their thoughts active. Sparks of inspiration kept flashing, and countless poems from the past came to mind. Their inner cognition seemed to have undergone a marked shift, their state of mind akin to a baptism. Furthermore, the entire Zhuanhe realm was enveloped in a golden auspicious cloud, and the sound of recitation echoed through the heavens and earth. Countless Confucian and Taoist students looked toward the sky, bowing in the direction of Wenguxing. They knew this must be a baptism of literary energy bestowed upon them by the Confucian and Taoist sages. As Wenguxing's transformations gradually concluded, Wei Yi's mind absorbed a flood of information. It was all about Wenguxing, the Sage Hall, and the Wen Palace. After absorbing all this information, Wei Yi opened his eyes. Wenguxing in the sky flickered briefly, its brilliance dazzling even in the daylight. Wei Yi spread his palms, and wisps of golden light swirled around, transforming into palaces. The 7 Wen palaces condensed on Wenguxing. These Wen palaces were more than just palaces housing poetry, writings, and books from around the world. They were also magical treasures in their own right. They were truly supreme treasures of Confucianism and Taoism. Possessing immense power and unfathomable strength, their might could easily shake the world. Even the true immortals of the immortal realm would be powerless before this Wen Palace. Although Wei Yi fully controls the Wen Palace, he can grant access to great Confucians or sub-sages. Similar to the divine power of summoning a sage, they can summon the Wen Palace and engage in battle. The transformed Wenqua star, with its inherent celestial power and emanating aura, is even more potent than before. Perhaps due to its elevated world level, the power of heaven and earth and the laws within it have intensified. It's like the immortal realm's higher level than many mortal realms like the Xuanhu realm. Thus, the protection and combat power that Wenqua star can provide to Confucian and Taoist cultivators will be even greater. After all, the strength of Confucian and Taoist cultivators today stems partly from Wei Yi's forest of brush and ink, and partly from the celestial power of Wenqua star. Therefore, the power of Wenqua star corresponds to a corresponding increase in the strength of Confucian and Taoist cultivators. Wei Yi put away the 7 Wen palaces, and with a thought, his body vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the Sage Hall on Wenguoxing. Now, the entire Wenguoxing, like the Xuanhu realm, had become his exclusive territory. Furthermore, because Wenguoxing was formed because of him, the very core of the entire world was connected to Wei Yi. Therefore, his control over Wenguoxing far surpassed that of the Xuanhu realm. Wenguoxing was like a part of his body, like an avatar. His will and thoughts could completely influence the laws of heaven and earth on Wenguoxing. He was akin to the creator of the entire planet. The Sage Hall served many similar functions to the human Emperor Hall. It was the most sacred place and symbol of Confucianism and Taoism. It was also the authority that would govern Wenguoxing in the future, capable of bestowing divine positions, divine authority, and supernatural powers. However, its organizational structure and format differed significantly from that of the human Emperor Hall. Wei Yi flew around Wenguoxing. It wasn't so much flying as teleporting. On Wenguoxing, he didn't need to expend any energy. With a single thought, he could span thousands of miles and appear anywhere. Wei Yi was now floating over a grassy hillside. He landed, a gentle breeze caressing the grass, and he could clearly smell the delicate fragrance of the earth. He counted the grass, and it was already covered in blossoms. The entire world was imbued with the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, brimming with vibrant life. Even more potent was the aura of literature. A casual poem, even a single composer's recitation, could summon the mighty power of heaven and earth within this world. As Wei Yi returned to King's House City from Wenguoxing, a ray of rosy light descended from the sky, illuminating the Confucian and Taoist Academy within the city. The academy was instantly bathed in the rosy light, a rich aura of literature pervading the entire academy. Bathed in this aura, the students felt an unprecedented surge of strength, their hearing and vision sharpened, their thoughts energized, as if their understanding of the universe and the world had reached a new level, a new understanding. In an instant, the Confucian and Taoist cultivation of all the students soared to a new level. The Academy's sage temple was also bathed in golden light, with countless inscriptions lingering around Wei Yi's statue of the sage, a truly extraordinary sight. Moreover, the statue's extraordinary vision showed no sign of fading. Even after the rosy glow enveloping the academy faded, the sage's statue remained shrouded in a golden glow, surrounded by a myriad of inscriptions that constantly shifted and flickered. This same phenomenon occurred in nearly every temple or shrine dedicated to a Confucian or Taoist sage, but all statues of Wei Yi were adorned with a golden glow and shrouded in golden inscriptions. Countless Confucian and Taoist practitioners came to pay their respects, speculating that the sage had achieved a new level of enlightenment, perhaps elevating Confucianism to a new height. This extraordinary vision, a scene resembling a miracle, was the cause. With the gradual maturity of the Confucian and Taoist systems, and the nourishment of Wenguoxing throughout the Xuanhu realm, more and more talented individuals emerged. This also brought new vitality to the Confucian and Taoist worlds, with a wealth of brilliant poetry and prose emerging, constantly incorporating into the Wen Palace, and strengthening its power. Another spring had arrived, and King's House City had undergone earth-shaking changes. With the successive demise of smaller states in the western border, such as the Zilin and Human kingdoms, the Great Yan dynasty's territory expanded by nearly half. King's House City, originally located near the border, was designated the western capital by the Great Yan dynasty, serving as the economic and political center radiating throughout the west. Furthermore, as the birthplace and sacred site of Confucianism and Taoism, King's House City soared like a rocket, more than doubling in size, and doubling its population. This, in turn, led to the flourishing of surrounding counties and towns. Today, Kingshao City has become a truly prosperous city that never sleeps, even more prosperous than the Great Yan Dynasty's capital. The city boasts a rich cultural atmosphere, with numerous artistic performances and countless talented individuals. It is a gathering place for scholars from across the Great Yan Dynasty and surrounding nations. Furthermore, thanks to the influence of the Wenhua Star and Wei Yi's climate adjustments, Kingshao enjoys neither scorching summers nor severe winters, creating a comfortable and distinct four seasons. With its picturesque landscapes and abundant natural resources, Kingshao City is a city of rich and picturesque culture. One day, the clear skies above Kingshao City were suddenly filled with purple clouds from the east, filling the heavens with rosy clouds. For those long-time residents, such auspicious sights and extraordinary phenomena are familiar. After all, everyone knows that, while Kingshao City may appear to be a place for mortals, it is truly a place of transcendence. As the saying goes, a mountain's spirituality lies not in its height, but in the presence of immortals. Furthermore, this is a sacred place of Confucianism and Taoism. Within this city resides Wei Yi, a Confucian and Taoist sage and the living emperor of man. Any unusual sights and phenomena are perfectly normal. However, the recent phenomena were not caused by Wei Yi, nor were they related to Confucianism or Taoism. Rather, they were caused by Su Lingyan. 2 weeks ago, Su Lingyan had suddenly fallen into a coma, and her body had begun to undergo a transformation. The power of heaven and earth converged within her, while spiritual energy emanated from her. A curtain of light automatically formed around her body, enveloping her like a barrier, preventing anyone from approaching. Her body also began to transform at a visible pace, as if she were being reborn, fully ascending into the realm of an immortal. Wei Yi knew she must have reached the perfect Mahayana stage, and was transitioning to the human immortal realm. Although she hadn't experienced the heavenly tribulation, she was truly on the verge of becoming an immortal. Moreover, Wei Yi now had the ability to penetrate the secrets within Su Lingyan's body. She possessed an extremely powerful immortal treasure, and she was likely the reincarnation of a powerful immortal. Therefore, she needed no training, let alone the established rules of ascension. She could directly transform from a mortal body into an immortal. After all, the rules were always designed for the lower classes and the weaker. Just like how he, now the human queen, could easily transform a mortal into a city god, possessing extraordinary magical powers. Perhaps her recent coma was merely a superficial appearance to outsiders, but in reality, she was simply integrating memories from her past life and transforming her body, just as he always did when he reached a higher level. To outsiders, he might have thought he'd merely slept, but in reality, he'd undergone an extraordinary transformation. Today's auspicious scene spoke volumes. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from Su Lingyan's room, reaching the heavens. A powerful aura and overwhelming pressure surged from Su Lingyan's room like a tsunami. The expressions of the guards guarding the door to Su Lingyan's room changed dramatically. They felt a sense of shock, yet a sense of instinctive awe welled up within them. Wei Yi, however, remained composed, yet he sensed that Su Lingyan had awakened and completed her transformation. The door opened, and Su Lingyan's figure appeared in the entranceway. A halo of light enveloped her, dazzling and dazzling. After her transformation, Su Lingyan had become a true immortal. Reborn, she was even more beautiful and transcendental. Her aura and demeanor had undergone a profound transformation, truly resembling a celestial being. Especially those eyes, which had transformed from their former innocence to a calm, still image, as deep as the night sky. Wei Yi knew she must have fully awakened the memories of her past life, transforming from a young girl into a being with rich experience, profound cultivation, and extraordinary vision. Wei Yi was deeply curious about Su Lingyan's origins. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly changed color, and the auspicious scene that had once filled the sky suddenly disappeared. In its place, dark clouds gathered, a strong wind blew, and lightning and thunder roared. Chapter 255 Su Lingyan's Origin. The sudden change of color in the sky and earth naturally caused a commotion throughout the city. What had originally been an auspicious scene had unexpectedly transformed into such a terrifying spectacle, leaving everyone feeling somewhat uneasy. Furthermore, the dark clouds exuded a sinister and eerie aura, as if emanating from the netherworld, and within them, one could even discern hideous ghostly figures. Wei Yi, naturally, sensed the strangeness of the dark clouds. They weren't the result of the condensed power of heaven and earth, nor were they thunder clouds meant to carry a tribulation. Instead, they resembled some kind of curse, some malevolent sorcery. It seemed to be directed at Sulingan. The dark clouds quickly coalesced, soon transforming into a hideous demonic face in the sky. Light blue lightning continuously gathered within the demon's mouth. Sulingan gazed at the dark clouds, her brows furrowed, her gaze fierce, and a halo of light swirled around her. Immediately, she clasped her hands together, and her body suddenly glowed with a brilliant light. With a soft cry, a beam of light emanated from her, slowly converging into a multicolored stone above her head. As the seven-colored stone condensed, the power of heaven and earth surged violently, and a rainbow of light shot straight into the sky, seemingly attempting to dispel the dark clouds. However, the dark clouds proved stubborn, and a dazzling flash of lightning had already gathered within the demon's mouth. The next second, accompanied by a demonic roar, the lightning burst forth from the demon's mouth. The lightning instantly coalesced into a vicious dragon, descending towards King's House City with bared fangs and claws. A terrifying pressure spread like a tsunami, tearing the surrounding space apart. The power of this lightning bolt was terrifying. Although Sulingan was the target, its residual force was enough to destroy half of King's House City. Therefore, the moment the lightning struck, Wei Yi and Sulingan moved almost simultaneously. Sulingan soared into the sky, the seven-colored stone above her head radiating a brilliant light. In an instant, she transformed into a female figure with a human body and a snake tail, resembling Nuwa. She lifted her delicate hands to the heavens, holding up a swastika, and met the descending thunder dragon. Wei Yi also unleashed his ink and wash artistic conception, enveloping the entire King's House City, and protecting everyone within his own realm. Boom. The thunder dragon collided with the Nuwa-like Dharmakaya, and the terrifying thunderbolt was absorbed by the lifted sky. The massive thunder dragon instantly disintegrated, transforming into a swirling cloud of lightning. However, Wei Yi's ink and wash artistic conception completely neutralized it, causing no damage to King's House City and simultaneously absorbing a significant amount of Sulingan's power. Sulingan pressed forward, the Nuwa figure growing clearer and more solid. The lifted sky in her hands grew larger, radiating a dazzling rainbow of colors. Soon, she plunged directly into the dark clouds. The surging clouds seemed to pause for a moment, but soon, beams of light, like sharp swords, pierced the dark clouds that obscured the sun and shot out. The demonic face, condensed from the dark clouds, was instantly riddled with holes. Countless radiances poured forth, culminating in a rumbling sound. The dark clouds were completely shattered and dissipated by the rainbow-colored rays of light. A vibrant blue sky once again appeared over King's House City, but beneath that a brilliant rainbow of color shone. At the center of the radiance lay Sulingan. The shadowy image of Nuwa's Dharmakaya had vanished, but she held the rainbow stone in her hand, radiating an extraordinary aura that accentuated her graceful and noble figure, making her look even more extraordinary, like a celestial being. She tilted her head slightly upward, her gaze fixed on the sky, her piercing eyes seemingly capable of piercing space and realms. HMPH, a bunch of hypocritical individuals. To prevent my rebirth, you've even resorted to the curse of the fallen god realm. But you underestimate me. A curse of this magnitude can do no harm. Sulingan declared coldly. She put away the colorful stone, a cold glint in her eyes as she extended her hand and waved. Zuan sword, return. Meanwhile, in the immortal realm, in the Kangalan territory, on the immortal execution platform. This was where the immortal court executed immortals. The massive platform hovered in midair, atop 9 coiled dragon pillars, emanating a formidable pressure. Massive chains, like intertwined roots, entwined themselves around it. Beneath the platform lay the crimson earth, riddled with spider web-like cracks, through which flowed scorching magma. Yet, at the very center of these spider web-like cracks, lodged an immense divine sword. Its hue was black, resembling the night sky, and its surface was engraved with mysterious star patterns. There was a moment of profound silence, but suddenly, the ground shook, and the magma within the cracks began to surge, as if boiling. more cracks appeared, and the entire earth seemed poised to collapse. The black giant sword also vibrated, and the star patterns on it instantly illuminated, humming as if sensing something. The surrounding space began to distort, ripple spreading. Rumble. The earth groaned, as if strained by the weight. The massive sword slowly emerged from the ground, finally hovering in midair, its blade rapidly shrinking. The once pitch black blade suddenly turned a crimson, as if scorched steel. The star-shaped patterns on it floated up, transforming into a mystical sky filled with runes. Finally, the entire space swirled around the divine sword, twisting and swirling. With a flash, the divine sword vanished from the vortex. Almost instantly, several figures flew in at breakneck speed, their faces filled with shock as they gazed at the distorted space, which had yet to fully recover. The Xuan sword has vanished. Quick, report to Marshal Kanglan. They cried in panic. Above King's House City, the colorful glow slowly faded, and the azure void began to distort, a vortex emerging. Then, a crimson divine sword, like the blazing sun, soared from the vortex. It fell into Sulingan's hands. With the sound of the sword's chime, flames erupted from the blade, spreading across her body. Her original clothing was incinerated, but a crimson armor condensed from the flames, covering her entire body. The flames vanished, and Sulingan was transformed into a valiant female warrior, clasped in crimson armor, and holding the Xuan sword. At the same time, Wei Yi approached Sulingan, smiled softly, and clasped his fists, saying, "Greetings, fairy. Brother, stop teasing me." Sulingan said with a smile. Because of Wei King's relationship with her, and having lived in the Wei family for so many years, she had long considered herself a member of the family, calling Wei Yi brother, as Wei King did. But despite calling Wei Yi brother, she still deeply loved and admired him. Although she had awakened memories of her past life, the memories of this one remained with her as well. Naturally, she would never forget her bond with the Wei family and her feelings for Wei Yi. She would never forget Wei Yi, the man who had always protected her, safeguarded King's House City, and even the entire Xuanhu realm. It could be said that without Wei Yi, she might not even be alive today. Let's go home and talk. Wei Yi smiled faintly. Although Sulingan's appearance and demeanor had changed significantly, the way she spoke just now seemed still the same Sulingan he was familiar with. Yes. Sulingan nodded, and followed Wei Yi back to King's House City and the palace. Meanwhile, the entire Wei family had gathered in Sulingan's courtyard. They had witnessed everything that had just happened, and while they were surprised, they had also expected it. After all, they had long known that Sulingan was extraordinary, and suspected she might have a remarkable background. But like Wei Yi, they were filled with curiosity, wanting to know who Sulingan really was. Seeing Sulingan's heroic appearance, like a goddess of war, their curiosity was even greater. What had just happened left everyone in King's House City feeling restless for a long time. Although they often witnessed strange phenomena, scenes as earth-shattering as the one just now were rare. Everyone was excitedly discussing the events of the past, speculating about the origins of the woman who had just battled the terrifying Black Cloud. Meanwhile, Sulingan was also recounting her past life to the Wei family. Kailan, the foremost female war god of the Immortal Court, had once been the most powerful commander under Marshal Kanglan, renowned for her military exploits. To rescue her wrongly accused brother, King Kang, she had ventured alone to the Immortal Execution platform. However, she fell into a trap and ultimately perished in battle. Protected by the seven-colored stone, her spirit escaped the immortal realm, and was reborn in the lower realms. She didn't elaborate on her brother's fate, and the Wei family didn't delve into it either. After all, everyone has their own secrets. But in their view, Sulingan's actions were perfectly acceptable. Wei Yi sent the others back, leaving Sulingan alone. "Do you know who wants to eliminate you?" Wei Yi asked, knowing he needed to get to the bottom of this matter. This was no small matter. Sulingan might face the celestial court of the immortal realm, or perhaps a powerful and influential immortal being. Although she had awakened memories of her past life, she hadn't fully recovered her strength. Furthermore, having fallen at her peak in that past life, she likely had little chance of success against the enemies of the celestial realm in this life. Therefore, he wanted to understand everything, to know what kind of foe they might face. so he could be mentally prepared. Although, according to his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, powerful beings from the celestial realm could not descend to the lower realms at will, especially those at the golden immortal realm, who were above the level of true immortal. Forcing their way down would result in backlash from the forces of heaven, and violate the laws of the celestial court. Of course, they could still descend, if they sealed off some of their power, suppressing their realm to that of a true immortal. But whether it was a golden immortal suppressing their strength or a true immortal, they couldn't afford to be complacent. Even though he possessed the Wen Palace, and was not afraid of a true immortal, the fact that they had eliminated this former female war god was clearly no small feat. It was probably a being of immense power and immense strength. Who knows if such a powerful being possessed some kind of heaven-defying magical weapon or uncanny means to conceal the secrets of heaven and resist the backlash of the heavenly Dao, sending down to the mortal realm to slay Sulingan. No, it was Kailan. After all, no matter what world, rules always serve to constrain the weak. Therefore, he couldn't afford to be complacent. I can't be certain, but Marshal Kanglan is definitely involved, and he's definitely not the mastermind. The weakest of those sent to kill me was Adalo Jinxon, and several were at the celestial immortal realm. Anyone with such power must have far greater status and authority than Marshal Kanglan. In the immortal court, only the 4 celestial lords and the 9 celestial star lords possess such power. Sulingan shared her speculation with Wei Yi. The weakest of the 9 celestial star lords was also at the celestial immortal realm, and the 4 celestial lords' strength couldn't be measured simply by realm. Also, now that I think about it, perhaps the real target of this incident is me, not my brother. Kailan added. Before the incident, she had just been promoted to Marshal of the Red Land, and was about to take up her new post. At that time, the Red Land was in turmoil. Several human realms under the Red Land's jurisdiction had mysteriously vanished, and her first task, if she assumed the position, would be to investigate the mystery of their disappearance. She had a vague feeling that, if the events of that year were a conspiracy against her, intended to eliminate her, then the underlying reason was likely related to her impending appointment as Marshal of the Red Land, or even more so to the mystery of the vanishing lower realms. Perhaps someone feared her becoming Marshal of the Red Land, and feared she would uncover the conspiracy. The more Kailan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Back then, she had worried about her brother, knowing full well that he had been wrongly accused and framed as a scapegoat. Her inner anger and anxiety had obscured her ability to think clearly. Her enemies knew her brother was her greatest weakness, her greatest vulnerability. They knew she would stop at nothing to rescue him, ultimately defying the laws of heaven and storming the execution ground to save him. The thought was terrifying. The person behind this was undoubtedly no simple figure. Kailan shared all her suspicions with Wei Yi. Wei Yi's expression grew increasingly solemn, sensing a strong possibility for Kailan's speculation. If so, this matter was far from simple. The so-called Red Land undoubtedly concealed a vast conspiracy, and the mysterious disappearance of the many lower realms was undoubtedly connected. Wei Yi even wondered if the spiritual energy of the Xuanhe realm, depleted in energy, might also be involved. There was also something strange about the immortal realm's expulsion of them. Numerous signs indicated that a terrifying conspiracy might be quietly unfolding within the immortal realm. Somewhere in the immortal realm, Master, the Xuanhe sword has disappeared. Kailan must have regained his immortal power. A burly and imposing man in golden armor said. If Kailan were here, she would undoubtedly recognize this golden armored man as Marshal Xian Feng of the Kanglan domain. He was her former superior and the person she once respected the most. I already know. My curse was activated the moment her memory regained its hold. And coincidentally, she was reborn in the Xuanhe realm. A slightly aged voice echoed from the darkness. She's in the Xuanhe realm. The spiritual energy there is about to be devoured. How did she recover her immortal power? Marshal Xian Feng was a little surprised. It must be the newest stone. Even if she doesn't need spiritual energy, she can rely on the power of the newest stone to ascend to immortality. Disciple will send someone to eliminate her immediately. She's in the lower realm, so her strength will definitely not be restored to its peak. It won't be difficult to eliminate her now. Yes, but she has the newest stone, and the Xuanhe sword. Don't underestimate her. Send a true immortal to avoid complications. Yes, disciple, I understand. Marshal Xian Feng said with a fist, then turned and left. Chapter 256 Visitors from the Immortal Realm. The next day, Wei Yi sent Su Lingyan to Wen Wuxing to train and continue recuperating. Wen Wuxing's world level was far higher than the Zhuanhe realm, and its cosmic forces and laws could accommodate a higher cultivation ceiling. This would also allow Su Lingyan's 7-colored stone and Zhuanhe sword to unleash their full potential. Most importantly, Wen Wuxing's spiritual energy was incredibly rich, far more abundant than that of Lingsang Valley. However, the 7-colored divine stone could still continuously provide Su Lingyan with immortal energy, boosting her cultivation. Wei Yi also began frantically gaining experience points, preparing for the impending danger. Su Lingyan's previous analysis suggested that the decline in the Zhuanhe realm's spiritual energy might be more than meets the eye. The mysterious disappearance of numerous mortal realms under Chixia's jurisdiction served as a wake-up call for Wei Yi. Back then, Kailan was a renowned female warrior goddess in the immortal realm. Her cultivation reached the level of a Dalo Jinxan, unrivaled among her peers, capable of even battling celestial immortals. Yet, even such a being was schemed against, resulting in her demise, demonstrating just how powerful she truly was. Therefore, Wei Yi knew that the enemy he might face this time would be formidable. He must continue to improve his strength. Fortunately, a day in heaven is like a year on earth. It would likely take months at the earliest for the immortal realm to send down a force. He still had some time. Currently, Wei Yi was focusing on his fitness and calligraphy skills, as both were currently at level 8 and could reach level 9. The magical powers he would gain from these upgrades would undoubtedly become even more powerful, and this was the best way to improve his strength. Calligraphy was related to his Confucian and Taoist magical powers, and was one of his strongest. Fitness, on the other hand, was related to his physical transformation and increased strength. Now that he had achieved the Sun Sacred Body, further advancement would surely make him even more powerful. As the saying goes, the body is the capital of revolution and the foundation of everything. Without sufficient self-preservation, even the most powerful offensive force would be useless. Only with a strong physique, exceptional defense, and the ability to sustain combat could one achieve sustained output. Furthermore, a strong body also increased combat power. The Sun Sacred Body's true sunfire was itself an extremely powerful flame, possessing extraordinary might. Therefore, further transformation of the physical body might bring even more powerful abilities. Time passed day by day, and the lives of ordinary people seemed unchanged. They held fast to the belief that the sun would rise as usual, that nothing would change. Their lives, compared to the vast expanse of time, were but fleeting moments, and they felt no anxiety or foresight about the future the world faced. Even cultivators, limited by their height and perspective, could only grasp the tip of the iceberg. Only those standing at the pinnacle of this world could truly care about the fate of the entire world and consider solutions. Wei Yi could now go without food, water, or sleep, and was perfectly fine. He too had arrived on Wen Wuxing, diligently grinding for experience day and night. Finally, after 3 months, he was the first to reach the 9th level of his calligraphy skill. This upgrade in his calligraphy skill brought another dramatic transformation to Wei Yi's forest of ink and brush. The original forest of ink and brush split into numerous planets, orbiting the blazing golden sun. Moreover, the forests on each planet grew at a rate over 10 times faster than before. This growth wasn't solely due to the energy of ink and brush brought about by the calligraphy and painting of Confucian and Taoist practitioners, but rather a natural process. Wei Yi felt as if the forest of ink had evolved into a small universe, its power and might far surpassing its previous existence. It seemed to contain the very essence of the universe, the power of even more powerful laws. Therefore, the forest of ink's upgrade was very similar to the transformation of Wen Wuxing. Both underwent a qualitative shift, a quantum leap in essence. It was like a meteorite evolving into a planet. The energy contained within was incomparable. Now, the forest of ink could provide all Confucian and Taoist practitioners with an even more powerful source of strength. While their realm might remain the same, their combat effectiveness had directly increased to a new level. It was like upgrading a musket to a cannon. Of course, the upgrading calligraphy skills brought about more than just a transformation of the forest of ink. As Wei Yi had anticipated, this upgrade granted him an even more powerful and extraordinary magical power, the Divine Stroke. This supernatural power can directly borrow divine power, even creating an effect similar to summoning a deity, summoning the Dharmakaya of a deity. This so-called divine power isn't the power of the immortals of the celestial realm or a single deity within the celestial court. It's the power of the true ancient deities, born from heaven and earth, who once created the universe. While these deities may have perished or faded into invisibility, their will has long since become the laws of this universe, and their divine power has long since merged into the very essence of the universe. It can be said that they appear to no longer exist, yet they are in fact omnipresent. So-called spells, formations, and restrictions exist, and can unleash their divine power, because they are the special power derived from the integration of divine will into the laws. The runes that compose talismans, the runes that carve formations, and the incantations used to cast various spells are all products of divine will, serving as a special medium. Therefore, cultivators can use their Zenki, through these special media, to communicate with and activate the power of the laws shaped by the divine will. The resulting spells, prohibitions, formations, and even the effects and functions of magical weapons. Even many ancient artifacts are the product of the divine power, or will of the gods. Without this, there would be no Tao. There would be no cultivators, no spells, and no magical weapons. Therefore, while Wei Yi's divine stroke of power is fundamentally similar to those spells and formations, both leveraging the power and will of the gods, their magnitude and effects are completely different. A cultivator's spell is like an ant borrowing a giant's hair as a weapon. While powerful, it's just a hair. A divine stroke of power, on the other hand, is like borrowing the giant's arm, or even the giant's own presence. The difference in power is obvious. Wei Yi summoned Sulingayan, and inquired about the ancient gods of this world, particularly the creator gods who created the world. Sulingayan, having been born into the immortal realm, was naturally well versed in the various ancient deities. She recounted the myths and legends of Wei Yi's previous life, reminiscent of the world in which he lived. This universe also boasted legends like Pangu creating the heavens and Nu amending the sky. However, many of the gods and developments that followed were far different from the myths Wei Yi was familiar with. But that didn't matter. Wei Yi simply needed to know which gods existed, so he could write their names with divine inspiration and draw upon their divine power. He could even summon them directly. After hearing Sulingayan's words, Wei Yi took up his brush and wrote the name Pangu in the air. But as he wrote these two characters, he felt the brush weigh as heavy as a mountain, as if space had frozen. Each stroke was laborious, and by the time he'd finished writing, he felt as if all his strength had been drained. His face paled, his aura withered, and his breathing became heavy. The entire Wenqua star shook, and the sky shifted color. The power of heaven and earth converged on the word Pangu before Wei Yi, and countless golden lights burst forth. Ripples rippled through the air as a massive hand slowly emerged from the void. Like the vast expanse of the heavens, it stretched immensely. Sulingayan was stunned by this sight. Although she had only just reached the level of a supreme immortal, she had once been a Dalo-Jinxen. She had witnessed various true immortals, golden immortals, Dalo-Jinxens, and even celestial immortals. Facing that enormous hand, she felt as if she were facing a celestial immortal. She could sense the overwhelming divine power emanating from it. The sheer force of that power made her breathless and unable to move. The surrounding space seemed to crumble under the hand's overwhelming might. However, Wei Yi's masterstroke could only condense a portion of Pangu's divine power. It could not summon his entire Dharmakaya. Wei Yi knew that Pangu was too powerful and his status too transcendent, while his own strength and realm were insufficient. Therefore, he could not summon Pangu's complete Dharmakaya with his masterstroke, its full power. Even this single palm was powerful enough. This was the deity who created the universe. A single palm strike from it was enough to annihilate countless immortals and gods. Wei Yi had immediately attempted to summon Pangu's power, to test the limits of his ability. It seemed that summoning Pangu could only partially unleash its power, and it was quite strenuous. However, if he could summon a weaker deity than Pangu, it would be much easier. I need to continue strengthening myself, Wei Yi thought to himself. If he could increase his strength even further, perhaps summoning even a portion of Pangu's power wouldn't be so strenuous. Wei Yi didn't continue experimenting with his ability. After all, the previous attempt had already drained him greatly. He needed to recover, having already determined its limits. Inside the central city hall, are you generals heading to the Xuanhu realm? True Lord Xian'ao looked at the three people below with some surprise. Yes, by order of Marshal Xianfeng, we are going to the Xuanhu realm to slay the rebels. The leading middle-aged man in silver armor nodded. He was General Silver Dragon, one of Marshal Xianfeng's 9 generals. As he had said, they had been sent by Marshal Xianfeng to the Xuanhu realm to slay Kai Lian. Accompanying him were his 2 lieutenants, all 3 of whom were true immortals, with General Silver Dragon already halfway to the Golden Immortal Realm. True Lord Xian'ao nodded, but didn't ask further questions. Some matters were beyond his purview, and it was better to be less involved than more. Interfering would only lead to trouble. I'll open the passage to the Xuanhu realm for you generals. True Lord Xian'ao said sternly. He then arrived at the gate of the Myriad Worlds Plaza, and, using immortal techniques and special magical weapons, activated the gate, opening the passage to the Xuanhu realm. 3 generals, a triumphant victory. True Lord Xian'ao clasped his fists. General Silver Dragon and his 2 lieutenants also bowed, and flew into the passage. Shortly after entering the tunnel, General Silver Dragon's deputy, Jiang Yi, declared, "If you ask me, there's no need for you to personally dispatch this time. My 2 brothers are more than enough to slay the reincarnated Kai Lian." Indeed, Kai Lian was incredibly powerful back then, but she perished in the battle on the immortal slaying platform. Now reincarnated in the lower realms, even if she's regained her immortal power, her strength is only a 10th of what it once was. She's nothing to fear. There's no need for you to personally dispatch a single immortal. Even a random immortal would be enough to deal with her. Another deputy, Jiang Hu, echoed. General Silver Dragon remained calm. Although he shared this sentiment, Marshal Xianfeng's order compelled him to personally descend to the lower realms. Perhaps the Marshal is concerned about the support of other powerful individuals within the Xuanhu realm. After all, it seems the Xuanhu realm also has the human emperor. Perhaps he's worried the human emperor might overestimate his own abilities and offer his assistance. General Silver Dragon remarked calmly. TSK, what could a mere human emperor from the lower realm have? He's courting death by trying to help. Let me just say, the Marshal overestimates Kai Lian. Jiang He continued. This trip shouldn't be in vain. After eliminating Kai Lian, we'll head to the human emperor palace and plunder thoroughly before leaving. General Silver Dragon said with a smile. On Wenguoxing, Wei Yi was in the Sage Palace, working on his skills. Several days had passed since Wei Yi acquired his divine power. His fitness skills were nearing the 9th level. Estimated to be within 2 or 3 days, he would truly reach the 9th level. Wei Yi was eagerly anticipating the transformation his body would undergo, and how powerful he would become. But at that moment, Wei Yi suddenly stopped, his brow furrowing as he sensed the arrival of a celestial being in his Xuanhu realm. They've arrived. Wei Yi's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Based on their influence on the celestial forces and spatial scale of this world, Wei Yi could tell that the 3 immortals were all at the true immortal realm. It seemed the immortal realm truly valued Kai Lian, sending their strongest warriors capable of descending to the lower realms, and 3 true immortals at once. After all, above the human immortals are the supreme immortals, and above the supreme immortals are the true immortals. A single true immortal could easily destabilize the lower realms, even destroying entire worlds. And 3 at once, even more so, with the leader resembling a powerful golden immortal, seemingly suppressing their cultivation. Their celestial power seemed so overwhelming that it seemed to overwhelm the surrounding space. Just then, Su Lingyan arrived at the Saints Hall and declared, "Brother, the immortal realm has sent someone." Wei Yi immediately left the hall to see Su Lingyan clutching the mysterious lady sword. The blade had turned a crimson red, ripples swelling across it, and sword energy emanated from it. Perhaps the mysterious lady sword possessed a special sensory ability, sensing something. Well, 3 true immortals have arrived. Don't be afraid. You stay here on Wenghua Star. I'll go meet them. 3 true immortals are nothing to be afraid of, Wei Yi said with a smile. After Wenghua Star's transformation and his acquisition of the Wen Palace, he no longer feared ordinary true immortals. Moreover, now that he had obtained a divine touch, if these three true immortals didn't appreciate his kindness, he wouldn't mind letting them witness the power of Confucianism and Taoism. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257. Don't accept the toast and drink the penalty wine. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, dear readers. Wei Yi's mind flashed, and he instantly returned from the Sage Hall on Wenguoxing to the Human Emperor Hall above the Xuanhe realm. Then, with another fleeting movement, he arrived at the spot where the three true immortals had appeared. I wonder what brings you, the supreme immortals, to my Xuanhe realm? Wei Yi asked sternly. Are you the human emperor of this Xuanhe realm? General Silver Dragon looked at Wei Yi sternly, a hint of presumption in his eyes. Indeed, I wonder what kind of immortal you are? Wei Yi asked again. HMPH, you're a human emperor of a lower realm, yet you don't even know General Silver Dragon of our immortal court. You're truly a frog in a well. Jiang He, standing nearby, said with disdain. Given their status and power, a human emperor of a lower realm was truly nothing. I don't know many of the officials of the immortal court, let alone those with less power and status. Wei Yi said with a half smile. His words left Jiang He speechless. It wasn't that he didn't know what to say, but he was stunned for a moment by the audacity of a mere human emperor to speak so. The other party's response seemed innocuous, but in reality it was a mockery of their lack of strength and status. Ordinary human emperors from the lower realm would have obeyed their instructions, so how could they dare to retort, let alone taunt them with sarcastic remarks? What do you mean? Jiang He's eyes widened in anger, and he unleashed his full might. His mighty immortal energy surged towards Wei Yi like a raging wave. However, Wei Yi didn't dodge or evade, his physical body directly withstanding the impact of the immortal energy. He emerged unscathed, not even a sway in the slightest. He remained calm and composed, saying, I'm merely stating a fact. Why are you so agitated? Are you, a general of the immortal court, so narrow-minded and magnanimous? Jiang He was surprised to see Wei Yi unfazed by his unleashed immortal energy and aura. Although he had only just used his aura to pressure the other party, his immortal energy was merely an overflow, unable to cause significant damage. He hadn't intended to actually harm Wei Yi, after all, since he still needed his help in finding the person. So, this was simply a way to intimidate him. He hadn't expected this mere human emperor of the lower realm to possess such formidable strength. His own immortal power and aura hadn't fazed him at all. It seemed this guy was truly formidable. Jiang He, however, was naturally unconvinced. He was about to teach Wei Yi a lesson again when General Silver Dragon shouted, alright. General Silver Dragon scolded Jiang He, then said coldly, I won't beat around the bush. We've been ordered to apprehend a serious criminal from the immortal court. This woman's name is Kailan. As a human emperor, you should know where she is, right? I'm really not sure. We have many powerful women here. I don't know which one you're referring to. Wei Yi feigned confusion. A woman who has ascended to immortality and possesses immortal powers. How could you not notice? I'm sorry, my strength is low and my abilities are limited, so I really didn't notice. Since she's a serious criminal from your immortal realm, her strength must be extraordinary. It shouldn't be difficult for her to hide from my discerning eyes. She was reborn in your Xuanhe realm and recently regained her immortal powers, transforming into an immortal. There must have been strange phenomena in the sky at that time. You couldn't have been unaware. Don't blame me for not warning you. Harboring a serious criminal is a serious crime. If the immortal court blames you, your Xuanhe realm will be implicated. General Silver Dragon said angrily. He could see that Wei Yi was deliberately trying to avoid cooperation. Why are you so sure that Kailan is here with us? Wei Yi asked in response. Of course, our immortal court can't be wrong. I advise you to cooperate with the immortal court and don't cause trouble for yourself. If you cooperate well, perhaps I can even ask for a reward from the immortal court on your behalf. General Silver Dragon added. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Wei Yi's attitude, after all, if they could get Wei Yi's help, it would save them a lot of effort and time. Of course, even if Wei Yi didn't help, they still had a way to find Kai Lion. It's a pity I can't help. I honestly don't know who this Kai Lion you're talking about is. The three generals are incredibly powerful, so surely they can find this serious criminal you're talking about, Wei Yi said. Of course. General Silver Dragon frowned, then with a single step, space shattered, and he vanished. He reappeared before the human emperor palace, hidden within the barrier. As a true immortal, he naturally knew how to find the palace. He even had the means to forcibly utilize the palace's ability to inspect living beings and locate Kai Lion. Wei Yi's expression changed, and with a thought, he appeared in the palace. He immediately stood in front of General Silver Dragon. What do you want to do? Since you won't cooperate, I'll have to find her myself. With that, he formed a hand seal, and a surge of immortal energy erupted. He then transformed into a massive silver dragon, instantly coiling around the palace. The entire human emperor palace shook violently, and the faces of the priests inside the palace changed drastically, rushing out one after another. Seeing that General Silver Dragon was about to resort to force, Wei Yi refused to tolerate it. He immediately channeled all his strength and struck the Silver Dragon General with a punch. But General Silver Dragon showed no fear, directly meeting Wei Yi's fist with his palm. Boom! The overwhelming force of the collision forced Wei Yi back. The air exploded, and the very space seemed to tremble. Wei Yi frowned, thinking that General Silver Dragon was truly exceptionally powerful. He had easily absorbed a punch from his son's sacred body. General Silver Dragon frowned, glancing at his palm. It felt as if it were burning, a golden flame pulsing within it. Surprised, he carefully examined Wei Yi with his spiritual sense, only then realizing that he possessed the sun's sacred body. No wonder Jiang He's test of his immortal power hadn't shaken him at all. I never imagined someone in the lower realm could possess the sun's sacred body. A greedy smile curled General Silver Dragon's lips. This was the sun's sacred body, a truly extraordinary physique even in the immortal realm. If he could possess such a physique, his strength would undoubtedly double. Entering the golden immortal realm would be a breeze. Furthermore, the sacred body's cultivation speed was incredibly rapid, with no bottlenecks, and his future was limitless. It looked like this trip to the Xuanhe realm would be worthwhile. He had the opportunity to acquire a powerful physique. Dare to attack General Silver Dragon? You're courting death. Jiang He roared, charging at Wei Yi. Stop! General Silver Dragon shouted, fearing Jiang He might damage his new body, so he stopped him. General. Jiang He paused, refusing to act rashly. Seeing this, Wei Yi immediately clasped his fists and said, General, calm down. I can tell you where Kai Lion is. He didn't want to retaliate here. The three true immortals on the other side were formidable, powerful enough to destroy the human emperor palace. His subordinate priests would also be affected. If they fought here, they might be implicated and destroyed as well. Therefore, Wei Yi planned to lure them to Wenguxing, and then eliminate them. Moreover, Wenguxing's space was more stable, and the forces and laws of heaven and earth there were more powerful, making it easy for him to control the three of them. Most importantly, there were no humans on Wenguxing, so he had no concerns about the war affecting mortals and causing devastation. On Wenguxing, he could fight with all his might. HMPH, you're not accepting a toast, so tell me where she is. General Silver Dragon said coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. She's really not in our Xuanhe realm, but on another star beyond. Wei Yi said. On another star beyond the realm? Humph, she's hiding there. Lead us there. General Silver Dragon sneered. Alright, three generals, follow me. Wei Yi, along with General Silver Dragon and two lieutenants, flew out of the Xuanhe realm and directly into the starry sky, immediately heading towards Wenguxing. As the group approached Wenguxing, General Silver Dragon felt a wave of surprise. He hadn't expected such a star to exist here, teeming with life and abundant spiritual energy. It seemed like a newly formed world. After entering Wenguxing, Wei Yi paused. He noticed Su Lingyan flying out of the Sage Hall, likely sensing General Silver Dragon's arrival. Unable to contain his urge, he prepared to confront them. However, her current strength wasn't enough to threaten the three, and coming would be of no help, and would only divert Wei Yi's attention. So, Wei Yi telepathically instructed Su Lingyan to stay put, and wait for his news. Su Lingyan hesitated. While she knew Wei Yi was powerful and exceptionally strong, she was also a little worried. After all, the three true immortals on the other side were not to be underestimated. However, considering her current strength, she knew she wouldn't be able to help. It would be better to stay in the Sage Hall, lest Wei Yi have to worry about her. Where is it? General Silver Dragon looked at Wei Yi. It's down there. Wei Yi pointed to the valley below. General Silver Dragon used his spiritual sense to scan the area, but detected no trace of Kai Lion's presence, nor any other figure. He frowned and glanced at Wei Yi. A suggestive smile played across Wei Yi's lips. There's no one down there. General Silver Dragon said coldly. Yes, I didn't say there were people. Wei Yi said playfully. What do you mean? This is a burial place I carefully selected for you three. How's it? Is the feng shui okay? Wei Yi said with a smile. As he spoke, he had already accumulated sufficient Wen Qi in the power of heaven and earth. It instantly transformed into a vast net, enveloping the three. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, General Silver Dragon and the other two's expressions changed. They immediately felt their bodies being held together by the power of heaven and earth, as if the surrounding space had solidified. But they remained unfazed. After all, they believed that this little power of heaven and earth was not enough to completely restrict their movements. They simply hadn't expected Wei Yi to dare attack them. He was truly reckless. You're looking for death. General Silver Dragon roared, his immortal energy surging forth, resisting the restraining forces of the surrounding heaven and earth. Simultaneously, he slapped out with his palm, distorting space as mats of dragon claws tore through the void, clawing towards Wei Yi. Wei Yi activated his ink realm, instantly enveloping everything around him. On Wenqua Star, the ink realm's reach was even greater and its power even greater. The attacking dragon claws quickly transformed into ink stains, then melted away like snow in the blazing sun, vanishing before even touching Wei Yi. What a powerful domain. General Silver Dragon marveled. He could sense the might of the ink realm, and it momentarily prevented him from breaking free. The two deputy generals, Jiang He and Jiang Hu, also had solemn expressions, their hearts pounding. They hadn't imagined that a mere human emperor from the lower realm could possess such a powerful domain. The three of them immediately activated their own domains to resist the ink realm. If they were transformed into the ink, becoming part of the ink realm, they would be completely vulnerable. What caught them off guard was that Wei Yi's ink and wash realm surpassed his in both power and realm, leaving them momentarily unable to fully counter it. After all, this was Wenquaxing, where the power of the entire world had already blessed his ink, naturally immeasurable in its power. Furthermore, Wei Yi's ink and wash realm was indeed far superior to General Silver Dragon and the others. The strength of a realm wasn't directly correlated to one's cultivation level, it depended entirely on one's understanding of the true meaning of the Dao. Sensing that his own realm couldn't fully compete with the other party's ink and wash realm, General Silver Dragon immediately summoned a Sign Immortal Sword, its blade covered in dragon scale patterns. Roar. The moment the Immortal Sword was summoned, a dragon's roar resounded, and the Sign Immortal Sword instantly transformed into a blue dragon, coiling around General Silver Dragon, aiding him in resisting the ink and wash realm. General Silver Dragon's body instantly recovered, as if a vacuum zone had formed within his realm. Jiang He and Jiang Hu each summoned their own defensive magic weapons, continuing to resist Wei Yi's domain. You underestimate this general. General Silver Dragon shouted. While he acknowledged Wei Yi's considerable strength and gifted talent, his cultivation and power still posed no real threat to him. To kill him was wishful thinking. General Silver Dragon grasped the immortal sword, his aura rising. Lightning flashed around him, transforming into countless silver thunder dragons, tearing through the surrounding void. Prepare for death. He slashed with his sword. A roaring azure dragon tore through Wei Yi's ink and wash artistic conception, charging towards Wei Yi with a sword intent that could create the universe. Wei Yi used his ink and wash artistic conception and the celestial power of Wenquaxing to block the oncoming azure dragon. Simultaneously, with a thought, his body within the artistic conception instantly transformed into clones. The azure dragon collided with Wei Yi's clones, instantly disintegrating, and Wei Yi's clone vanished with it. His true form, the artistic conception, arrived behind General Silver Dragon. Wei Yi spread his palm, and a Wen Palace materialized within it. Then, growing in the wind, it instantly transformed into a massive palace, bearing down on him. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, space pressed down like an ocean wave, and a powerful repressive force instantly enveloped the land. The compressed air expanded and exploded in all directions. General Silver Dragon, Jiang Yi, and Jiang Hu's expressions changed drastically, a chill rising in their hearts. They looked up at the massive palace above in fear. At this moment, they all felt threatened, terrified. General Silver Dragon had never imagined that Wei Yi possessed such a powerful magical weapon. Who the hell is this guy? General Silver Dragon looked at Wei Yi with a look already filled with fear. Chapter 258 Killing the True Immortal. Under the suppression of the Wen Palace, General Silver Dragon and his 2 lieutenants looked grim. Their aura and immortal power were instantly suppressed. They felt as if they were trapped in a quagmire, their bodies becoming extremely heavy, unable to exert their strength, and even breathing was difficult. Already suppressed by Wei Yi's ink and wash artistic conception and the power of heaven and earth, they were now faced with the even more powerful suppression of the Wen Palace, and they simply couldn't withstand it. They truly couldn't believe, nor could they understand, how Wei Yi could possess so many methods and such powerful magical weapons. Furthermore, this world was unusual. This guy must have lured them here for a reason. That bastard, how can he be so strong? General Silver Dragon gritted his teeth. He didn't want to die here, but he could feel the increasingly overwhelming pressure. He was terrified. If their domain and power were completely suppressed, they would be like fish on the chopping block. There would be no room for resistance. Moreover, within the domain, the guy could teleport, making it difficult for them to capture him. At this moment, the sound of chanting echoed through heaven and earth, majestic and resounding. The voice seemed to hold a certain magical power, a profound sound that made them feel dazed, and as if their very souls were being suppressed. You two, help me escape. General Silver Dragon shouted. He knew he couldn't fight Wei Yi any longer. While his cultivation wasn't as high as his strength and tactics were superior. Especially since this place was so treacherous, fighting Wei Yi here would be pointless, and he might even end up dead. His current strength wasn't enough to resist Wen Gong's suppression, so he had to gather the strength of Jiang Yi and Jiang Hu to help him escape. But that would likely involve sacrificing both of them. Otherwise, all 3 of them would die. Jiang Yi and Jiang Hu understood General Silver Dragon's intentions. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to do otherwise, as they wouldn't be able to escape. Perhaps if General Silver Dragon escaped, they might have a chance to counter Wei Yi and save them. Jiang Yi and Jiang Hu immediately channeled all their immortal energy into General Silver Dragon's immortal sword. The immortal sword suddenly shone brightly, and the figure of the Azure Dragon condensed once more, resisting the suppression of the Wen Palace and the invasion of the ink and wash artistic conception. Freed from the power of the Wen Palace and the ink and wash artistic conception, General Silver Dragon's momentum soared. However, just as Jiang Yi and Jiang Hu poured all their immortal energy into General Silver Dragon, their bodies too twisted under the Wen Palace's suppression. The ink and wash artistic conception was like a raging flood, like an endless black hole, engulfing and swallowing them. They no longer had the strength to resist. Their bodies rapidly transformed into an ink painting, into a stain. Jiang Yi and Jiang Hu screamed, feeling their bodies being torn apart by an invisible force, burned by the raging flames, as if they were about to be shattered and reduced to ash. They tried to struggle, to resist, but there was no power. Zulong, come. General Silver Dragon roared angrily, forming seals with his hands, and the armor on his arm was torn apart by the overwhelming force. A dragon scale reappeared on his arm, his last trump card. At the cost of burning his menstrual blood, he unleashed the power within the ancestral dragon scale. The scale flew from his arm, its light blazing like the blazing sun. The dragon scale quickly transformed into a golden ancestral dragon, shredding the surrounding ink and wash painting. With immense momentum, it soared into the sky and roared towards the Wen Palace above. The ancestral dragon is the ancestor of all dragons, its power rivaling that of ancient gods. Although the ancestral dragon summoned by General Silver Dragon was merely a scale, possessing only a fraction of its power, its strength was still immense. Its appearance instantly overcame the Wen Palace's suppression. General Silver Dragon seized this opportunity, wielding his immortal sword, and tore through Wei Yi's domain, attempting to escape. Unexpectedly, a second Wen Palace appeared in the sky, followed by a third, and then a fourth. With each new Wen Palace, the suppressing force doubled. Just as General Silver Dragon was about to escape, he was once again pinned to the ground, his face pale. He had already expended his essence and blood to stimulate the power of the ancestral dragon scales, and his strength had already weakened considerably. Now, facing a force several times stronger than before, he felt completely powerless to resist, feeling as if his body had been frozen in place. All his strength, blood, and mana were imprisoned, his body seemingly unable to respond. The ancestral dragon roared and struggled, but it was completely unable to withstand the suppression of the 7 Wen Palaces. Its body became ethereal, its movement stagnating as the power of the Wen Palaces gradually crushed it, shredded, and reduced it to nothingness. Only a single scale remained, which Wei Yi grasped in his mighty hand. "It's mine." Wei Yi smiled faintly, and with a thought, he summoned the white dragon. With the Azure Dragon Bone and the True Dragon Secret Book, the white dragon had transformed into a white dragon, and with a further step, it could become a true dragon. "This ancestral dragon scale is for you," Wei Yi said. This ancestral dragon scale was an absolute treasure for the dragon clan. If refined and fused, one could gain a portion of the ancestral dragon's power and bloodline. Even if one couldn't transform into an ancestral dragon, it could still help Beijiao transform into a true dragon, gaining even greater power. So, upon seeing the ancestral dragon scale, Beijiao was overwhelmed with excitement, quickly opening its maw and catching the scale. "Go." Wei Yi summoned Beijiao back to the beast taming space to continue its cultivation. Seeing this, General Silver Dragon was utterly disheartened. He had originally intended to seize the sun's sacred body, but ended up being a treasure-delivering child. He might even lose his life. He couldn't understand how this lower realm human emperor could be so powerful. With such strength, even an ordinary golden immortal wouldn't be able to match him. What was this person's origin? Why was he so powerful yet willing to be the lower realm human emperor? Other 2 deputy generals, Jiang He and Jiang Hu, were completely overwhelmed. The suppression from the 7 Wen Palaces had completely suppressed their power. Their bodies were completely transformed into a wash painting, shredded by Wei Yi bit by bit, as if consumed by flames, slowly reducing them to ash. Even more terrifying, this state of mind shattered not only their bodies, but also their spirits and souls. It threatened to shatter them, their very souls utterly annihilated. Terror and despair filled the 2 men, but no matter how they struggled, it was futile. The agony of their searing souls sent piercing cries. General Silver Dragon felt a chill in his heart, overcome with fear. "Stop. We are celestial generals of the Celestial Court, protected by the Celestial Court, and possessing a destiny. If you kill us, you will undoubtedly incur karma, and suffer divine punishment, even from the Celestial Court. As the human emperor, you should be well aware of this," General Silver Dragon shouted. He knew he was no match for Wei Yi, so he had to invoke the Celestial Court to intimidate him. Otherwise, in his impulsiveness, he might actually take their lives. While they did possess a destiny, daring to kill them would incur karma and bring upon himself divine punishment. The Immortal Court would track down the murderers and avenge them. But so what? His own soul had already been shattered, reduced to ashes. What was his concern about the other party's future? So he wanted to use the Immortal Court to frighten them, thus gaining a glimmer of hope. "If you release us, we promise to forgive us and never trouble you again," General Silver Dragon said. He tried to use both soft and hard tactics to persuade Wei Yi to release them. But Wei Yi was no child and naturally didn't believe they would truly forgive him. While his previous words were true, killing them would indeed bring heavenly punishment and the punishment of the Immortal Court. But letting them go would undoubtedly bring retaliation and even greater trouble. Moreover, they knew his weakness. Keeping them alive would be equivalent to exposing it. From the moment he decided to take action, he had never considered letting them escape alive. Even if he faced heavenly punishment, even if he faced the punishment of the Immortal Court, he would rather die standing than live on his knees. He was determined to slay the gods today, regardless of whether you were a celestial general or the emperor himself. General Silver Dragon underestimated Wei Yi's murderous intent, believing he could save his life by simply threatening him. However, Wei Yi ignored him. With a wave of his hand, Jiang He and Jiang Hu's cries ceased abruptly, their bodies completely obliterated by the ink and wash artistic conception. Their souls vanished into nothingness. Seeing this, General Silver Dragon's heart sank to the bottom, filled with unprecedented fear and despair. He hadn't imagined that Wei Yi truly had no fear of the Celestial Court and was determined to kill them. Could this guy have some special background? General Silver Dragon couldn't help but wonder. Considering this guy's extraordinary strength, possession of the sun's sacred body, and possessing such powerful magical weapons and domains, he certainly wasn't an ordinary human emperor from the lower realm. Perhaps, like Kai Lion, he was the reincarnation of a powerful figure from the former celestial realm, perhaps possessing a very special identity. That's why he was so confident. It's over. General Silver Dragon despaired, but he truly didn't want to die. Even if he could manage to escape a tiny shred of his soul, it would be better than having his entire being shattered. So, he immediately burned all his blood and immortal energy, intending to self-destruct his body as a last resort, giving his soul a chance to escape. But just then, Wei Yi, brush in hand, wrote two large characters in the air, Hao Yi. As the words were written, the power of heaven and earth vibrated, space distorted, and golden light converged. A colossal figure emerged from the void. It was the ancient deity, Hao Yi, manifesting with a bow and arrow. A powerful divine might emanated, changing the very sky and earth. The aura filled General Silver Dragon's heart, and his eyes were filled with fear. This fellow actually had a trump card. General Silver Dragon was shocked, wondering what kind of powerful being he was facing. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. Hao Yi's sun-shooting bow was fully drawn, and the arrow, condensing with the might of heaven and earth, converged at a single point, ripping the spatial realm in front of it apart. The arrow locked onto him. Boom, the heavens and the earth trembled, as if the surroundings had suddenly dimmed. Only the dazzling arrow remained, tearing through space, and hurtling towards General Silver Dragon. General Silver Dragon roared in terror, his essence and blood igniting, his body ablaze with flames. But before he could implode his flesh, the arrow had already rippled through his body, piercing his very soul. Simultaneously, the ink and wash artistic conception instantly engulfed him, shattering him completely with the arrow's might, utterly annihilating him. Heaven and earth roared, and space rippled like the surface of water. It took a long time for calm to return. Hao Yi's figure slowly vanished, and the 7 Wen palaces fell into Wei Yi's grasp. Waiting for everything to settle, Wei Yi retracted the ink and wash artistic conception. But just then, thunder roared in the sky, and dark clouds gathered, forming a vortex. It must be divine punishment. After all, these 3 were no ordinary immortals. They were celestial generals, destined by heaven, protected by the laws of heaven and earth. Just as his status as human emperor and sage was protected by the laws of heaven and earth, anyone who killed him would also face heavenly punishment. However, as the dark clouds coalesced, a golden light emanated from Wei Yi's body. The Dharmakaya of the Confucian and Taoist sage spontaneously condensed, surrounded by auspicious clouds. Countless students appeared between heaven and earth, chanting in unison. Immediately, a vast, sea-like purple aura descended from the east, dispersing the swelling dark clouds. The dazzling golden light of Wei Yi's Dharmakaya soared into the heavens, tinting the entire sky golden. The dark clouds dissipated, and the thunder faded away. The heavenly punishment had been averted. Wei Yi was mildly surprised by this. He had never expected his status as a Confucian and Taoist sage to save him from heavenly punishment. It seemed his immeasurable merit had directly offset the heavenly punishment, but he wondered if it could offset the law of cause and effect. However, this battle gave Wei Yi a clearer and more intuitive assessment of his own strength. He now possessed no fear when facing a true immortal. Harnessing the power of Wenguoxing, the Wen Palace, and his divine intervention, he could easily slay a true immortal. Even if a golden immortal arrived, he wouldn't be intimidated. Furthermore, the power boost Wenguoxing granted him was immense. He could practically rely on a planet, a world. He could muster the power of an entire world, so even a golden immortal sent by the immortal realm wouldn't be in the least bit afraid. Furthermore, due to the rules of the world, a golden immortal wouldn't easily arrive. Even if they did, they would have to suppress their strength or employ magical weapons to defy the rules of heaven and earth. In short, he had nothing to fear now. He could deal with any challenge head on. He would soon upgrade his physical body, and his strength would rise even higher. Wei Yi quickly returned to the Sage Hall, and Su Lingyan eagerly greeted him. "Brother, how was it?" Su Lingyan asked. Although she was certain Wei Yi had returned safely, she didn't know the details of the battle, so she was eager to know the outcome. "Those 3 guys have already been shattered to pieces. By the time the Immortal Realm notices and reacts, it'll probably be a year away. By then, even if a golden immortal arrives, I'll still kill them," Wei Yi said with a smile. Hearing Wei Yi's words, Su Lingyan was surprised, but also felt more at ease. Although she believed in Wei Yi's strength, she hadn't expected him to actually kill those 3 true immortals. And seeing that Wei Yi was unscathed, it was clear that his strength completely crushed his opponents. Wei Yi's strength was truly beyond imagination. But this also made her even more reassured. With Wei Yi around, it would be much easier for those in the Immortal Realm to kill her, or threaten the Zuanhu Realm. "Lingyan, protect me from now on. I'm going to reach a new realm," Wei Yi said. He needed to quickly upgrade his fitness skills, and further enhance his own strength. Chapter 259, The Immortal World is shocked. Su Lingyan stood guard at the entrance to the Sage Hall, while Wei Yi sat cross-legged inside, upgrading his fitness skills. A familiar feeling washed over him, but this time it seemed even more intense. Wei Yi felt the vast ocean-like power of heaven and earth engulf him. Countless energies, like electricity, flames, rivers, and spring breezes, coursed through his body, flowing and sweeping through it. Like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, his body began to undergo earth-shattering transformations. In a trance, Wei Yi felt his body as a mass of chaotic energy, countless energies whirling in disorder, each incredibly powerful, yet like an untamed wild horse, unbridled and unstoppable. After an unknown amount of time, a single point of light appeared within the chaotic energy. This point of light seemed to contain boundless power, gradually gathering the chaotic matter and calming the raging energies. The previously scattered and disordered matter began to converge, forming a vast vortex. The matter within the vortex collided and merged, generating countless sparks and energies. As time passed, this vast vortex grew more stable, its matter gathering ever denser. Eventually, a massive sphere formed at its center, emitting a dazzling light. Within this sphere, a myriad of matter and energy interacted and intertwined, forming a complex planet. But this planet was unstable. Soon after its birth, it exploded. The entire planet seemed to expand a billionfold, shattering into countless fragments, each swelling around the vortex and force generated by that initial point of light, slowly expanding. Over countless eons, these fragments, through the collision and fusion of countless energies and matter, slowly evolved into countless planets. Wei Yi lost himself in this strange and complex feeling, unknowing how long it lasted. When he awoke again, it felt as if he had witnessed the evolution of the universe and traversed the vast river of time. He felt as if he had journeyed from the very beginning of the universe, as if he had crossed a distance of billions of light years. The vast starry sky seemed immense, yet as narrow as the lines on his palm. Meanwhile, above the celestial realm, the sky, once radiant with rosy clouds and auspicious clouds, suddenly shifted. The power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently, and space trembled. Waves of chaotic energy permeated down from the sky. Soon, a vast rift appeared in the void. Deep and dark within the rift, surging with chaotic energy. This sight shocked the entire celestial realm. From the celestial court to the various immortal mountains and caves, all the gods and celestial soldiers and generals gazed at the astonishing scene in the sky. Shock crossed their faces. Even the celestial court's immortal emperor, Haoshan Emperor, had a solemn expression. Sensing the chaotic energy emanating from the crack, he felt a sense of dread. The entire celestial sky seemed to be distorting. The power of the chaotic energy was so overwhelming that the power of heaven and earth in the celestial realm was almost unable to withstand it, and it was on the verge of collapse. Microscopic cracks appeared in space, and the power of heaven and earth in the celestial realm was already in disarray. Even a powerful figure like Emperor Haoshan felt awe and a tinge of fear in the face of this chaotic energy. After all, this was the universe's most primordial energy, a fundamental force that only the creator gods could contend with. If this chaotic energy invaded the immortal realm, it could bring devastating disaster. It wasn't that chaotic energy was a negative factor, it was the source of the power of heaven and earth, the primordial energy of all things and the entire universe. It was simply that chaotic energy contained a vast amount of violent and uncontrollable forces, a chaotic and disorderly energy. This energy was so powerful and difficult to control that it could potentially destroy and impact the currently ordered forces of heaven and earth and their laws. However, logically, chaotic energy was suppressed by the chaos bell and would not be fully unleashed to annihilate the heavens and earth. Therefore, the sudden appearance of this chaotic energy today caused Emperor Tieshan to feel a sense of unease and panic. Although he believed that this chaotic energy would not erupt completely and destroy the entire universe, even if a portion of its power erupted and entered their immortal realm, it would cause immeasurable disaster. However, as a precaution, Emperor Tieshan personally led the immortals of the celestial court and approached the rift in the sky. He also summoned powerful figures from the major sacred sites and immortal sects to prepare to deal with the chaotic energy. If the chaotic energy continued to invade and riot, they would have to do everything they could to seal and suppress it and repair the spatial rift. It's a pity that the Newer Stone fell into the lower realms along with Calligraphy and is nowhere to be found. Otherwise, with the help of the Newer Stone, we could save a lot of effort, said an elderly man with white hair and beard, his face solemn. It's okay. Without the Newer Stone, we still have the Pangu banner, which is enough to suppress the chaotic energy and repair the sky, said another elder. But if we touch the Pangu banner, the power to suppress the underworld will be weakened. It might be like suppressing one problem but causing another, said another. Yes, it's a pity Kailan went astray back then. Otherwise, she would have become a pillar of the immortal world today, and her Newer Stone would surely have been able to unleash its might. All these years have passed, and the Newer Stone hasn't moved at all? I'll have to ask Emperor Tieshan about that. Several elderly men, their hair and beards white, but their eyes sharp and sharp, discussed. They were all the most powerful beings in the immortal world, possessing extraordinary strength. Some held high positions of power in the immortal court, while others were masters of sacred sites. As they discussed this, the chaotic energy that had been continuously overflowing from the spatial rift suddenly began to recede. The violent and raging energy suddenly became docile, and then, drawn by some force, it converged towards the center of the rift. Soon, a towering figure coalesced from the chaotic energy. This figure was incredibly majestic and towering. He spread his palm, and a universe appeared within it, countless stars orbiting within, surrounded by chaotic energy. Everyone's faces lit up with shock at this sight, their hearts racing. Though they couldn't clearly see the figure's features, the aura and majesty it emanated gave them a sense of something. It was a deity born at the dawn of time, the god of creation. Could it be that one of the gods of creation has been resurrected? Someone exclaimed. Their hearts seemed to stop beating at that moment, their breath lost, as if time had stood still. But then, the extraordinary figure suddenly transformed into a ray of light, bursting forth from the rift. It then tore through the air beneath the celestial realm, and soared towards one of the stars in the sky. Rumbling. The rift closed once more, and the chaotic aura vanished. The terrifying vision in the sky dissipated, and all returned to calm. But the hearts of all the powerful celestials present could no longer calm down. Could it really be the reincarnation of the creator god? No. The previously silent Emperor Tieshan exclaimed. This sight must be the birth of the chaos divine body. Such an extraordinary physique has appeared in the lower realm. He had just seen the figure condense, and he had a vague suspicion. He had seen some records of the chaos divine body in ancient texts, but he had never imagined that this powerful physique, long the stuff of legend, would appear again. And in the lower realms. Chapter 260 Black Lotus. The chaos divine body is a unique physique, legendary for possessing the gods born from the primordial chaos at the dawn of time. It's also the second most powerful physique in the world. This physique is immune to the energy of chaos, and can even absorb it. Furthermore, it possesses the formidable ability to control the fundamental forces of chaos and the universe. Even the laws of heaven cannot completely constrain or restrain those possessing this physique. They seem to exist beyond the rules of heaven and earth, easily breaking or even altering them. Those possessing this physique are infinitely close to the very essence of a creator god. However, the last recorded mention of this physique dates back to ancient times, before the Lich War and even before the establishment of the modern Celestial Court. By now, this powerful physique has become a mere legend, a mythical existence. However, Emperor Haoshan never expected this powerful physique to reappear. And not in the celestial realm, but in the lower realm, a truly unbelievable phenomenon. Given the worldly power and the power of heaven and earth, the lower realm possesses a level of power that is truly unbelievable. It simply couldn't withstand such a powerful physique. Even a single breath could cause the heavens to collapse, and the earth to split. Of course, even as an immortal emperor, his understanding of the primordial chaos divine body was incomplete, relying solely on his own conjectures. Ancient texts didn't fully document its power and abilities. He even began to wonder if the strange phenomenon was caused by the birth of the primordial chaos divine body, or perhaps some other divine artifact from the prehistoric times. Regardless, the appearance of such a phenomenon signaled the birth of something extraordinary, or someone extraordinary. As the heavens returned to normal, the powerful figures from various factions quickly departed. Emperor Haoshan knew these veterans would likely immediately dispatch forces to the lower realms to search for the source of the phenomenon. After all, whether it was the primordial chaos divine body or something else entirely, it was a supreme treasure and a tremendous opportunity for them. Their own immortal court was no exception, and even he, the immortal emperor, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If it truly was the primordial chaos divine body, it would be a treasure of unparalleled value to him. If he could attain this physique, he might be able to achieve a higher level of transcendence, truly transcending the three realms, and rising above the heavenly Dao. Even if he couldn't achieve this physique, possessors of this physique would be highly sought after talents for the Immortal Court. The Immortal Court might be able to draw upon his power to fight against potential threats such as the Netherworld, the Primordial Tribulation, the Void Realm, and the Netherworld. Therefore, Emperor Haoshan immediately ordered the summoning of the human emperors from the lower realms. After all, there was no quicker method. Meanwhile, within the Sage Hall of Wenquistar, Wei Yi was still absorbing the strange energy that had recently descended upon him. It was a fundamental force originating from the very depths of chaos. After absorbing this power, he felt as if his mind had established a special connection with the universe. He felt the pulse of the universe, as if he could dance with the stars, and breathe with the heavens and earth. All the previously ethereal laws of heaven and earth seemed to become tangible and visible before his eyes, each detail crystal clear. Moreover, he could easily understand the nature and operation of these laws. It felt like watching a video on a phone. Seeing more than just the image on the screen, one saw the different arrangements of liquid crystal molecules within the screen, influenced by electric field signals. Seeing the current flowing through countless transistors within a chip. Even directly perceiving the countless codes that formed a certain operating principle. And he knew all of this code, and clearly understood the unique rules generated by its various arrangements. He had once been just another electrical signal within the phone, constrained and limited by those operating rules. But now, as the phone's master, those so-called laws no longer completely influenced his actions and decisions. So, at that moment, Wei Yi felt as if he had stepped out of this world, observing the entire world from a higher dimension. He could see more clearly and intuitively, perceiving the essence of everything, and the workings of the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, all the magical powers in this world that relied on the power of heaven and earth, the laws of nature, were useless to him, or at least had minimal effect. So, this body was now truly immortal, truly invincible. After a long moment, Wei Yi completely merged all the chaotic energy, and his transformation was complete. He stood up, and felt the surrounding space warp around him, like water automatically flowing around a rock. Wei Yi completely restrained his aura, and concealed his strength, lest his overwhelming power directly overwhelm the forces of the universe. Now, he truly possessed the power to destroy entire worlds with a single wave of his hand. This power defied conventional numerical quantification. The force of 100 dragons, the force of 1,000,000 jinn, or even numbers seemed inadequate to capture the magnitude of the power within Wei Yi. This transformation made him feel as if even a Dalo Jinxon could be slapped to death in a single blow. However, Wei Yi didn't rush to celebrate his acquisition of the Chaos Divine Body. Having just merged with the chaotic energy and connected with the origin of the universe, he now had a clearer and more intuitive grasp of the origins of Wenguoxing and the Xuanhu realm. The Xuanhu realm, in particular, could be likened to a computer, and becoming the human emperor meant becoming its computer manager. Now, he had become akin to a supercomputer. When he looked at the Xuanhu realm again, he could clearly grasp the entire world system and easily understand all its programs, even its loopholes. So, when Wei Yi had just noticed something unusual about the Xuanhu realm, he seemed to have discovered the cause of its spiritual energy depletion. It turned out that the world had been infected by a virus. This virus resembled a blooming black lotus. It was enormous, nearly 1/3 the size of the entire Xuanhu realm. It had 7 leaves with dark red veins, and its myriad roots had penetrated the very essence of the Xuanhu realm. It was devouring the Xuanhu realm's spiritual veins, severing its connection to the cosmic origins. This spiritual vein was drying up, and the ultimate result of this depletion was the complete loss of life for the entire world. Ultimately, all living beings in the world would become its sustenance, and the entire planet would die, ultimately being devoured by it. From Wei Yi's perspective, every planet truly possessed life, but the definition of life differed fundamentally between humans and beings beyond humanity. Wei Yi also recalled Su Lingyan's description of the mysterious disappearance of the mortal world. It seemed they were all connected to this creature. However, this black lotus grew in another dimension, so those in the Xuanhu realm couldn't see it with their naked eyes or spiritual sense, unable to detect its existence. Even many powerful beings in the immortal realm wouldn't be able to easily discover it. If Wei Yi hadn't now transcended the laws of heaven and earth, connecting with the origin of the universe and easily perceiving the essence of the entire Xuanhu realm, he would probably still be unaware of the true nature of Mount Lu, simply because he was within it. Thinking back to what happened to Kailan back then, and all she had endured, Wei Yi felt that this black lotus might have been deliberately planted by some powerful immortal with ulterior motives, intending to use countless beings from the lower realms as nourishment for its growth and growth. Chapter 261 Virtual Realm. The gates of the Sage Hall opened, and Su Lingyan gazed at Wei Yi with a burning gaze. She had naturally sensed the arrival of the chaotic energy just now, and strange phenomena had also occurred in the sky above Wenguo Star. That ancient and powerful aura, resembling divine authority, like the laws of nature, filled Su Lingyan with awe, even feeling as if the creator god had descended. She knew full well that Wei Yi was no ordinary cultivator. Each breakthrough he made defied common sense. For example, cultivators typically advance incrementally through levels of cultivation, but not Wei Yi. Or rather, it shouldn't be called a breakthrough, but rather a continuous recapture of his original strength. It was just like her own, only Wei Yi was even more powerful and extraordinary. She was merely a former celestial general in the immortal realm, and regaining her former strength would require advancing step by step through the realms of cultivation. Perhaps Wei Yi's previous life had been a creator godlike being, transcending the laws of nature. Perhaps he had been born at the dawn of time, and participated in the creation of the universe, which might have been the reason he was able to establish Confucianism and Taoism in this world. Only a being like this, one who created the universe, could possess the power to create a great path and give birth to a world. Thinking of this, Su Lingyan became even more certain of her suspicions. This Wei Yi was undoubtedly one of the creator gods. Seeing Wei Yi's transformation with her own eyes, Su Lingyan knew she was right. The Wei Yi before her was truly godlike. Perhaps mortals couldn't perceive it, but she could tell he seemed to have transcended the laws of this world. A vacuum of celestial power seemed to have appeared around him, a void that would have made anyone unfamiliar with it mistake it for an illusion. "So, how should I address you, Brother Wei?" Su Lingyan asked playfully, but she remained deeply in awe of Wei Yi. "Just call me what you called me before," Wei Yi said with a smile that felt warm and familiar, bringing them even closer. Although she respected Wei Yi as her brother, because of Wei King, she had also, in her heart, unknowingly, fallen for him. Especially during this period, sharing hardships with Wei Yi, and under his protection, she felt an incomparable sense of security and warmth. It was a feeling she had never experienced in her previous life. "I found the reason for the Xuanhu realm's spiritual energy depletion," Wei Yi suddenly said seriously. Su Lingyan's brows furrowed slightly, her expression becoming serious, her gaze sharp. What's the reason? The Void Black Lotus has devoured the Xuanhu realm's vitality and spiritual veins. This may also be the reason for the mysterious disappearance of many lower realms back then. If this Black Lotus continues to devour, the Xuanhu realm will also disappear. Is there any way to eliminate it? Yes. Wei Yi nodded. Now that he possessed the Chaos Divine Body, mastered the power of chaos, and possessed many extraordinary powers, he was confident that he could deal with the Black Lotus. Let's go and meet the Black Lotus together, Wei Yi said. Then, with a wave of his hand, the void to the side ripped apart, revealing a spatial passage. Su Lingyan did not hesitate, and followed Wei Yi into the spatial passage. After entering the spatial passage, Su Lingyan saw everything around her vanish. Eventually, everything vanished, even the light vanished. They arrived in a void of nothingness. It was as if nothing existed, pitch black, devoid of any light. Wei Yi gently tapped Su Lingyan's eyes, and two streams of chaotic energy transformed into strange symbols, merging into her pupils. Instantly, the world before Su Lingyan's eyes shifted again. The surroundings became a grey, hazy, and unclear world. Of course, the clarity was due to Su Lingyan's low level of cultivation. Even after Wei Yi opened her eyes, she couldn't see perfectly clearly. But it was enough. This is a void realm, Wei Yi said. He knew of the void realm from the information he had absorbed after obtaining the Chaos Divine Body. This so-called void realm could be described as a void space, like the other side of the world, a shadowy illusion. Furthermore, the illusion of the void realm was relative. It was also a dimension of reality. It was filled with void energy, similar to dark matter and antimatter. Ordinary people couldn't see them, couldn't know of their existence, and certainly couldn't touch them. It was like humans could never smell the scents that animals with keen senses could smell. Just as ancient people never knew of the existence of electromagnetic waves. Therefore, the worlds seen by those at different levels, realms, and abilities were different. While ordinary immortals couldn't reach the void realm, certain powerful beings could easily reach it. In Wei Yi's eyes, this world was clear, brimming with energy. However, the starry sky here was like countless black dots on a white sheet of paper. Even their Xuanhu realm appeared within the void realm as a massive black dot, like a black hole. Meanwhile, within the black hole region where the Xuanhu realm resided, a massive lotus flower grew. Its flower was enormous, its stem bearing 7 leaves adorned with dark red veins. Its myriad roots had penetrated the very essence of the Xuanhu realm. This black lotus possessed life and intelligence, so upon sensing Wei Yi's arrival, its petals immediately closed. The dark red veins on the stems and leaves began to wriggle, a faint red glow emerging from them. Wei Yi clearly felt a powerful aura locking onto him. Clearly, the black lotus sensed the threat he posed. Without further ado, Wei Yi spread his palms, and chaotic energy instantly condensed, transforming into a black vortex. It then swept towards the black lotus. The black lotus's stems and leaves trembled, and the 2 top leaves suddenly grew larger, like 2 giant hands, shielding the flower and blocking the oncoming chaotic energy. Simultaneously, a red glow intensified on the leaves, and void energy continued to condense. However, in the face of chaotic energy, all energy was vulnerable. Void energy was merely a part of it. It was immediately absorbed, and the chaotic energy transformed into a violent energy storm, tearing the black lotus's leaves apart. The black lotus seemed to let out a sharp hiss, and the remaining leaves stretched out to resist Wei Yi's chaotic energy. The vortex of chaotic energy possessed immense destructive power, but the black lotus was also immensely powerful. Its leaves, layer upon layer, ripped apart, only to be swiftly replaced by another. But at this moment, Wei Yi frowned, for he could clearly sense the black lotus's consuming power intensifying, rapidly devouring the Xuanhu realm. Seeing this, Wei Yi grew anxious and immediately unleashed all his chaotic energy, transforming his body into a meteor, charging towards the black lotus. Under Wei Yi's urging, the even more violent chaotic energy, like a blazing black flame, instantly consumed the black lotus leaves, revealing the enclosed flower within. Wei Yi instantly approached the flower, unleashing his full might. An immense Dharma body materialized behind him, radiating the power of chaos. His fist ripped through space, slamming down upon the closed refining realm with a thunderbolt. Boom, a wave of black energy billowed out, shattering the virtual realm. The Black Lotus exploded, its petals shattering into millions of pieces. Wei Yi formed seals with his hands, and his Dharma body behind him grabbed the Black Lotus's stem and forcibly plucked it from the Xuanhe realm. Chapter 262 Fusion of Wenguoxing. Rumble. The sky above the Xuanhe realm suddenly erupted in lightning and thunder. Dark clouds rolled, and countless red and purple lights surged within the clouds. The scene resembled apocalypse, with countless loud noises resonating endlessly, as if the heavens were collapsing, and the earth was splitting. Fortunately, the earth did not tremble, otherwise a terrible disaster would have occurred. However, Xian Yunzi and other powerful figures clearly sensed the violent fluctuations in the power of heaven and earth, and felt a strange distortion in space. They flew out, staring at the terrifying scene in the sky with shock. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the void, and within it, a dark vine like a giant dragon seemed to wriggle. Countless tentacles sprouted from the vine, each one wriggling like a giant python. The sight was so terrifying that it tingled, and sent chills through the body. Fortunately, the root quickly disappeared again, but not long after, another crack appeared in the sky, and they saw another enormous root being torn out by something. In this way, cracks continued to appear throughout the sky, and huge roots were constantly being torn out. After an unknown amount of time, the terrifying scene in the sky completely vanished, and everything returned to normal. However, Xian Yunzi and the other experts didn't leave immediately, still staring at the void in shock. Suddenly, an immense crack appeared in the sky again, and two figures flew out from it, Wei Yi and Su Lingyan. Seeing Wei Yi, Xian Yunzi and the others were astonished, and it was clear that Wei Yi's cultivation had reached a new level. His appearance and demeanor had become even more extraordinary, and a faint aura of Dao and purpose emanated from him. Reflecting on what had just happened, they were certain that Wei Yi had become even stronger. After all, directly tearing through space and teleporting through space was no ordinary ability. As for what had just happened, they didn't know, but they were deeply curious about what those powerful and strange roots were. Wei Yi didn't offer any explanation. After all, some things simply didn't need to be shared with them. Furthermore, they weren't at the same level, and discussing it with them would be a waste of time. Perhaps explaining more would require more explanation to explain a single point. Otherwise, they wouldn't understand, so it was better to leave it unsaid. Wei Yi had just unsheathed the Black Lotus and completely incinerated it with a black flame, condensed from primordial chaos. He then refined the primordial energy from the various worlds it had absorbed, condensing it into an primordial bead. Rather than a bead, it resembled a massive sphere. Wei Yi intended to use the primordial energy from this sphere to reshape the Xuanhe realm and fuse it with the Wenguo star, thereby elevating the Xuanhe realm's world-class status, and transforming it into a true Confucian and Taoist world. Using this primordial energy, even if he couldn't transform the Xuanhe realm into a world like the Immortal Realm, he could certainly elevate it to a very high level, rivaling certain spiritual realms. In the future, the Xuanhe realm's spiritual energy would be even richer, the power of heaven and earth even stronger, and the spirit of literature would nourish the entire world. Cultivation and Confucianism would then develop and grow together. He would also establish a more comprehensive system of priests to govern this world, prevent demonic rebellion, and foster a more harmonious atmosphere for both Confucianism and cultivation. Wei Yi now had a bold idea, to transform the Xuanhe realm into another immortal realm. Wei Yi and Su Lingyan teleported once again, returning from the Xuanhe realm to Wenguo Star. Although the Black Lotus had been eliminated, preventing the Xuanhe realm from being completely destroyed and devoured, its spiritual veins had dried up, damaging its very essence. Much like a damaged plant root system, it was difficult to recover. While the spiritual energy would continue to weaken, it couldn't recover on its own. Damaged roots could only be repaired through the use of great magical powers. This was why Wei Yi sought to merge the Xuanhe realm and Wenguo Star. Merging the two worlds was no easy task, nor was it accomplished overnight. Over the next several months, Wei Yi combined his ink and wash artistic conception with his Huajiang Moshu magical power to transform the entire Xuanhe realm into a painting. Then, the fusion process began. Protected by his Huajiang Moshu, the fusion process ensured that no living creatures were harmed. Furthermore, Wei Yi severed the connection between the Xuanhe realm and the Netherworld, completely preventing further invasion by the Netherworld cult. During the fusion process, ordinary people wouldn't notice anything unusual. At most, they would frequently witness unusual phenomena. There were various golden lights, brilliant halos, and ripple-like circles of light. However, powerful cultivators could still sense the shifting and fluctuating forces of heaven and earth, sensing a gradual increase in spiritual energy. But no one knew what was happening. The leaders of the major sects and top cultivators flocked to the Zixio Dao sect, hoping Shi could answer their questions. Everyone was excited, wondering if spiritual energy was about to revive. Although many had already switched to Confucianism and Taoism, they had spent centuries cultivating and held deep attachments to the path, unwilling to see their efforts go to waste. A revival of spiritual energy would naturally be the best outcome for them. A future where Confucianism, Taoism, and cultivation coexisted would bring them even greater strength and a brighter future. Everyone, I don't know, but I think we could consult His Majesty the Human Emperor. Perhaps he knows what's going on, Shi said, addressing the assembled crowd. But before he finished his words, Wei Yi appeared. Upon seeing Wei Yi arrive, everyone bowed and saluted. Greetings to the Human Emperor. No need to formalize, everyone. You must all be here to seek the cause of the recent changes in the power of heaven and earth, Wei Yi said with a smile. He knew there was no need to hide this from them. After all, it was a good thing. Furthermore, their cooperation would be needed to rebuild a new order in the Xuanhe realm, revive cultivation, and further promote Confucianism and Taoism. I'm merging Wenguoxing and the Xuanhe realm. Drawing on Wenguoxing's world essence, I will repair the damaged Xuanhe realm's essence, restore its spiritual veins, and simultaneously elevate the world level of my Xuanhe realm. In the future, the spiritual energy of my Xuanhe realm will be even richer. Nourished by this literary energy, it will be even more suitable for Confucian and Taoist practice. Then, cultivation and Confucianism can flourish together. Wei Yi briefly explained to the crowd. He didn't elaborate on the issue of the Xuanhe realm's damaged essence. After all, the details regarding the Void Realm and the Black Lotus were more complex to explain. Hearing Wei Yi's words, everyone was overjoyed, their faces filled with excitement. They vaguely remembered the terrifying roots that had appeared earlier and seemed to guess that the damage to the Xuanhe realm's essence was related to those strange roots. But Wei Yi didn't elaborate, so they naturally didn't ask. They all knew full well that Wei Yi had completely saved the Xuanhe realm and even revived its spiritual veins. Shi was also thrilled. He had once glimpsed the secrets of the heavens and knew that a great terror would befall the Xuanhe realm. He hadn't expected Wei Yi to suddenly appear, to turn the tide, and to gradually raise the crumbling edifice back up. He had completely helped the Xuanhe realm escape the Great Terror, regaining its life, and even raising its world level, allowing them to strive for higher realms of cultivation in the future within the Xuanhe realm. Even if they didn't ascend to the immortal realm, they could still touch the realm of the immortals. Chapter 263, Wenhe World. Somewhere in the immortal realm, an old man with white hair and a stern face suddenly opened his eyes, staring in shock at the slowly extinguishing spirit flame lamp before him. The vitality it emanated also slowly vanished. What's going on? The old man frowned, examining the spirit flame lamp carefully. Then, forming hand seals, his spirit entered the lamp and carefully sensed it. When he opened his eyes again, his expression was gloomy, as if dripping with water. I can't even sense the void Black Lotus. What happened? The old man abruptly stood up, his heart pounding. He immediately sent for Marshal Xianfeng, while he once again used his immortal magic to penetrate the spirit flame lamp, carefully searching for the void Black Lotus's aura. Shortly afterwards, Marshal Xianfeng hurried in. Master, how's the progress of the people you sent to the Xuanhe realm? Have they eliminated Kailan? The old man asked gravely. They haven't returned yet, but there shouldn't be any problem. Marshal Xianfeng said. Haven't they returned yet? Check their immortal registers immediately to see if they are still here. The old man paused before speaking. He had a feeling something might have happened in the Xuanhe realm. Otherwise the void black lotus wouldn't have vanished so suddenly. Yes, master. Marshal Xianfeng quickly left, but soon returned, his expression grim. Master, this is terrible. The people I sent have perished. Marshal Xianfeng said solemnly. He too was in shock, unable to understand how his own men could have perished. General Yanlong, Jiang Yi, and Jiang Hu, 3 true immortals. General Yanlong was halfway to becoming a golden immortal. Their strength was immense. The 3 of them combined would easily have wiped out the entire lower realm. How could they all perish at once? Even if Kailan had returned to peak strength, they wouldn't have been left without a chance to escape back to the immortal realm. Hearing Marshal Xianfeng's words, the old man frowned. He had been vaguely sussing this out, so the news didn't come as a complete shock. What weighed on his heart was that this news seemed to confirm his suspicions. Something unforeseen had happened to the Xuanhu realm, but he couldn't imagine what it was. Guess I have to go to the Void Realm to see what happened to the Black Lotus, the old man thought. He had a strong suspicion that the incident might be related to the Void Black Lotus. Perhaps it had destroyed the Xuanhu realm, taking with it the people sent by Marshal Xianfeng. He simply couldn't believe anyone could eliminate the Black Lotus. After all, the Void Realm was not accessible to ordinary people. Even if he wanted to enter the Void Realm, he could only do so with his primordial spirit, requiring the aid of magical tools and a tremendous expenditure of mana. Furthermore, within the Void Realm, the Void Black Lotus's power was immense, like a fish in water. Even he had to show some respect for it. Eliminating it was simply impossible. So, naturally, the old man didn't believe anyone had eliminated the Void Black Lotus. But he still needed to see for himself what had happened. Master, could it be that Kailan? Marshal Xianfeng spoke after a moment's silence. You go back first. I'll investigate, the old man said, waving his hand. Marshal Xianfeng bowed without another word and left the hall. The old man then called over several of his Dharma protecting disciples, then removed a finger bone from his magical storage and held it between his hands. He bit his finger, injected his own blood essence into it, and began to form hand seals. Following his command, the surrounding Dharma protecting disciples quickly protected him, infusing him with mana. The old man channeled his own mana, drawing upon his blood essence. His spirit then left his body and entered the finger bone. He then used a compass to open a passage to the Void Realm. His spirit rested on the finger bone and soared into the Void Realm. The Void Realm was vast and boundless, like the starry sky, boundless and limitless. Without a special magical artifact to guide him, one would be lost forever or devoured by its creatures. Following the finger bone's guidance, the old man quickly found his way and, using its power, moved through the Void Realm. After an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived at the Xuanhu realm. However, the Void Black Lotus had vanished, and the Xuanhu realm, which he had expected to be devoured and destroyed, was not destroyed. Instead, it seemed to be reborn. He could clearly feel that the Xuanhu realm seemed to be transforming, strengthening, and leaping towards a higher level of world rules. It felt as if the Xuanhu realm was about to become a higher level world. What's going on? Even if the Xuanhu realm hasn't been devoured by the Black Lotus, shouldn't it have leaped? The old man was shocked. The Xuanhu realm had been absorbed by the Void Black Lotus for a long time, and its spiritual energy should have been exhausted. Even if it hadn't been destroyed, it shouldn't have leaped to a higher world level. And where had the Black Lotus gone? And why had it lost contact with his Lingayan lantern? At this moment, he could no longer sense the Black Lotus's presence, as if it had disappeared from this world. Could someone have truly destroyed the Black Lotus? But who would do that? Who possesses such powerful abilities? This Black Lotus is a peerless divine plant bestowed by the Lord of Nothingness, and a crucial magical weapon that could one day aid the Void Realm in its invasion of the Immortal Realm. In this Void Realm, no one would dare to attack the Black Lotus, unless the Lord of Nothingness himself took action. The old man was truly bewildered. He truly wanted to visit the Xuanhu realm and see what was so unusual about this lower realm. Unfortunately, his spirit was currently trapped in this Void Realm, unable to enter it directly. It seemed best to contact the Lord of Nothingness first to see if he could shed light on what had happened. With this in mind, the old man flew deeper into the Void Realm, intending to reach the Void Abyss and seek out the Void Demon Lord. The fusion of Wenquoxing and the Xuanhe realm proceeded smoothly. Under Wei Yi's control, over 10 days, the two worlds had completely merged, their essences perfectly fused. The Xuanhe realm was reborn, its world rank instantly elevated. The power and laws of heaven and earth have completely shifted. Spiritual energy has revived, becoming even richer than before. While many of these changes are imperceptible to mortals, the impact of the world's transformation is immense. First and foremost, the world will experience more favorable weather, a more pleasant climate, fewer natural disasters, fertile land, and abundant resources. People will also become healthier, stronger, and live longer. In the future, even geniuses will be more likely to emerge. In short, the shift in world order will have immense benefits for all beings. After the fusion was complete, Wei Yi renamed the original Xuanhe realm the Wenhe realm. The Confucian and Taoist sage halls and the human emperor halls were located at opposite ends of the world, but both divine authorities now belonged to Wei Yi, eliminating any concerns about conflict. Cultivators would be governed by the human emperor hall, while Confucian and Taoist monks would be governed by the sage hall. Wei Yi also merged with the very essence of the entire Wenhe realm, completely transforming it into a part of his being. Next, I should go to the central realm and bring back the ascended ones stranded there. Wei Yi resolved. Those who ascended to the immortal realm didn't have the opportunity to enter the immortal realm anyway, and the Wenhe realm was no worse than the central realm. Rather than being enslaved and treated like slaves in Central City, it was naturally better to return to the Wenhe realm and build their homeland. They could even achieve a higher status and a brighter future. So, he believed, if he could lead them out of the central realm, they would definitely be willing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. I'm here to bring back my people. The merged Wenhe realm flourished, with cultivation and Confucianism flourishing. Under the joint governance of the human emperor palace and the sage palace, order prevailed in both the cultivation world and the mortal world. Evil ways no longer had a breeding ground, and were gradually eradicated. Wei Yi also vigorously promoted the acceptance of demonic beings capable of dedicated cultivation by cultivation sects. The major demon clans were completely under the control of the human emperor palace, submitting to it for generations. Wei Yi also directly conferred titles of Sub-Sage and Great Confucianism on the first wave of Confucian and Taoist contributions, such as Du Shaoling and Su Zhe. He assumed management of Confucian and Taoist monks, and controlled the major Confucian and Taoist academies on behalf of the Sage Palace. King's House City thus became the preeminent holy land of the Wenhe realm. That day, Wei Yi traveled to the central realm. After passing through the ripple-shaped spatial barrier through the spatial passage, he arrived at the central city square. Atop it stood a towering archway, a halo of light swirling around it. The void rippled like water, a massive Teikai Bagua diagram swirling in the sky. This was the exclusive passageway between Central City and the various human emperor palaces in the lower realms. The moment Wei Yi appeared, the guarding celestial soldiers quickly surrounded him, swords drawn, glaring coldly. The celestial soldiers on duty had been there the last time Wei Yi arrived. Upon seeing Wei Yi, their faces darkened, and they shouted, "Why are you here again?" "I'm here to bring back my people," Wei Yi said coldly, stepping forward. "Stop. This is Central City. Don't act rashly," the celestial soldier shouted fiercely. He could sense Wei Yi's aura, seemingly even more powerful than before. Wei Yi didn't bother to waste time with the celestial soldiers, and unleashed his full force. A terrifying, chaotic energy surged forth like a raging wind and waves, sending the surrounding celestial soldiers flying. Wei Yi also soared into the air, instantly arriving above Central City. Using the power of the human emperor, he quickly located the Xuanhe realm's ascenders within the central realm through the Xuanhe realm's world origin. After all, before entering the immortal realm, every ascender attains within them the imprint of their original world and its primordial aura. Now that Wei Yi has completely merged with the Xuanhu realm, mastering the origin, and possessing the title of Human Emperor and the primordial chaos divine body, tracing the origin aura to locate the Xuanhu realm's ascenders is a breeze. Wei Yi's divine consciousness quickly pinpointed the locations of all the Xuanhu realm's ascenders. Most were within the central city, with a smaller number scattered throughout the central realm. Of the countless ascenders who had ascended over the years, fewer than 100 remained. Wei Yi suspected that many more had either expired or been killed. Ascendants of the Xuanhu realm, I'm Wei Yi, the human emperor of the Xuanhu realm. Today, I have come to take you home. Wei Yi transmitted his words through his divine consciousness, conveying them to all the Xuanhu realm's ascenders. At that moment, all the ascenders from the Xuanhu realm were thrilled, their eyes lit with joy. The immortal realm has expelled our Xuanhu realm. You will never enter the immortal realm, and will be stranded here. But now, the spiritual energy in our Xuanhu realm is even richer than that of the central realm. Feel free to follow me back to the Xuanhu realm. You are needed there. Upon hearing Wei Yi claim himself the human emperor, everyone was delighted. They thought they could finally enter the immortal realm. But his subsequent words brought a gloom to their hearts. However, they also knew that, if the Xuanhu realm was expelled from the immortal court, they would never be able to enter the immortal realm again. They had already accepted this fact. After all, most of them had been stranded here for a long time. Many deeply missed their homeland and even regretted ascending here. However, they were unable to return, left stranded in a foreign land, at the mercy of others, with no place to return. Many of them were even currently being held captive in Central City as forced laborers, enslaved by the city's powerful. Remember, before their ascension, they were all leaders of local sects or families, beings of exceptional status, yet here they were treated like slaves, naturally resentful. Even those who didn't make it to Central City and rifted through the lands faced a hard time. They were like stray dogs, wandering the land. Even if they joined a faction, they were still bullied. Most of them had backers, the protection of powerful immortals from their own realms. They were alone, helpless. So, hearing Wei Yi's call, they were moved. Since they couldn't ascend to the immortal realm, returning home was a good thing. In the Xuanhu realm, they were still leaders, admired by everyone. Rather than being bullied here, they would rather return and enjoy a dignified life. They also wanted to see their sect and their descendants. If you want to follow me to the Xuanhu realm, come to me immediately in Central City. I will take you back. Wei Yi said again. Upon hearing this, people flew towards Central City from afar. The ascenders in the city also emerged from all directions. Some watched, while others, guided by the divine thought, soared into the air. However, at this moment, the ruler of Central City, True Lord Xian'ai, rushed forward with a celestial army. How dare you trespass into my central realm? True Lord Xian'ai roared. A celestial army quickly surrounded Wei Yi. Seeing this, the Xuanhu realm's ascenders immediately stopped moving, not daring to approach Wei Yi. As the human emperor of the Xuanhu realm, I have the right to bring back our Xuanhu realm's ascenders. Since the immortal court won't allow us to ascend to the immortal realm, we must naturally return to the Xuanhu realm. Wei Yi declared coldly. HMPH, my central realm isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Since they've ascended to the central realm, they are my people, under the management of my central city, True Lord Xian'ai shouted. Then I'm taking them away today. Wei Yi declared angrily. HMPH, then let's see if you've got what it takes. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you dare to act recklessly and violate the heavenly law, your Xuanhu realm won't just be expelled. Don't bring harm to all the beings in your Xuanhu realm. Stop the bullshit. Wei Yi's eyes flashed coldly, and he shot out. The surrounding space was instantly ripped apart, and his figure appeared before True Lord Xian'ai as if by teleportation. His speed was so fast that it surpassed True Lord Xian'ai's reaction, leaving him no chance to dodge. A punch slammed into his chest. True Lord Xian'ai felt as if he'd been struck by a star, as if the entire world around him had crashed down upon his chest. His chest caved in, and his body flew out, slamming into a large hole below, collapsing the protected hall. It wasn't his body that shattered the protective formation, but rather the sheer might of Wei Yi and his group, the chaotic energy emanating from it, that unleashed its immense power. Not only did he beat true Lord Xian'ao half to death, he also destroyed the entire palace. Seeing this, the faces of the celestial soldiers and generals paled, and they stood there for a moment, bewildered. If they took action, they knew they would be outmatched. If they didn't, they would be negligent, and could not bear the censure from the celestial court. Seeing Wei Yi send true Lord Xian'ao flying with a single punch, the countless Xuanhu realm ascendants in the city were filled with surprise. They hadn't expected this newly crowned human emperor to be so powerful, leaving even true Lord Xian'ao helpless. Just now, they had worried about whether Wei Yi could take them away. Now, it seemed beyond doubt, he did. This is incredible. How could our Xuanhu realm possess such a powerful human emperor? Just now he said the Xuanhu realm's spiritual energy was now richer than the central realm. It seems to be true. Has our Xuanhu realm's world level risen? Let's follow the human emperor back. The Xuanhu realm ascendants in the city exclaimed excitedly. After a moment's hesitation, the celestial soldiers and generals in the sky rushed towards Wei Yi. After all, they felt that with the support of the Immortal Court, even if they couldn't defeat him, they wouldn't be killed. If they failed to act, the Immortal Court's blame would be troublesome. However, as they rushed forward, they found that everything around them had transformed into a black and white ink painting. Even their bodies were transformed into ink paintings. The power of heaven and earth around them was distorting, space was distorting, and their bodies were twisting with it. Suddenly, they were unable to move. But the next second countless powerful forces began to tear at their bodies and their souls. They felt their bodies disappearing, their souls annihilated. No, they screamed in terror, but no sound came out. It was as if they had completely fallen into another world, another dimension. The bodies made of black ink disappeared bit by bit like ash, finally wiping out from this world completely. The ink painting vanished again, and the celestial soldiers and generals in the sky seemed to evaporate on the spot. The people watching in the central city below were filled with shock. Some could not help but talk. Oh my god, what world is this Xuanhu realm? How could this human emperor be so powerful? Those celestial soldiers and generals disappeared. Were they killed? This guy is so powerful. Is this really the human emperor of the lower realm? He feels even more powerful than the Dalo Jinxon of the immortal realm. Yes, he feels like a celestial immortal. A celestial immortal human emperor. How could that be possible? A human emperor is at best an upper immortal. This guy dares to attack Central City. He must have powerful backers. Otherwise, who would dare to offend the Immortal Court? As the crowd chattered, Wei Yi's Dharma body coalesced behind him. A massive figure towered between the heavens and earth of the central realm. The sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. The clouds shifted, and a powerful force tore through the sky, creating cracks. A terrifying aura, like divine might, permeated the air. Chills ran through the hearts of those below, as if they were facing a deity, or surged in their hearts, and even their legs went weak. Is this really the human emperor? Numerous immortals in the city trembled in fear, gazing upon the celestial reaching Dharmakaya, sensing the terrifying aura it emanated. They felt a chill run through their bodies. Even true Lord Xian'ao, lying amidst the ruins, was filled with fear. He had never imagined that the human emperor of the mere Xuanhu realm could possess such formidable power. This was no human emperor at all. It felt as if even a celestial immortal would fall at his hands. This guy was too powerful. After condensing his Dharmakaya, Wei Yi's gaze fell on the archway in the square, which served as the passage to the lower realms. He channeled his primordial energy, condensing a massive black sword. He slashed with it. The primordial energy transformed into a blade of light, and he instantly stood atop the square. Boom, the entire square was reduced to rubble, and the passage to the lower realms was instantly destroyed. Without this passage, even those from the Immortal Court who wished to reach the Xuanhu realm would face difficulties. Moreover, he would later conceal the Xuanhu realm with primordial energy. Even if the Immortal Court sought revenge on the Xuanhu realm, they would likely not be able to find it in a short time. When his strength improves, perhaps even the Immortal Court won't be afraid of him anymore. Chapter 265. No one dares to stop. Seeing the massive Dharmakaya reaching heaven and earth, Feeling the aura it emanated, and the strange phenomena it triggered, everyone in Central City was filled with horror. Such a powerful aura. Is this person really just the human emperor of the lower realm? This seems to be primal chaos key. Could this person possess the primal chaos body? Some speculated that the powerful aura might be primal chaos key. It's very likely that only the human emperor of the lower realm, possessing the primal chaos body, could possess such powerful power. So the rumored possessor of the primal chaos body is actually this person. Naturally, many in Central City had heard of the legend of the primal chaos body. After all, the terrifying phenomenon had shaken the entire immortal realm. Even here in the Central Realm, they had heard of it. Furthermore, the immortal emperor had summoned the human emperors of the lower realm and issued a decree to search for the possessor of the primal chaos body. This news was now known throughout the immortal realm and the Central Realm. Even true Lord Xian'ai was deeply shocked. He had never imagined that such a powerful being could emerge from the Xuanhu realm. He was powerless to stop him today. But he couldn't figure out how to leave Central City if this man had destroyed the passage. I'm the Xuanhu realm ascendant. Those who wish to leave the Central Realm with me, come to me immediately. Wei Yi declared loudly. His voice, like thunder and divine might, reverberated throughout the Central Realm. Even the very space itself trembled slightly. Before his powerful Dharma body, the entire Central Realm seemed like fragile paper. With a single exertion, he could rip the world apart. True Lord Xian'ai lay feigning death in the ruins, and he dared not reappear. Otherwise, his Dao would be annihilated, and his body destroyed. He couldn't handle this situation, so he could only wait for the Immortal Court to make the final decision. Seeing Wei Yi's strength, the Xuanhu realm ascendants naturally had no reservations and quickly flew towards him. They were even filled with excitement. On the one hand, they could finally return home, no longer suffering in the Central Realm. On the other hand, Wei Yi's strength also reminded them of the might of the Xuanhu realm. As Wei Yi had said, perhaps the spiritual energy of the Xuanhu realm was even richer than that of the Central Realm. Moreover, with such a powerful human emperor, their Xuanhu realm would also benefit from his presence, reaping his blessings, and enjoying his remaining influence. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone came before Wei Yi and kowtowed. Although they didn't know how much older they were than Wei Yi, the strong were respected, and age was merely a worldly distinction. They willingly submitted to Wei Yi. Well, no need for formalities. Wei Yi said sternly. His gaze was still fixed on the distance, for he could sense that more people were coming their way. Xian'ai's engine lay in the rubble, afraid to move, wondering why this great deity hadn't left. Could it be that he had just realized and destroyed the spatial passage, leaving him unable to leave? Could this guy be unable to leave, and, in his rage, taking it out on me? Xian'ai's engine was lost in thought when several celestial soldiers came to help him and examine his injuries. Furious, he erupted in curses. Get out, get out. I'm just going to lie here for a while, you guys stay away. He feared that, if he were helped up, Wei Yi would think he was ready for another fight. A single sword strike would have disintegrated him, like the spatial passageway. Lying here was the safest option. Pass the order down. Do not act rashly, said true Lord Xian'ai. Oh, yes. Several celestial soldiers nodded, understanding true Lord Xian'ai's words. To stop Wei Yi at this moment would be courting death. The Xuanhu realm's ascenders gathered around Wei Yi, each debating how he could lead them out. After all, the passage to the lower realms had been destroyed. Without it, returning to the Xuanhu realm would be difficult. But they didn't question it, nor did they dare to. Much later, the ascenders hiding elsewhere in the Central Realm also arrived. However, several were still being controlled by certain forces, unable to leave. Wei Yi communicated with them through telepathy and learned that their freedom was being restricted. Alright, I'll get you out first, then I'll go rescue the others, Wei Yi said, looking at the crowd. Then, with a wave of his hand, he tore through the spatial void. A massive rift tore open in the void. Then, he infused it with primordial chaos key, opening a passage connecting the Central Realm to the Xuanhu realm. Seeing this, the Xuanhu realm ascendants were thrilled. Wei Yi immediately enveloped those people in his own primordial chaos key, sending them into the spatial passage and returning them directly to the Xuanhu realm. With a single strike of his sword, he destroyed the passage connecting the central realm to the immortal realm. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he arrived above another city. This city was equally prosperous. Controlled by a prominent cultivator family, it was larger than any other city in the Xuanhu realm today, rivaling even the central city. In the central realm, there were no nations, only clans. Each clan ruled its own territory, and those who dominated this world were ancient cultivator families. These families produced numerous talented individuals. Some held official positions in the immortal court, or had powerful backing in the immortal realm. The power of a single clan rivaled that of a nation. Its entrenched power was unshakable. Even Central City wouldn't easily interfere in the affairs of the major families and cities. Of course, the major families in Central City are allies. In fact, the Central Realm was originally a lower realm, albeit a higher one. Its human emperor elevated it to a higher level, second only to the immortal realm. Later, for various reasons, it gradually became a bridge between the immortal realm and the lower realm. The Central Realm still retains many ancient families, controlling various regions. The city Wei Yi had arrived in was controlled by the Ji family, the strongest family in Central City. Two Xuanhu realm ascendants had been besieged and severely injured by powerful Ji family members. Young King Zi and Xiaonan were originally ordinary guards in the Ji family. For years, they had lived under the Ji family's roof, enduring humiliation. Just now, upon hearing Wei Yi's call, they attempted to leave, but were stopped. A verbal conflict ensued, and they were severely injured by other Ji family masters. HMPH, you two fools. What do you think my Ji family is? You come and go as you please. Ji Shizan, a steward of the Ji family, folded his arms and said coldly. At this moment, the entire sky suddenly darkened, and the earth and sky shook. Before the Ji family could react, Wei Yi appeared before young King Zi and Xiaonan. Simultaneously, space seemed to transform into a massive wave, sweeping towards the surrounding Ji family members. The immense force directly knocked everyone away, and even the expansion of space unleashed terrifying destructive force, razing the surrounding buildings to the ground. All the rubble was pushed away. Within the Ji family courtyard, a clearing, 100 feet in radius, centered around Wei Yi, young King Zi, and Xiaonan, appeared. Almost simultaneously, Wei Yi's massive armor body appeared between heaven and earth. Seeing this, the Ji family's faces changed drastically, filled with shock, not knowing what had happened. Countless figures flew out from everywhere, reaching the sky. He looked at the enormous Dharmakaya that reached across the sky and earth with awe, feeling the pressure that was like the might of heaven, and his heart was filled with fear. Chapter 266, Looting the Treasury. I'm Ji Woohoo, the patriarch of the Ji family. I pay my respects to the immortal venerable. I wonder who among my family has offended the immortal venerable? Please forgive me, I will certainly discipline my clansmen. An elderly man with white hair and beard said respectfully, cupping his fists. I'm here to pick up my Xuanhu realm ascendant. If you're not looking for death, don't try to stop me, Wei Yi said coldly. He then looked down at young King Zi and Xiaonan and said, you two, follow me. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, young King Zi and Xiaonan immediately rose from the ground and swiftly soared into the air, arriving at Wei Yi's side. Wei Yi was about to turn and leave when a sudden thought struck him. He turned back, looked at the patriarch of the Ji family, and said, by the way, your family has injured my people. You must compensate for the medical expenses. What compensation do you, the immortal venerable, desire? Ji Woohoo asked. Wei Yi suddenly sat down cross-legged, and his Matsudama body also sat down, crushing a nearby building into ruins. That depends on your sincerity, Wei Yi said, closing his eyes. Ji Woohoo's face darkened as he exchanged glances with his clansmen. It was easy for him to tell that this great deity was about to blackmail them. If the Ji family hadn't expended significant effort today, they wouldn't have been able to appease this great deity. Alright, I'll have someone prepare compensation for you, Ji Woohoo said, clasping his fists. He then retreated into the main hall with his clansmen to discuss countermeasures. Third brother, report to the central city immediately and see if the immortal court can intervene. Fifth brother, send a message to our ancestor, asking him to descend to the lower world to help. Yes, patriarch. Then do we need to prepare compensation for him? Someone asked. Let's wait and see. Ji Woohoo said. Wei Yi noticed someone quietly leaving the Ji family city, presumably to call for reinforcement. But he didn't care. After all, he had destroyed the passage, so anyone from the Immortal Court wouldn't be able to arrive anytime soon. And even if someone came, he knew how to escape unscathed, so he wasn't afraid at all. Seeing Ji Woohoo's continued lack of sincerity, Wei Yi's expression froze, and he immediately lay down on his side. The massive Dharma body followed suit. Rumble. Another large section of buildings collapsed into ruins, nearly half of the city already facing destruction. Ancestor, we can't delay any longer, or else this great god will be enraged, and our Ji family city will be lost. Yes, Ancestor, let's give him some of our clan's treasures as compensation. Otherwise, this won't be worth the loss. That's right, give him some first, and see if he's satisfied. If not, we'll find another solution. The clan elder spoke up. Ji Woohoo nodded, feeling a little restless. After all, if things continued like this, the city would be destroyed. Go to the clan treasury and pick out some treasures we don't need. Ji Woohoo said. Yes. Several elders quickly fetched some magical weapons and rare treasures, and then followed Ji Woohoo back to Wei Yi's place. They presented their treasures one by one to Wei Yi. Wei Yi was barely able to take a liking to a few of them, but none of them impressed him. He knew that such an ancient family's heritage must be immense, and that they would never immediately offer their most valuable treasures. So, he frowned, and his aura erupted, unleashing a terrifying pressure like a wave, sweeping over Ji Woohoo and the others. Their faces paled, their hearts trembling with fear. They immediately clasped their fists and said, Immortal Venerable, calm down. If you're not satisfied, we'll replace you with a new batch. HMPH, using some junk to deal with me? You, the Ji family, are truly dishonest. Stop the nonsense, Ji Woohoo. If you really want to compensate me, then let me go with you to choose, Wei Yi said coldly. This. Ji Woohoo's face darkened even further, his mind racing. After a pause, he continued, Immortal Venerable, our clan's treasury is protected by a restriction passed down by our ancestors. Only the clan leader is authorized to enter. If an outsider trespasses, the treasury will automatically be destroyed. HMPH, is that so? Well, I'd like to see how this restriction automatically destroys the treasury. Wei Yi sneered. Immortal Venerable, we sincerely compensate you. This time, I will definitely satisfy you. Ji Woohoo clasped his fists. He knew that, if Wei Yi really entered, their treasury would be empty. Wei Yi remained calm, and Ji Woohoo quickly turned, and flew towards the treasury. This time, the Ji family would have to pay a price. Otherwise, there might not even be a last drop left. However, just as Ji Woohoo was about to enter the treasury, Wei Yi's figure tore through the air, and appeared at the entrance. Immediately, an ink painting scene unfolded, enveloping the surroundings. Wei Yi imprisoned Ji Woohoo where he was, and entered the treasury, pocketing every item without missing a single one. He then left the treasury, deactivating the inkwash artistic conception, and tearing through space, returning to his previous location. Ji Woohoo was left staring at the empty treasury in grief, tears streaming down his face. Wei Yi returned to young King Xian Xianan, and led them away from the Ji residence. At the same moment, Ji Woohoo's wailing could be heard from deep within the Ji residence. The Ji family quickly gathered, still unaware of what had happened. However, upon reaching the treasury, they discovered it had been completely looted by Wei Yi. An uproar erupted, their faces grimacing. They hadn't expected such a result, and couldn't understand how this man had managed it. While the treasury wouldn't be destroyed by an outsider's intrusion, the powerful restrictions and formations within it couldn't be entered casually. That bastard. It's over. The resources my Ji family has accumulated over countless years. How did this guy do it? How did he get in? I'm going to report this to the Immortal Court. I'm going to make this guy spit out all the treasures of my Ji family. Ji Woohoo roared. But just then, the people who had gone to the central city rushed back in a panic. Master, this is bad. The passages connecting the central realm to the immortal realm and the lower realm have all been destroyed by that guy. What? Ji Woohoo's face changed drastically. This made it difficult for the Ji family's ancestors and patrons to get down. "Who the hell is that guy? How could he be so audacious?" said a Ji family elder. "I heard it's the human emperor of the Xuanhu realm, and apparently also possesses the chaos divine body. The lower realm's human emperor is so powerful. This guy actually possesses the chaos divine body. No wonder he's so arrogant. HMPH, he's asking for trouble. He's so reckless, the immortal court will surely slay him." That's right, the immortal court will definitely not let him go. Everyone was talking at once, but their hearts were still in shock and pain. Wei Yi, along with young King Zi and Xianan, went to 2 more cities, rescuing the ascendants of the Xuanhu realm. They also looted the treasure houses of the families in those 2 cities. With the huge wealth of these 3 families, Wei Yi felt he could cultivate even more powerful individuals for his Xuanhu realm. Young King Zi and Xianan followed Wei Yi all the way, their hearts filled with shock. They were grateful that the Xuanhu realm had gained such a remarkable human emperor. In all their years in the central realm, they had never felt so happy as they did now. They were truly proud and happy. Although they were also worried that Wei Yi's actions would incur the wrath of heaven. So what? If heaven came, they were willing to fight alongside the human emperor. Even if they died in battle, it would be worth their lifelong pursuit of immortality. Chapter 267, Writing the World. Wei Yi, along with young King Zi, Xianan, and the others, returned to the skies above Central City, and reunited with the Xuanhu realm ascendants there. Immediately, under the astonished gaze of Xian'ai Zhenjin and the other celestial soldiers and generals, Wei Yi tore through space, leading all the Xuanhu realm ascendants out of Central City. Once space healed, everyone recovered from their shock. Gazing at the devastated Central City, they felt as if they were in another world. "I'm afraid only the immortal emperor can deal with this guy," Xian'ai Zhenjin said with lingering fear. He finally understood why this guy had so directly destroyed all the spatial pathways. It turned out he could create his own spatial pathways and return to the Xuanhu realm. Such a powerful ability was truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. At least few in the entire immortal realm possessed it. He couldn't understand what had happened to the Xuanhu realm. Why had it been expelled, and how had such a powerful human emperor emerged? Furthermore, from what the other party had said, the Xuanhu realm's spiritual energy seemed even richer than that of the central realm, and its world level was likely comparable. But now, thinking about it, the opponent's strength might indeed possess the ability to elevate the world's rank. This might be the strength of the chaos divine body. After all, it rivals the power of the creator god. Inside Central City, everyone was buzzing with discussion. True Lord Xian'ai ordered the clearing of the ruins and the reconstruction of the city. However, they lacked the ability to rebuild the spatial passageway, so they could only wait for the immortal court to reopen the passageway to Central City and dispatch powerful individuals to repair the passage to the lower realms. Wei Yi led a group of ascenders back to the Xuanhu realm. Feeling the Xuanhu realm's rich spiritual energy and the powerful force of heaven and earth, everyone was filled with astonishment. Although they had heard Wei Yi describe the changes in the Xuanhu realm before, seeing it with their own eyes was still a shock. It was like a wanderer returning home to find their once dilapidated hometown transformed into a treasured immortal land. "Welcome home," Wei Yi said with a smile. Everyone knelt and said in unison, "Thank you, human emperor. Well, go back and visit your old friends. If you have nowhere else to go, you can come to the human emperor palace to find me. I always welcome you," Wei Yi said. He knew full well that the future of the Xuanhu realm would require these immortals to protect it alongside him. The crowd dispersed, some wanting to visit the sects where they had once cultivated, to see if anyone they knew was still alive. Some went to visit their hometowns, places they missed. Wei Yi, on the other hand, summoned the major sects under the human emperor palace, and distributed a portion of the countless treasures he had plundered in the central realm. Although only a fraction, the resources were already a pleasant surprise to the major sects. These resources were enough to train many more powerful individuals. Moreover, many of the returning ascenders came from top sects like the Zixio Dao sect. Their return also revealed what had happened in the central realm. Learning the origins of the treasures naturally astonished everyone. Wei Yi stored the remaining treasures in the human emperor palace's treasury and distributed some to its clergy. Afterward, Wei Yi returned to King's House City to be with his family and continue honing his skills. he needed to further improve his abilities. After all, this trip to Central City had likely completely offended the immortal realm. Although he had destroyed the passageway and possessed the ability to hide the Wenhu realm from the immortal court, it was only a matter of time. Sooner or later, the immortal court would find him. Then, perhaps, a battle would be inevitable. Only if he became invincible could he truly protect the Wenhu realm, perhaps even transform it into another immortal realm. As time passed, the power of the Wenhu realm grew stronger, especially with the expansion and transformation of the Forest of Ink, which in turn strengthened the essence of Wengwuxing. Nurturing this literary energy, the Wenhu realm gave rise to numerous Confucian and Taoist geniuses, as well as many new great Confucian scholars. Xianzi, Taoist master Yipin, and others also broke through their previous cultivation bottlenecks and entered the realm of human immortals. The major sects also grew stronger, leaving the evil and unorthodox sects throughout the Wenhu realm with nowhere to hide and no place to survive. Thanks to Wei Yi's reforms, some demonic tribes gained eligibility to join Confucian and Taoist academies and cultivation sects. Central City had been rebuilt, and the Immortal Court had finally reopened its spatial connection with the Central Realm. True Lord Xian'ai was quickly summoned to the Immortal Court to report the situation. The human emperor of the Zuanhu realm, Emperor Haoshan, frowned upon hearing True Lord Xian'ai's report. When did the human emperor of the Zuanhu realm arise? How come I didn't know? Emperor Haoshan asked. Your Majesty, after the Netherworld invaded, the human emperor of the Zuanhu realm perished. To prevent the remnants of the Netherworld cult from infiltrating the Immortal Court, the Zuanhu realm was expelled from the Immortal Court. But a human emperor has been born in the Zuanhu realm. How come no one reported this to me? I wasn't even aware of it. Emperor Haoshan said coldly. I thought the Zuanhu realm had been expelled, so I didn't report it to you. HMPH. So you acted on your own initiative. I was wondering why this human emperor of the lower realm would attack your central city and take the ascended one back with him. True Lord Xian'ai remained silent. Emperor Haoshan continued, speaking of which, your central city has so many celestial soldiers and generals, yet you can't even defeat a human emperor from the lower realm. This individual seems to possess the primordial chaos divine body. His strength is immense. We are no match for him. He has slain many celestial soldiers, and even the major families of the central realm have been plundered by him. Primordial chaos divine body. Emperor Haoshan abruptly stood up. He had been searching for the owner of the primordial chaos divine body, and to his surprise, it was the human emperor of the Zuanhu realm. No wonder he couldn't find him. Indeed, it must be the primordial chaos divine body. This individual also destroyed the spatial passages connecting the central realm to the lower realm and the immortal realm. His strength is immense. HMPH, how dare you say that? If you hadn't acted so recklessly, how could you have allowed this individual to become an enemy of our immortal court? Emperor Haoshan angrily declared. True Lord Xian'ai, terrified, knelt down and exclaimed, your servant deserves death. Emperor Haoshan ignored True Lord Xian'ai and instead summoned several immortal lords, instructing them to rediscover the Zuanhu realm. A day in heaven equals a year on earth. Just as the Immortal Court was attempting to locate the Zuanhu realm and re-establish the spatial passage, 2 years had passed in the Zuanhu realm. Over these 2 years, Wei Yi had successfully cultivated his calligraphy skills to the 10th level. His painting skills had reached the 9th level. The forest of ink and brush had also evolved and transformed, becoming even more powerful and merging with the very essence of the universe. This imbued the ink and brush aura with the power of the very essence. After Wei Yi's calligraphy skills reached the 10th level, he gained a magical power comparable to that of a creator god, the ability to determine the fate of the universe with a single stroke. After his painting skills reached the 9th level, he gained the magical power known as Painting World. This power, known as determining the universe with a single pen, grants Wei Yi the ability to create and modify the laws of heaven and earth. With a single stroke, he could create the world, reverse the universe, reverse the motion of the sun and moon, and even affect the flow of time. The Painting World magical power, however, allows each painting to transform into a world of its own, whether a small cave or a secret realm, or even a complete world. This magical power complements the ability to determine the fate of the universe with a single stroke, granting Wei Yi the power of a creator god. Wei Yi also used these two magical powers to continuously modify and improve the laws of the Wenhe realm, enhancing the power of heaven and earth and the world level. He also created many extraordinary secret realms in paintings, allowing the geniuses of the Wenhe realm to gain experience and enlightenment. However, Wei Yi also found that these two skills stopped upgrading completely after upgrading. He must have been working hard to the highest level. The current fitness skill is almost reaching the 10th level. Wei Yi guessed that, after reaching the 10th level, this skill may also be about to reach its peak. Of course, he may only be one step away from true invincibility. P.S. The young author's new book, Man in High Martial Arts, Panda Clone lies down and becomes a divine beast. Please support it. Please read it and collect it. There is a new book channel below. If you are interested, please take a look. Please support the new book. If you are interested, please take a look. I hope you will not be disappointed. Chapter 268 Another Immortal World. Wei Yi spent the better part of 6 months significantly upgrading and perfecting the laws of nature within the Wenhe realm. This transformed the Wenhe realm into a completely new realm of immortals. A rich aura of immortality and culture enveloped the world. From then on, this world was free from severe cold and heat, nor from famine and disaster. The climate became pleasant, the mountains and rivers serene, and the scenery picturesque. Wei Yi created a variety of exotic flowers and trees, as well as rare and precious animals. Nourished by this rich immortal energy, ordinary people were reborn, possessing extraordinary physiques and strength. They no longer suffered from illness. The most ordinary person could live up to 200 years, and with a little practice, 300 to 500 years was easily possible. Wei Yi also directed top sects like the Zixio Dao sect to expand their influence and spread the Dao. Even across all dynasties, Confucianism, Taoism, and cultivation sects coexisted. However, all Confucian and Taoist academies and sects came under the control of the Human Emperor Palace. Of course, the former Human Emperor Palace was now officially renamed the Heavenly Palace. The Confucian and Taoist halls of sages merged. From then on, cultivators and Confucianists and Taoists jointly governed the Heavenly Court and the Wenhe world. That day, Wei Yi wrote 3 colossal characters in the void. Investiture of the gods. Heaven and earth shook. A dazzling radiance filled the sky. Golden light enveloped the heavens. Purple air descended from the east, and auspicious clouds filled the heavens. A gigantic golden list appeared out of thin air. Wei Yi summoned the list of investiture of the gods, a true treasure capable of conferring immortality upon the heavenly Dao. The existence of the immortal court stemmed from the immortal emperor's mastery of the heavenly Dao. He could summon the list of investiture of the gods, conferring immortality on the heavenly Dao's behalf, and wielding its mighty power. The process of deification was also a process by which the heavenly Dao bestowed divine power upon those conferred. Using the list of investiture of the gods, Wei Yi reinvested the great Confucian scholars and sub-sages of the Hall of Sages, as well as numerous priests of the Hall of the Human Emperor, ennobling them as immortals, and granting them true divine power. Furthermore, with the establishment of the Heavenly Court, Wei Yi expanded his recruitment efforts. In addition to various official positions, a comprehensive military system was also established within the Heavenly Court. To cultivate and select outstanding talent, Wei Yi used his drawing realm magical power to create numerous secret trial realms. These allowed all young talents from across the world to enter and train. Based on the laws established within these secret realms, those with both virtue and talent were selected and rewarded. These individuals were then recruited into the Heavenly Court and appointed as heavenly soldiers. Not only humans, but also talented demons could enter and undergo trials within these realms. Of course, this Heavenly Court was only a prototype. In the future, it would become a true entity comparable to the Immortal Realm and the Immortal Court. Wei Yi would continue to use the drawing realm to create more worlds, forging a universe of his own. In the Void Realm, within the abyss of nothingness, I too can no longer sense the Void Black Lotus. You said it disappeared in the Zuanhe realm. Then, explore the Zuanhe realm, and see if you can find any clues. A voice rang out from within the abyss. Take Sushian's and Spirit frowned, his confusion growing. Even the Lord of Nothingness couldn't sense it. Had the void Black Lotus truly vanished out of thin air? But he couldn't understand why. It seemed he really had to make a trip to the Xuanhu realm. Suddenly, black energy surged from the abyss, and a pitch black ancient sword flew out. Merge your soul into this dark night sword, and I will help you pierce the void, and enter the Xuanhu realm, the voice from the abyss continued. This way, you will be free from the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth, without suppressing your cultivation. With the help of this sword, you can move freely within the Xuanhu realm and even directly slay your enemies. Okay, I will fulfill your command and retrieve the Black Lotus. Take Sushianzan declared. Immediately, his soul merged with the Dark Night sword. Black energy surged within the abyss, and a faint light shone out, merging into the black ancient sword. The ancient sword instantly soared through the air, arriving in the Xuanhu realm in a flash. However, upon returning to the Xuanhu realm, Take Sushianzan's soul felt unfamiliar. The power of this realm had clearly shifted. The powerful aura of the origin made him feel as if he were not in the Xuanhu realm, but the immortal realm. But the Lord of Nothingness couldn't be mistaken. There's definitely something strange about this Xuanhu realm. Take Sushianzan thought to himself. The Dark Night sword, empowered by the power of the Void realm, attempted to break through the Xuanhu realm's void barrier. However, despite its might, the ancient sword failed to crack even a single crack. The void barrier was impenetrable, unscathed. Take Sushianzan's worry grew even stronger. He felt something was amiss with this Xuanhu realm. This was a magical weapon gifted to him by the Lord of Nothingness, imbued with his divine power. Yet, it couldn't even break through the void barrier of a lower realm, a truly bizarre phenomenon. The Dark Night sword relentlessly attacked the void barrier, attempting to break it open. However, no matter how it struggled, it remained unmoved. Take Sushianzan, possessed by the Dark Night sword, was on the verge of internal injuries. But then, the void energy surrounding the Xuanhu realm's domain began to surge outward, retreating. Simultaneously, a spatial rift appeared within the void barrier. Take Sushianzan was secretly delighted when he saw a figure emerge from the rift. Its powerful aura was like the sun descending, its radiance so dazzling it was difficult to gaze directly upon. The surrounding space distorted slightly, and the power of the void realm melted away like snow under the blazing sun. Take Sushianzan stared in horror at the sudden appearance, feeling as if he were facing the immortal Emperor Haoshan. Wei Yi, sensing the presence of void realm forces attempting to breach the Xuanhu realm's void barrier, had come to see which void realm creature was this reckless. HMPH, last time we just destroyed a Black Lotus, and now here comes another broken sword, Wei Yi said coldly. He thrust out his right hand, and as if it were piercing space, it instantly seized the ancient black sword. Take Sushianzan had no time to react, or even if he had, he would have been unable to escape Wei Yi's grasp. At this moment, Take Sushianzan was in deep shock. The other party's words had finally given him the answer. The void Black Lotus had been destroyed. This result was truly unexpected. He couldn't understand the identity of this immortal emperor-like being before him. What had happened in the Xuanhu realm? How could such a powerful being exist in the mere lower realm? The Dark Night sword, grasped by Wei Yi, was completely powerless. It was as if it was completely disconnected from the power and laws of the ethereal world. Take Sushianzan felt a sense of fear. Facing such a powerful being, even if he were present in person, he would be no match, let alone with just his spirit. Wei Yi sensed the spirit hidden within the Dark Night sword and immediately enveloped it with the power of chaos, extracting it from the Dark Night sword. Who are you? Wei Yi asked coldly. Through his perception, Wei Yi knew that the other party was a spirit, not a being from the ethereal world. He also sensed that its origin seemed to come from the immortal world. It must be the spirit of a deity from the immortal world, but it was attached to a magical weapon from this ethereal world. He had a hunch that this person might be connected to the Black Lotus. Perhaps even to the strange case that the Red Snake War God had handled back then. Perhaps he could get something useful out of him. Chapter 269, Beating the Lord of the Void Realm. Take Sushianzan was truly horrified. His soul was enveloped by the terrifying aura of chaos, and he felt an instinctive fear and threat. He didn't know what kind of powerful being he was facing. But it was clear that, if he couldn't fabricate a good excuse, he would be doomed. Your Excellency has misunderstood. I'm Taixu of the Immortal Court. My soul entered this place to investigate the mysterious disappearances in the mortal world, but I was unexpectedly trapped. Fortunately, I obtained this ancient sword and hoped to use its power to escape the virtual world. I sensed that the laws of heaven and earth here are similar to those of the immortal world, so I thought this was the realm of the immortal world. Therefore, I hope you will forgive me for any offense. Taixu shines in light. He knew that, if he told the truth, he would definitely die. Wei Yi frowned, naturally skeptical of Taixu Xianzhen's words. Not to mention that he didn't have a good impression of the Immortal Court. But Wei Yi was no child. After careful consideration, he felt something was wrong. Wei Yi could sense the immense power of this black ancient sword. How did this celestial venerable spirit control it? As the celestial venerable of the Immortal Court, he was lucky not to be killed. So Wei Yi carefully sensed and examined the ancient sword. Sure enough, he discovered a clue. The will within this black ancient sword was to break the void barrier of the Zuanhu realm. Moreover, the powerful power contained within this ancient sword seemed to originate from the very origin of the void realm. Wei Yi could now discern the origin and the veins of its laws. This ancient sword was connected to the void realm's origin and imbued with a powerful world will. It was clearly no ordinary void realm magic weapon, let alone one controlled by this great void celestial venerable. It was obvious he was lying. The reason was simple. He had ulterior motives, but now facing him, he dared not tell the truth. If he did not have the power he had today, this great void celestial venerable might have attacked him directly. HMPH, you still want to lie? I see you're here to investigate the Black Lotus? Wei Yi's voice grew colder, and the chaotic power transformed into a raging flame, scorching the great void celestial venerable's spirit. Tell the truth, or I wouldn't mind burning your soul to nothingness. I've killed more than just you, anyway, so killing one more won't hurt. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Taixu Xianzhen was completely panicked. Even though he was known for his cunning, his true colors had been exposed. Furthermore, the agonizing pain in his soul, consumed by the blazing flames of the chaotic energy, made him feel the fear of death. Sir, spare me, please calm down. I did come here to investigate the Void Black Lotus, but I was forced to do so by the Lord of the Void Realm. Taixu Xianzhen continued his sophistry. Wei Yi didn't bother to waste time on him. He had already guessed the reason. There was no point in letting this idiot continue to argue. However, every wrong has its perpetrator, and he could go to the Lord of the Void Realm and have a proper discussion. It just so happened that he was about to carve out his own universe and needed a new space. Using the power of creation, he could transform this virtual world into his own universe, creating more planets with life in the future. Then I'll take you to the Lord of the Void Realm to discuss his intentions. Wei Yi said coldly. With a wave of his hand, the space beneath his feet seemed to shrink to an inch, automatically compressing. In a few breaths, he had located the Void Abyss, following the source of the ancient sword's power. Lord of the Void Realm, get out, Wei Yi said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, black energy surged within the abyss, and a voice like the roar of a tsunami echoed from within. Who dares to venture into my virtual world? You seek death. Before the voice faded, a massive Dharma body condensed behind Wei Yi. Chaotic energy coalesced around him, transforming into a massive sword. With a single strike, the entire void abyss seemed to be ripped in two. Boom 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 boom. A violent explosion echoed within the abyss, accompanied by the Lord of the Void Realm's roar. The abyss slowly healed, black energy swirling within, and an equally massive figure emerged. It was none other than the Lord of the Void Realm. I wonder which immortal emperor has graced my presence. I apologize for any offense I've just caused you. I beg your forgiveness. The Lord of the Void Realm said with a fawning, respectful expression, as if oblivious to what had just transpired. He glanced at Wei Yi, confirming he didn't recognize him. But from the might of that sword strike and the Dharmakaya behind him, it was clear this individual was no less powerful than an immortal emperor. He must be at the very top of the immortal realm. Furthermore, he possessed his Dark Knight sword, suggesting the Void Realm's plan was about to be exposed. Tell me, what does this mean? Wei Yi raised the ancient black sword. The Lord of the Void Realm remained expressionless, yet he was internally debating how to explain it. He had intended to quietly encroach upon the Immortal Court's territory, further strengthening himself and truly possessing power comparable to that of an immortal emperor. When the Great Tribulation arrived, and the forces of the Netherworld, Hell, and other realms attacked the Immortal Court, he would seize the opportunity to cooperate with spies within the Immortal Court. Taking advantage of this unrest, he would surely secure a share of the spoils. He would make the Void Realm equal to the Immortal Realm. However, unexpectedly, his plan was discovered halfway through. It can only be said that Taixu was incompetent. He couldn't do anything right. Haha, it's like this. Taixu came to investigate a case. He said he wanted to go to the Xuanhu realm to search for clues and ask me to help him enter Xuanhu realm, the Lord of the Void Realm said with a smile. He knew he couldn't admit his conspiracy, otherwise he would be truly slacking off with the Immortal Court. HMPH, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? The Void Black Lotus devoured the lower realms. How do you explain that? Don't say you don't know. Well, forgive my lack of discipline for my subordinates. I was asleep earlier. I have no idea what the Void Black Lotus did, and now it's nowhere to be found. This Taixu came to investigate. He sensed the Void Black Lotus's presence near the Xuanhu realm. Alright, I see you're still asleep, so go back to sleep. Wei Yi was too lazy to continue his conversation. As the saying goes, you can never wake someone who's pretending to sleep, so let him sleep forever. He swung his sword, condensing a blade of chaotic energy into a blade of light, and slashed at the Lord of the Void Realm. The Lord's face changed drastically, and he resisted with the power of nothingness, shouting, "Sir, are you going to rip my Void Realm apart? Do you have the nerve?" Wei Yi shouted angrily, and the sword light instantly slashed the Lord of the Void Realm into nothingness. The Lord of the Void Realm roared and retreated into the abyss. Wei Yi's face was stern. He held a pen in his right hand, and with that stroke, the laws of heaven and earth converged on the tip of the pen. Immediately, a streak of law shot directly into the abyss of nothingness. Suddenly, it was as if the sky and the earth were collapsing, and the abyss seemed to be collapsing. What do you want? If you kill me, the Void Realm will be in chaos. Without me to suppress the Void Abyss, all the lower realms will be swallowed by nothingness. The Lord of the Void Realm roared. HMPH, you still know your duty? I ask you again, what is your conspiracy with this Taixu? Isn't it just swallowing up some mortal worlds of your Immortal Court? At worst, I'll return it to you. The Lord of the Void Realm said again. Okay, but you must repay me double. Wei Yi stopped attacking and said coldly. You. The Lord of the Void Realm paused, then said, alright, double it, but you must return the Dark Knight sword to me. No one has ever taken back anything that has fallen into my hands. Wei Yi said, stop talking nonsense and return the origin of the realm to me. The Lord of the Void Realm was silent for a long time, but then Wei Yi raised his brush again. He immediately spat out many origins of the realms, and caused the Void Realm to shrink back most of the space. Wei Yi didn't waste any more time, and directly used the power of the moth to create the world. He drew that part of the realm into a new mortal world, integrating it into the world's origin, creating his own universe. Chapter 270 The Immortal Emperor Visits. Naturally, Wei Yi couldn't actually kill the Lord of the Void Realm. Not to mention that he was the Lord of a realm. Killing him would be difficult. Killing him would cause chaos in the Void Realm, and the great terror he suppressed within the abyss of nothingness would erupt. Humans might view the beings of the Void Realm as enemies, a terrifying entity. But this was like the relationship between day and night, two worlds in opposition, yet interdependent. There was no way to truly destroy the Void Realm. One could only seek a relative balance. Otherwise, if the Void Realm disappeared, the material world would collapse and cease to exist. Therefore, Wei Yi could ravage the Lord of the Void Realm, seize its space and origin, but he couldn't truly kill him and destroy the Void Realm. Now that the Lord of the Void Realm had obediently surrendered his origin and realm, there was no need for Wei Yi to pursue him to the death. After all, his enemy was the Immortal Court and the Immortal Realm, not himself. Wei Yi also didn't return the Dark Knight sword to the Lord of the Void Realm. After all, who would let a tiger go back to the mountains? The Dark Knight sword is a Hangmeng level magical weapon, possessing the power to both create and destroy worlds. It is the ultimate weapon of the Lord of this Void Realm. Without the Dark Knight sword, the lord of this void realm would be like a pawnless foe. Moreover, with this treasure in hand, he could keep the lord of this void realm in check. After returning from the void realm, Wei Yi continued to focus on creating the mortal world. The process of creating this mortal world is very slow. The process of creating space and galaxies is actually not complicated and relatively easy. The difficulty lies in creating life. Although Wei Yi possesses the power of creation, he does not have the ability to create life, especially higher life forms. Therefore, after creating each world, he needs to follow the laws of evolution of the heavenly Dao to allow the planets to nurture and give birth to life. Although this process is slow and time consuming, Wei Yi can significantly shorten it by adjusting the flow of time. The lower the world, the lower the level of life, the faster the flow of time can be adjusted. Conversely, in the current Wenhu realm, as the world level and life level increase, the flow of time cannot be accelerated. Therefore, Wei Yi modified the laws of time within his mortal universe, accelerating the birth of life and evolving into true life-bearing planets, mortal worlds. In the future, these worlds would become like the Xuanhu realm of the past. They would also serve as the sparks of the Wenhu realm, continuously providing it with ascenders, faith, divine power, and world power. Of course, in addition to creating worlds, Wei Yi also brought the spirit of Taixushians to Su Lingyan's training ground. Lingyan, do you know this person? Wei Yi taught Taixushians spirit from the Dark Knight sword. Su Lingyan was slightly surprised upon seeing this. Of course, she knew him. He was one of the 9 celestial lords of the Immortal Court, the master of martial Xianfeng, and held an extremely high status and prestige in the immortal world. Taixushian. This person is the culprit of that crime, Wei Yi said coldly. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyan frowned, her mind pondering, and everything seemed to click. Back then, only this person had the power and strength to do what he did. But why did he do that? Why did you do that? Su Lingyan asked coldly. Taixushian was also astonished. Sensing the immortal energy and the laws of heaven and earth around him, he felt as if he were in the immortal realm. But upon closer inspection, the forces and laws of heaven and earth here seemed quite different from those of the immortal realm. Upon seeing Su Lingyan, he understood that this must be the Xuanhu realm. It was the place where Kailan was reborn, once a mortal world. But why did it now feel like the immortal realm? He's a pawn of the Lord of the Void realm. Everything was just their conspiracy. You were simply a victim of the struggle between the Void realm and the immortal realm, Wei Yi explained. Hearing Wei Yi's words, Su Lingyan suddenly understood, as if she had finally figured it all out. She shook her head helplessly, but no longer harbored any resentment or lingering feelings. After all, she had moved on. Having served in the Immortal Court before, she naturally understood the delicate relationships between the various realms, and was accustomed to the various open and covert struggles. She knew that often, some people weren't out to target anyone, but rather, conflicts of interest inevitably led to sacrifices. Now that everything was over, she had no reason to dwell on it. As the saying goes, karma is the law of nature. Everything will eventually have its consequences. And now, Taixushian had already received his due. Keep him. When someone from the Immortal Court arrives, perhaps we can use his spirit as a gift. Su Lingyan said. That's fine. Wei Yi agreed with Su Lingyan's advice and immediately drew a prison on the ground, imprisoning Taixushian's spirit within the painted world. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, life had emerged in the mortal worlds Wei Yi had created, and it began to evolve rapidly. In the immortal realm, the great disaster was approaching, and the entire realm was in a state of tension. Heavenly soldiers and generals were actively preparing for battle, and the major immortal sects were also making corresponding preparations. Within the immortal realm, undercurrents surged, and a crisis loomed. After several days of effort, the Immortal Court finally reopened its spatial channel to the various realms. However, the Xuanhu realm seemed to have vanished, impossible to find. Emperor Haoshan suspected that Wei Yi had used his great divine power to conceal the Xuanhu realm. He personally intervened, using his origin to locate the Xuanhu realm, only to discover that its world level was on par with the immortal realm. Is this Wei Yi planning to create a new immortal realm? Emperor Haoshan wondered. he also knew that Wei Yi, possessing the chaos divine body, might truly possess the power to create a new world. He simply couldn't believe how he could elevate a mortal realm to such a high level in such a short time. It was terrifying. Even he couldn't do it. The chaos divine body was truly powerful. Emperor Haoshan felt envious, but he suspected Wei Yi's strength was probably on par with his own. The Great Tribulation is imminent. If I could enlist this person's help, perhaps the Immortal Court could successfully survive it, Emperor Haoshan thought. With this in mind, Emperor Haoshan opened the spatial channel to the Zuanhu realm. The world's level and laws of heaven and earth there were now comparable to those of the immortal realm. Therefore, even if he, an immortal emperor, entered, it would not cause the collapse of the power of heaven and earth, nor trigger unnecessary disasters. Furthermore, Wei Yi sensed at the moment the spatial passage opened. With a single thought, he arrived near the entrance, and sensed the presence of the newcomer. The immortal emperor has arrived in person. Judging from his aura and the concentrated aura surrounding him, Wei Yi determined that this visitor must be an immortal emperor from the immortal court. Almost simultaneously, Emperor Haoshan also sensed Wei Yi's presence, and even more clearly sensed the power of heaven and earth and the laws of the Zuanhu realm. While this place was similar in level to the immortal realm, it possessed more than just the aura of Dao. It was also imbued with a rich literary spirit and rich laws of literary aura. You must be Wei Yi, right? Emperor Haoshan said, beaming as he flew out of the spatial passage. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Emperor Haoshan from the Immortal Court. Wei Yi said calmly. 10 years ago, meeting this Immortal Court Emperor would have undoubtedly been filled with fear and trepidation. However, he now possessed a power comparable to that of the great Emperor Haoshan, even possessing the power of creation, and possessing his own universe. So, upon meeting the great Emperor Haoshan again, he felt no emotional fluctuations, truly unmoved. If he had to speculate on any underlying emotions, it was probably just speculation. Was the great Emperor Haoshan here to seek an explanation for the Central Realm's affairs, or to establish a friendship? But judging by his expression and demeanor, the latter was more likely. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Making Friends. Well, I'm Haoshan. Nice to meet you. Emperor Haoshan clasped his hands together, his demeanor humble. His position as the Emperor of the Immortal Court wasn't the slightest bit condescending. After all, he knew that Wei Yi before him was likely his own equal in strength. The Zuanhu realm was now roughly on par with the Immortal realm, so it was obvious that this was Wei Yi's single-handed achievement. Even he himself would struggle to achieve such a feat, demonstrating the immense power of his primordial chaos divine body. The incarnation of a legendary deity was truly extraordinary. Nice to meet you. May I ask what brings you to my Wenhu realm? Wei Yi clasped his hands in return. Since the other party was treating him with courtesy, there was no need for him to be rude. After all, he and the Immortal Court didn't have any significant grudges or issues. Even if there were any conflicts, reconciling them would be a good thing. He didn't want to be an enemy of the Immortal Court and cause suffering. Upon hearing Wei Yi refer to himself as the Wenhu realm, Emperor Haoshan's eyes flickered. Perhaps Wei Yi had changed the name of this world. However, this place is rich in literary talent, and should indeed be called the Wenhu realm. There may have been some misunderstandings between the Wenhu realm and the Immortal Court. I have come today hoping to clear them up, Emperor Haoshan said. Well, that's fine. I happen to have a gift for you, sir. Please come. Wei Yi invited Emperor Haoshan to his own painting world. After all, this man was an immortal emperor, and ordinary people in the Wenhu realm couldn't withstand his overwhelming pressure. Taking him to his own heavenly court seemed inappropriate, as he didn't yet fully trust Emperor Haoshan. Upon arriving in the painting world, Emperor Haoshan's expression remained normal. However, as an immortal emperor, he could naturally perceive the true nature of this world. He knew it was a small world created by Wei Yi. Although small, its laws and the power of heaven and earth were immensely powerful. If the other party tried to imprison him in this painting world, he would likely have to struggle to escape. However, he had come to seek peace and make friends, so he couldn't show any suspicion. Only by letting go of one's guard and treating others with sincerity can one earn their trust. So, Emperor Heiyoshin simply smiled and said, "This small world you've opened up is truly a blessed land. The power of heaven and earth here is several times stronger than that of the central realm. Your excellency is too kind. However, the ordinary beings of the Wenhu realm are still very weak, unable to compete with those of the immortal realm. They can't withstand the pressure of the immortal emperor, so I have to inconvenience you by coming here," Wei Yi said with a smile, naturally understanding the underlying meaning of Emperor Heiyoshin's words. "I understand." Emperor Heiyoshin laughed heartily and immediately, under Wei Yi's guidance, took a seat in a large hall. Wei Yi also served Emperor Heiyoshin tea. "Regarding the central realm, it was the fault of my immortal court's negligence. Back then, fearing an invasion from the Netherworld, we mistakenly expelled your Zuanhu realm, now known as the Wenhu realm, leading to many subsequent misunderstandings. I was unaware of this matter until I learned of it and punished those responsible for negligence," Emperor Heiyoshin said sternly. Wei Yi nodded, clearly disregarding his disturbance in the central realm. This was understandable. The Wenhu realm and himself were now far more valuable to the immortal court than the entire central realm. Even if he had simply killed a few celestial soldiers and generals, destroyed some buildings, and robbed a few family treasures, even if he had annihilated the central realm, Emperor Heiyoshin probably wouldn't have declared war on him. This was the importance of strength. "I understand. The immortal emperor is so busy with his affairs, how could he possibly bother you with the affairs of the lower realms?" Wei Yi said. "But the Wenhu realm is no longer the lower realm. Wei Yi, I've come here today hoping to reunite with the Wenhu realm in the immortal court. I can make your Wenhu realm the central realm, giving you control over billions of lower realms," Emperor Heiyoshin declared. "The Wenhu realm is the Wenhu realm, not the Zuanhu realm. It has never belonged to the immortal court, nor does it need to become a central realm," Wei Yi said coldly. His Wenhu realm was destined to become another immortal realm, and he himself was destined to become a great emperor. How could he possibly go to work for the immortal court? "Don't you want to serve in my immortal court? Why should I live under someone else's roof?" Wei Yi asked, his brow furrowed. "If you'd discussed cooperation with me, friendship, I might have considered it. You want me to submit to the immortal court and become your horsekeeper? Sorry, I'm not Sun Wukong." Emperor Heiyoshin was silent for a long time. He understood Wei Yi's intentions. Recruiting him was probably impossible. The other party simply didn't take him, the immortal emperor, seriously. If it weren't for the impending calamity and the immortal court's need for more combat power, he wouldn't have been so servile today. Even if the other party was formidable, possessing a chaos divine body, Emperor Heiyoshin would have to make him understand why he had become the emperor of the immortal court. If that's the case, I won't force it, but my immortal court is sincere in forming an alliance with the Wenhu realm, and I, Heiyoshin, truly wish to be your friend." Emperor Heiyoshin's attitude softened again. Wei Yi smiled, his expression impassive, but his heart was more certain than ever that the immortal realm was in serious trouble. Otherwise, Emperor Heiyoshin wouldn't be so humble and yielding. Making friends is certainly no problem. "I, Wei Yi, love nothing more than making friends," Wei Yi said with a smile, but he only mentioned friendship, not forming an alliance. He didn't want to bind the Wenhu realm and the immortal realm together. Since the immortal realm was in trouble, he couldn't let the immortal realm drag down his own Wenhu realm. As for making friends, he didn't mind. After all, friendships can be both positive and negative. Having friendships without obligations gave him many options. "If you, the immortal realm, were truly in trouble, I'd help you out of loyalty, but not out of obligation. Then, sir, do you mind if I call you brother?" "Of course. It's an honor to have a friend like Emperor Heiyoshin," Wei Yi said, cupping his fists. "By the way, I have a gift for brother Heiyoshin." Before Wei Yi finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a black ancient sword appeared. The ancient sword emanated the power of the void, and Emperor Heiyoshin recognized its origins instantly. It was the Dark Knight sword of the Lord of the Void Realm. "This sword, how did this sword come into your hands?" Emperor Haoshin asked in surprise, his mind racing with thoughts. He knew the Void Realm was treacherous. He was even more aware that, if the Great Tribulation arrived, the Void Realm would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to cause trouble. This was something he was deeply concerned about. It came to me, so I took it. Wei Yi said. Brother Wei, are you giving me this Dark Knight sword? Emperor Haoshin asked, somewhat puzzled, not understanding Wei Yi's intentions. Of course not. What I'm saying is that at the time, a spirit was hidden within this sword, seeking to harness its power to enter my Wenhu realm. Later, during my interrogation, this spirit claimed to be seeking the Void Black Lotus. Speaking of the Black Lotus, Wei Yi recounted the story of the Void Black Lotus to Emperor Haoshin, bringing up the many lower realms that had mysteriously disappeared that year, as well as the case of the Scarlet Snake War God. So, those who disappeared from the lower realms were likely devoured by this Void Black Lotus. Of course, the Lord of the Void Realm and that primordial spirit are inextricably linked to this. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Emperor Haoshin's expression grew solemn. He was naturally familiar with the case back then, but ultimately, the truth was never uncovered. He had some suspicions that it was connected to the Void Realm, but without solid evidence, he wouldn't directly confront the Lord of the Void Realm. And the message Wei Yi's words revealed clearly indicated that someone in their immortal court was colluding with the Lord of the Void Realm. The thought was terrifying, and it couldn't help but make him feel like he was being stabbed in the back. Chapter 272, Primordial Disaster. Whose soul is that? Haoshin Emperor asked, his expression grave. Although he had some guesses, he wasn't sure who it was. Wei Yi stopped talking and dragged Taixushian's soul out of its imprisonment. Upon seeing Taixushian's soul, Haoshin Emperor's face darkened, his gaze shifting. He had guessed several people, including Taixushian, but he hadn't expected or hoped it was him. But upon seeing Taixushian, he suddenly understood the reasons for many things. He realized the magnitude of the hidden dangers within the Immortal Court. If Wei Yi hadn't captured Taixushian, he might still be in the dark. When the great calamity struck, he might face internal and external troubles, and the seemingly powerful Immortal Court might collapse in an instant. The thought was terrifying, and he dared not think any further. Taixushian wielded immense power within the Immortal Court. Eliminating him now would mean a severe blow to the Immortal Court. He was truly torn. But what made Emperor Haoshin even more depressed at this moment was that Wei Yi had learned of this matter. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public, but now it was fully exposed before him. Even he, the Immortal Emperor, felt ashamed, so how could he even discuss any alliance with him? His own backyard was on fire, and he still wanted others to clean up his mess. This was perhaps one of the reasons why Wei Yi completely disregarded the Immortal Court. Thank you, Brother Wei, for helping me uncover the traitor. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter and clear the name of the Scarlet Snake War God, said Emperor Haoshin with a look of shame. Well, it's nothing. It's just a small favor. I don't want those innocent mortals to die in vain, and I don't want more lives to be harmed. I just hope that the Immortal Emperor won't be so kind as to refrain from punishment. Kill those who should be killed, and don't leave any more trouble for them, said Wei Yi. That's right, Brother Wei is right. This matter will be dealt with strictly, and with no leniency. This time, it was the Immortal Court's fault, but I will never let it happen again. Emperor Haoshin declared righteously, yet he felt deeply embarrassed. A dignified emperor of the Immortal Court was being told what to do. Yet, he felt helpless. It was indeed his own failure to discipline his subordinates that nearly led to the Zuanhu realm being devoured by the Void Black Lotus. If it weren't for a powerful being like Wei Yi, who eliminated the Void Black Lotus and exposed the Void Realm's conspiracy, it's possible that not only the Zuanhu realm, but even the entire lower realm would have suffered. Such a heinous act, yet he, as an immortal emperor, had failed to investigate, only to be discovered by others and only then discovered. He felt truly ashamed. Now being told what to do, he could only accept it. Alright, then I'll leave this Taixushian's soul to you. Wei Yi released the chaotic energy that was imprisoning Taixushian's soul. However, the soul was now extremely weakened by the chaotic energy. His strength had been reduced to 1/10 of what it once was. Furthermore, Wei Yi had planted a wisp of chaotic energy within his soul, making it a mere thought to destroy him. Emperor Haoshan immediately imprisoned Taixushian's soul within his own magical weapon, his expression gloomy. He simply couldn't face discussing anything else with Wei Yi today. He could only take his leave. Upon returning to the immortal realm from the Wenhu realm, Emperor Haoshan's first order of business was to investigate Taixushian's collusion with the Void Realm. This shocked the entire immortal court, further turbulent the already turbulent immortal realm. Wei Yi returned to his normal life, continuing to improve the Wenhu realm and cultivate talent. Everything was progressing as planned. That day, Wei Yi finally reached the 10th level of his fitness skill. As his skill leveled up, Wei Yi's body vanished from the Wenhu realm. Finally, he arrived in an unknown dimension, where he saw a microcosm of the entire universe. Countless stars coalesced into a painting, merging into Wei Yi's body. Countless great waves flowed into his body like rivers, blending into his bloodstream, becoming his very meridians. An unknown amount of time passed before Wei Yi returned to the Zuanhu realm from that unknown dimension. But he didn't wake, instead falling into a deep sleep. However, he wasn't truly asleep. His soul was simply roaming the universe, sensing the workings of the heavenly Dao. He was experiencing the transformation of heaven and earth, the cycle of the great Dao. This sleep lasted a month, and when Wei Yi awoke, he had been reborn once again. His body had undergone another transformation. With this upgrade, Wei Yi gained a body known as the Hangmeng Dao body, and his fitness skills could no longer be upgraded. This Hangmeng Dao body could be understood as the embodiment of the heavenly Dao. It could no longer be explained as a simple physical body. Every inch of his skin could transform into a universe, every drop of his blood could give birth to a creator god, and his thoughts could become laws. Now, even Emperor Haoshan would bow before him. This upgrade also gave Wei Yi a deeper understanding of the entire universe. His divine consciousness could reach every corner and dimension of the entire universe. He could even search the memories of the worlds through the ages. Therefore, Wei Yi knew of the enemies and hidden dangers the immortal realm might face: the Great Tribulation, the Underworld, the Netherworld, the Void Realm, and so on. But Wei Yi did not intend to prevent anything. As humans, or as part of the immortal court, they might see these as calamities and enemies. However, from a higher perspective, from the perspective of the heavenly Dao, all these worlds were merely part of the universe. Just as on a planet, there are mountains and valleys, day and night. Just as there are cattle, sheep, and rabbits, there are also jackals, tigers, and leopards. To nature, both mountains and valleys are habitats for life. It's not the case that cattle and sheep are good, and tigers and leopards are evil. The Great Tribulation was indeed a catastrophe for the immortal realm. Just as every human experiences birth, aging, sickness, and death. Just as dynasties rise and fall, the immortal so-called immortality is ultimately relative. In the endless river of time, even the entire universe is subject to birth and death, let alone the living beings within it. The Great Tribulation may appear to be a catastrophe, but it's actually a test of the human heart. Survive it and enjoy the next reincarnation. Fail to do so, leading to destruction and elimination by the laws of nature. All things are subject to change. Immortals possess a vast lifespan, and during this process, their hearts undergo transformations. This includes the great Emperor Haoshan. No one can guarantee his eternal integrity and kindness, uncorrupted by evil, nor can any organization or group truly uphold his original aspirations. This is why traitors emerged within the immortal court, why Taixushian colluded with the Lord of the Void Realm, and why so many lower realms vanished with no investigation. The immortal court is already ailing, and the tribulation is inevitable. Survive it, proving it's not terminally ill yet. Fail to do so, signaling its demise and the passage of new forces. Therefore, as the embodiment of the heavenly Dao, Wei Yi's perspective on the universe has completely shifted. The emergence of the Wenhu realm is the next stage in the evolution of the heavenly Dao. Chapter 273, Immortal World War. Wei Yi, possessing the Hangmeng Dao body, found it much easier to elevate and transform the Wenhu realm. He also possessed the ability to raise the overall life level of all beings within the Wenhu realm. He personally created numerous exceptionally gifted individuals, who became the Heavenly Court's reserve forces. Time flew by, and by the time Wei Yi had completed his transformation of the Wenhu realm, a century had already passed. Immersed in the process of transforming the world, Wei Yi was insensitive to the passage of time, and a century seemed like a mere day. Yet, in that time, many of the mortals he once knew were no longer around or had aged. Although he had elevated the life levels of all beings in the world, granting even the most ordinary mortals a lifespan of over 200 years, a century was still a significant distance for them. Furthermore, even if the mortal world were free of natural disasters and illness, human suffering and war still existed. Competition and conflict between humans would never be avoided unless humanity were reduced to a mindless, inferior being without any intelligence. However, this competition and conflict was also part of the natural law of the cycle of heaven. After becoming the incarnation of the heavenly Dao, Wei Yi naturally lost interest in all this. He might even encourage certain conflicts, believing that wars promote ethnic integration, help good money drive out bad, and ensure long-term stability and prosperity. It's also a way to control the number of living beings and maintain balance. The entire universe is like an ever-expanding balloon. If the gas isn't regularly released, it will eventually explode and be utterly destroyed. However, Wei Yi's family and friends remain eternally youthful and immortal. Wei Yi transformed them from the very beginning, allowing them to shed their mortal bodies and become immortal. This is especially true for his uncle, aunt, sister, wife, and their families. There are also those who have done Wei Yi favors, such as Du Yujiang, and friends like Shachen and Guo Pi Xiu. People like Shachen and Guo Pi Xiu now have children and grandchildren, becoming family elders themselves. However, most of them currently reside in the immortal realm created by Wei Yi. It served as Wei Yi's own backyard, a small world above the Wenhu realm. Some had already ascended to the ranks of the immortals, becoming members of the Heavenly Court and clergy. Over the course of a century, the Heavenly Court had become increasingly sophisticated. The Confucian and Taoist philosophies of governance, combined with the management methods Wei Yi had accumulated from his previous life in modern society, had enabled the entire Heavenly Court system to operate more efficiently and effectively. Furthermore, through the training and selection of these past centuries, the Heavenly Army and generals had already numbered 100,000. The newly formed lower realms under the Wenhu realm had also, under Wei Yi's transformation, given rise to intelligent life, civilizations, and rapid development. A century in the Wenhu realm was equivalent to thousands of years in that realm. Over the next century, those places would become home to numerous cultivation civilizations, including Confucian and Taoist worlds. These lower realms would bring a steady stream of ascenders to the Heavenly Court and the Xuanhu realm, providing an inexhaustible source of faith and talent. Thus, the Xuanhu realm had become a new immortal realm. The rise of a new dynasty inevitably spells the fall of the previous one. Wei Yi's eagerness to transform the Wenhu realm stems from his attainment of the Hangmeng Dao body, the incarnation of the Heavenly Dao. He had already roughly determined the fate of the immortal realm and the immortal court. The immortal court had existed for countless ages, yet it was like an aging, terminally ill man. Even a miraculous elixir would only prolong its lifespan. Its internal organs and every cell were decaying and collapsing. Its entire metabolic system was in disarray, harboring countless illnesses and malignant tumors. Therefore, this catastrophic catastrophe could spell the end for both the immortal realm and the immortal court. The immortal realm would struggle to survive this catastrophe, and the era of humanity ruling the immortal court and dominating all realms might be over. Fortunately, his own rise and the emergence of the Wenhu realm provided humanity with a way out. Just as Wei Yi had predicted, a year later, the catastrophic catastrophe descended upon the immortal realm, exposing all its hidden problems. The once seemingly peaceful celestial realm, however, was transformed into a living hell the day after the Great Tribulation. Unprecedented conflict erupted between the major factions, devastating the people and causing widespread grief. Within the immortal court, the ruling power of the celestial realm, internal strife erupted, with divided motives and orders being disobeyed. The entire order of the celestial realm began to fall into chaos and begin to collapse. All the hidden crises and hidden dangers were unleashed at this moment. Everything caught the celestial court and Emperor Haoshan off guard. It was completely beyond his imagination. After his last meeting with Wei Yi and bringing back Taixu, he had begun investigating the problems within the Celestial Court. He had been aware of and prepared for them. However, he had underestimated the slump in the Celestial Court and the severity of the problems within. Now, as everything erupted, he was still caught off guard and overwhelmed. Soon, the underworld, the netherworld, and some sinful races invaded the celestial realm. The void realm also took advantage of the opportunity. The celestial court was besieged on all sides, plagued by internal and external troubles, and the celestial army was defeated step by step. The entire immortal realm descended into chaos. Countless immortals perished, countless factions collapsed, and the immortal realm's territory was steadily eroded. Emperor Haoshan repeatedly attempted to travel to the Wenhu realm to seek Wei Yi's assistance, but he discovered that this time, he was unable to reach Wenhu realm. In just over 10 days, the immortal court had lost nearly half of its territory. The remaining territory was ravaged by civil war, factional strife, and the natural disasters and catastrophes brought on by the Great Calamity. Corpses littered the fields, and rivers of blood flowed. Many places were shattered by the fighting, leaving the earth and sky crumbling and devastated. Emperor Haoshan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He had never imagined that the immortal court would one day face such a predicament. The immortal realm he ruled would be as fragile as a clay statue, crumbling in an instant. To boost morale and repel the combined forces of the underworld and the netherworld, Emperor Haoshan personally led 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals into the battle, which lasted for days. The combined forces of the netherworld and the netherworld were finally stopped, and several enemy generals were slain. But before the immortal court could celebrate this hard-earned victory, news reached them that their home had been ambushed. The netherworld lord, the three great masters of the netherworld, and a mysterious powerhouse joined forces to attack the immortal court. Countless celestial lords and celestial monarchs were slain. Emperor Haoshan quickly flew back to the immortal court, accompanied by several war gods. A devastating battle erupted between the two sides, shattering the immortal court and inflicting countless casualties. The front lines were breached once again, as the armies of the netherworld, and the Sing clan continued their advance, capturing cities and strongholds. The immortal court seemed cornered. Emperor Haoshan fought bloody battles, absorbing the immortal realm's primordial energy to repel the enemy, strengthening his strength, and concentrating his power in a final stand. As his primordial energy was depleted, the immortal realm began to be encroached upon by the void realm. Many regions began to crumble, space distorted, and all things were annihilated. Haoshan, are you going to bury the entire immortal realm with you? The lord of the underworld sneered. Stop talking nonsense. If the immortal realm collapses today, I will also kill you. Emperor Haoshan roared. He knew very well that, if he couldn't kill these guys, not only would the immortal realm fall, but it would also be occupied by these demons. In the future, countless people in the lower realms would also become slaves and sacrifices to these guys. If that happened, even more innocent lives would be persecuted. Chapter 274. Welcome to the new fairyland. Haoshan, do you want the entire immortal realm to be buried with you? The underworld great master said with a sneer. You're selfish, Haoshan, nothing more than that. Don't make such a desperate struggle. Even if you exhaust the immortal realm's essence, you're no match for us. Your immortal realm is finished. Several other underworld masters and powerful members of the Sing clan mocked. Emperor Haoshan's face was grim, but he was speechless. He had no way out now, because what would the consequences be? The immortal realm would struggle to survive this catastrophe. He had no choice. Even if it meant the immortal realm's collapse, he would defend this last bit of dignity. Stop talking nonsense. Emperor Haoshan roared, concentrating the power of the essence around him. He slashed with his sword, and 10,000 swords swung out in unison, their mighty might annihilating heaven and earth. The entire immortal court crumbled, and countless buildings crumbled. The terrifying power swept towards the lord of the underworld. The underworld masters and the others' expressions changed, and they immediately joined forces to resist the terrifying blow from Emperor Haoshan, which had cost the immortal realm its essence. Rumble. Heaven and earth crumbled, countless spatial cracks spreading like spider webs. The sword energy condensed from the primordial power of the immortal realm was powerful enough to easily annihilate an entire lower realm. Consequently, these countless sword energies instantly slew numerous Synclan and Netherworld powerhouses. However, this attack also inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy, resulting in 800 casualties for the Synclan. The entire immortal realm was already collapsing, crumbling. Countless spaces collapsed, and countless lives were annihilated. The Netherworld Venerable, the Lord of the Netherworld, the Lord of the Void Realm, and others united to withstand the onslaught, but they all suffered varying degrees of injury. However, compared to them, Emperor Haoshan's injuries were actually more severe. He had suffered a significant backlash from the previous attack, and now he no longer had the strength to unleash the same devastating force. Furthermore, a wave of despair welled up within him. The power of the previous attack had far fallen short of his expectations. This wasn't a miscalculation, but rather the primordial power of the immortal realm was no longer as potent as it once was. Otherwise, that strike would have absolutely slain them all. But the truth was, they only sustained minor injuries. This clearly demonstrated the immortal realm's weakening. Even if they were to completely collapse, they wouldn't be able to repel these men. Haoshan, your immortal court has reached its end. Surrender, and we can grant you a dignified death. Indeed, you've shattered the immortal realm, and there's no chance of recovery. Emperor Haoshan let out a bitter laugh, his face filled with sorrow. He had never imagined he would end up like this, that the immortal court would be reduced to such a state. The immortal court was truly doomed. I, Haoshan, would rather die in battle than surrender. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. With this, Haoshan charged at the crowd, sword in hand. He was prepared to die in battle, but even if he did, he wanted these men to die with him. Another earth-shattering battle ensued, as Emperor Haoshan exerted nearly every ounce of his strength, even burning his very essence. Despite having slain numerous underworld lords and powerful figures from various realms, he was already drenched in blood, his aura weakened, and on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the immortal court's powerful figures had been decimated by the encirclement and destruction. Emperor Haoshan was left alone, facing the onslaught of the Netherlord, the Lord of the Void Realm, the Underworld Lord, and powerful figures from the Synclan. He was powerless, overwhelmed. Just as he was about to self-destruct, time seemed to suddenly stop. Space froze, even the shattering cracks in space froze. At the same moment, a figure shrouded in golden light appeared before Emperor Haoshan, enveloped in the aura of the Dao, and imbued with the laws of nature. It seemed as if even time and space could not contain him. Even the sun, moon, and stars could not compete with his brilliance. In front of him, Emperor Haoshan paled in comparison to mere mortals. Almost instantly, everyone's gaze converged on that figure. Emperor Haoshan's eyes, once hopeless, suddenly gleamed with brilliance and joy. Wei Yi, it's Wei Yi. Emperor Haoshan roared inwardly, his body unable to move. It was as if the power of the great Dao's laws restrained him, stabilizing his body, which had threatened to self-destruct. Wei Yi's appearance was like the arrival of the Way of Heaven, bringing all the surrounding laws and forces under his control. Everyone's body was immobilized, and the shattered space began to heal under his will. It was as if the entire world had become his domain. The Lord of the Netherworld, the Lord of the Void Realm, the supreme being of the Underworld, and many powerful members of the Synclan, upon seeing Wei Yi, all felt an unprecedented fear and instinctive awe. Like ants seeing a god, they had no power to resist. Their bodies were completely immobilized, and they even felt as if they were losing control of themselves. The Lord of the Void Realm, in particular, felt that the Wei Yi of today was completely different from what he had first seen. Back then, despite his power, he had not yet felt defenseless. But now, he felt that Wei Yi had truly transcended, truly surpassing heaven and earth, becoming the Way of Heaven, the master of the universe. Wei Yi appeared without further ado. In the blink of an eye, the Underworld Lords and the Synclan vanished into thin air. The Lord of the Netherworld also vanished with a scream. In the end, only the Lord of the Void Realm remained, trembling in fear. Wei Yi hadn't killed him, because he was still useful. Killing him would have required dealing with the affairs of the Void Realm, a burdensome task. As long as he was around, this guy couldn't cause any trouble. Rather than killing him, it would be better to keep him like a dog, tether him, and he'd be quiet from now on. After eliminating all the invaders from the Immortal Court, Wei Yi waved his hand, and the crumbling space around him instantly recovered. The power of heaven and earth stabilized, and the reinfusion of primordial power prevented the immortal realm from further decline and collapse. However, after the devastation of this battle, the immortal realm's world level and laws had been significantly weakened. It was almost on par with the central realm, and restoring its former state was almost impossible. "Hey Ocean, I'll leave the rest to you," Wei Yi said, turning to the somewhat bewildered Emperor Hey Ocean. Naturally, he wouldn't clean up the mess for the Immortal Court. After all, this wasn't his territory. He had taken action just now because he didn't want the immortal realm to truly collapse in full, which would have devastated countless mortal worlds below. "Thank you, Brother Wei." Emperor Hey Ocean bowed. He could see that Wei Yi had undergone a tremendous transformation since their last meeting. His power had completely surpassed his imagination. It seemed he had truly transcended the cycle of reincarnation, truly surpassing the laws of heaven. Even the immortal emperor himself could only bow before him. Moreover, with the immortal realm now near destruction and the immortal court no longer in existence, his title of immortal emperor was a mere title. Perhaps in the future, this universe would belong to Wei Yi. Wei Yi hummed in agreement, then tore through the void, disappearing once again. Emperor Hey Ocean, leading the remaining forces of the Immortal Court, began to eliminate the remaining forces of the Netherworld, the Underworld, and the Sin Clan. Though severely wounded, he was still more than capable of dealing with these minor forces. Wei Yi returned to the Wenhe realm to continue elevating and perfecting the rules of the world. He knew full well that the immortal realm had been completely destroyed by this great catastrophe, with no chance of resurgence. The Wenhe realm would completely replace it and become the new immortal realm, ruling over all realms and controlling this universe. A year later, Emperor Hey Ocean finally eliminated the enemy and returned to the shattered immortal court with his remaining generals. The immortal realm could no longer be called an immortal realm. Its very essence had been damaged, and both the power of heaven and earth and the laws of the world had been irreversibly weakened. Most importantly, his power was no longer sufficient to rebuild the immortal court and reshape the immortal world. "What shall we do from now on?" an immortal lord asked dejectedly. The others were also filled with heavy hearts. Even though they had ultimately triumphed and annihilated the enemy, the price they had paid was too great. Emperor Hey Ocean remained silent, unsure of what to do next. He was tired, truly tired. He sat on the shattered steps, gazing at the devastated immortal court, speechless. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Come to me." Along with that voice, a space channel appeared in the void. Emperor Hey Ocean stood up suddenly, with a hint of joy in his eyes. He could tell that the voice was Wei Yi's. No, perhaps now he should be called the Emperor of Heaven. "Everyone, follow me," said Emperor Hey Ocean, and then he took the lead in flying into the collapsed space. Everyone looked at each other and then flew in together. When they flew out of the space channel again, the world in front of them made them a little dazed. It felt as if they had returned to the fairyland they once knew. At the same time, Wei Yi's figure also appeared in front of them. With a slight smile, he said, "Everyone, welcome to the new fairyland." The end of the book. I'm looking for support for my new book, My Experience in Living in a Lonely City. Dear readers, Habian has released a new book, My Experience in the Lonely City. It's also about experience-based gamma play, and I've learned from that book, avoiding some of the more problematic plot points and settings. I hope this new book will receive your support. If you're interested, please check it out. The link is at the end of this article, so please scroll down. Here's the synopsis. During the Han Wu dynasty, half of China fell to the Amaterasu Empire. The Han people were reduced to slaves, oppressed and slaughtered by the barbarians. However, within the fallen northern borders, one city remained. It was the last of the Han Wu dynasty's northern holdings. Li Chu traveled to this lonely city, became an apprentice weaponsmith, and unlocked the skills near the Dao system. Snap your fingers, swing your hammer, gaze, jump, run, throw. Repeat any action to improve your abilities. Blacksmithing, archery, martial arts, formations, all skills can be advanced and upgraded. Years later, with the snap of a finger, smoke vanishes, and with a wave of a hand, the sky collapses and the earth breaks apart. Fly over eaves and walls, call the wind and rain, swing the sword to make a river, and cast beams to make soldiers. The flesh becomes a saint, the martial arts break all laws, and the military formation can shake the heaven and earth. Who says that mortals are ants? With my 300 million mortal bodies, I can open the gate of heaven. The link to the new book is below, in the author's words. Please support. The link to the new book is here. I would like to ask for your support for my new book, My Experience in Lonely City. Dear readers, my new book, My Experience in the Lonely City, has reached 40,000 words and is ready to be read. Interested readers, check it out. The link to the new book is at the end of this article. Scroll down and you'll find it. Here's a synopsis. During the Han Wu dynasty, half of China fell to the Amaterasu Empire. The Han people were reduced to slaves, oppressed and slaughtered by the foreign barbarians. Yet, within the fallen northern borders, one city held out. It was the Han Wu dynasty's last holdout in the north. Li Chu traveled to this lonely city, became an apprentice to a weapons blacksmith, and unlocked the skills near the Tao system. Snap your fingers, swing your hammer, gaze, jump, run, throw. Repeat any action to improve your abilities. Blacksmithing, archery, martial arts, formations, all skills can be advanced and upgraded. Years later, with the snap of a finger, smoke vanishes, and with a wave of a hand, the sky collapses and the earth breaks apart. Fly over eaves and walls, call the wind and rain, swing the sword to make a river, and cast beams to make soldiers. The flesh becomes a saint, the martial arts break all laws, and the military formation can shake the heaven and earth. Who says that mortals are ants? With my 300 million mortal bodies, I can open the gate of heaven. The link to the new book is below, in the author's words. If you are interested, please take a look and read it, please. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.